That's a good point. No, it's a good point.
Now, some people accuse me of speaking very slowly, and they're advised on YouTube to turn up the speed 2 to 3 times whenever I'm on. One of the reasons I speak slowly is because I attach value to every word I say.
Norm will say this all over and over and over again. I only deal in facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And that seems to be the case, except for when the facts are completely and totally contrary to the particular point you're trying to push. The idea that Jews would have out of hand rejected any state that had Arabs on it or always had a plan of expulsion is just betrayed by the acceptance of the 47 partition plan.
I don't think you understand politics.
They forced the British to prevent emigration of Jews from Europe and reaching safe shores in Palestine.
Well,
That's what they did.
And
they knew that the Jews were being persecuted in Europe.
Was Palestine the only spot of land on earth?
Yes, basically that was the problem. The Jews couldn't emigrate anywhere else.
What about your great friends in Britain, the architects of the Balfour Declaration?
By the late 1930s,
what about the United States?
Weren't happy to take in Jews, and the Americans weren't happy to take in Jews.
And why are Palestinians, who were not Europeans, who had zero role in the rise of Nazism, who had no relation to any of this, why are they somehow uniquely responsible for what happened in Europe and uniquely
to close the only safe haven for Jews?
Professor Morris, because of your logic, and I'm not disputing it, that's why October 7th happened.
Oh, my God.
Because there was no options left for those people.
The Hamas guys who attacked the kibbutzim, apart from the attacks on the military sites, when they attacked the kibbutzim, were out to kill civilians. And they killed family after family, house after house.
Talk fast so people think that you're coherent.
I'm just reading from the UN.
Yeah, but
I know you like them sometimes, only when they agree with you, though. But you've lied about this particular instance in the past. Those kids weren't just on the beaches, as often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they had operated from. They literally did. You could Google
Borelli, with all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying.
The following is a debate on the topic of Israel and Palestine with Norman Finkelstein, Benny Morris, Mouin Rabbani, and Stephen Bunnell, also known online as Destiny. Norm and Benny are historians, Mouin is a Middle East analyst, and Stephen is a political commentator and streamer. All four have spoken and debated extensively on this topic. The goal for this debate was not for anyone to win or to score points. It wasn't to get views or likes. I never care about those. And I think there are probably much easier ways to get those things if I did care. The goal was to explore, together, the history, present, and future of Israel and Palestine in a free-flowing conversation. No time limits, no rules. There was a lot of tension in the room from the very beginning, and it only got more intense as we went along. And I quickly realized that this very conversation, in a very real human way, was a microcosm of the tensions and distance and perspectives on the topic of Israel and Palestine. For some debates, I will step in and moderate strictly to prevent emotion from boiling. For this, I saw the value in not interfering with the passion of the exchanges, because that emotion in itself spoke volumes. We did talk about the history and the future, but the anger, the frustration, the biting wit, and, at times, respect and camaraderie were all there. Like I said, we did it in an perhaps all too human way. I will do more debates and conversations on these difficult topics, and I will continue to search for hope in the midst of death and destruction, to search for our common humanity in the midst of division and hate. This thing we have going on, human civilization, the whole of it, is beautiful. And it's worth figuring out how we can help it flourish together. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Norman Finkelstein, Benny Morris, Mouin Rabbani, and Stephen Bunnell. First question is about 1948. For Israelis, 1948 is the establishment of the State of Israel and the War of Independence. For Palestinians, 1948 is the Nakba, which means catastrophe, or the displacement of 700,000 Palestinians from their homes as a consequence of the war. What to you is important to understand about the events of 1948 and the period around there, 47, 49, that helps us understand what's going on today and maybe helps us understand the roots of all of this that started even before 1948? I was hoping that Norm can speak first, and Benny, then Muin, and then Steve. Norm?
After World War II, the British decided that they didn't want to deal with the Palestine question anymore, and the ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations. Now, as I read the record, the UN was not attempting to arbitrate or adjudicate rights and wrongs. It was confronting a very practical problem. There were two national communities in Palestine, and there were irreconcilable differences on fundamental questions, most importantly, looking at the historic record on the question of immigration, and associate with the question of immigration the question of land. The UN Special Committee on Palestine, which came into being before the UN 181 partition resolution, the UN Special Committee, it recommended 2 states in Palestine. There was a minority position represented by Iran, India, Yugoslavia. They supported 1 state, but they believed that if forced to, the 2 communities would figure out some sort of modus vivendi and live together. United Nations General Assembly supported partition between what it called a Jewish state and an Arab state. Now, in my reading of the record, and I understand there's new scholarship on the subject, which I've not read, but so far as I've read the record, there's no clarity on what the United Nations General Assembly meant by a Jewish state and an Arab state, except for the fact that the Jewish state would be demographically, the majority would be Jewish, and the Arab state demographically would be Arab. The UNSCOP, the UN Special Committee on Palestine, it was very clear, and it was reiterated many times, that in recommending 2 states, each state, the Arab state and the Jewish state, would have to guarantee full equality of all citizens with regard to political, civil, and religious matters. Now, that does raise the question, if there is absolute full equality of all citizens, both in the Jewish state and the Arab state, with regard to political rights, civil rights, and religious rights, apart from the demographic majority, it's very unclear what it meant to call a state Jewish or call a state Arab. In my view, the partition resolution was the correct decision. I do not believe that the Arab and Jewish communities could, at that point, be made to live together. I disagree with the minority position of India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, and that not being a practical option, 2 states was the only other option. In this regard, I would want to pay tribute to what was probably the most moving speech at the UN General Assembly proceedings by the Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko. I was very tempted to quote it at length, but I recognized that would be taking too much time. So I asked a young friend, Jamie Stern Weiner, to edit it and just get the essence of what Foreign Minister Gromyko had to say. During the last war, Gromyko said, the Jewish people underwent exceptional sorrow and suffering. Without any exaggeration, this sorrow and suffering are indescribable. Hundreds of thousands of Jews are wandering about in various countries of Europe in search of means of existence and in search of shelter. The United Nations cannot and must not regard this situation with indifference. Past experience, particularly during the Second World War, shows that no Western European state was able to provide adequate assistance for the Jewish people in defending its rights and its very existence from the violence of the Hitlerites and their allies. This is an unpleasant fact, but unfortunately, like all other facts, it must be admitted. Gromyko went on to say, in principle, he supports one state, or the Soviet Union supports one state. But, he said, if relations between the Jewish and Arab populations of Palestine proved to be so bad that it would be impossible to reconcile them and to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the Arabs and the Jews, the Soviet Union would support two states. I personally am not convinced that the two states would have been unsustainable in the long term if, and this is a big if, the Zionist movement had been faithful to the position it proclaimed during the UNSCOP public hearings. At the time, Ben-Gurion testified, quote, I want to express what we mean by a Jewish state. We mean by a Jewish state simply a state where the majority of the people are Jews, not a state where a Jew has in any way any privilege more than anyone else. A Jewish state means a state based on absolute equality of all her citizens and on democracy. Alas, this was not to be. As Professor Morris has written, quote, Zionist ideology and practice were necessarily and elementally expansionist. And then he wrote in another book, transfer, the euphemism for expulsion, transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state. And a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of Arab population. And because this aim automatically produced resistance among the Arabs, which in turn persuaded the Yeshuv's leaders, the Yeshuv being the Jewish community, the Yeshuv's leaders that a hostile Arab majority or a large minority could not remain in place if a Jewish state was to arise or safely endure. Or, as Professor Morris retrospectively put it, quote, a removing of a population was needed. Without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established, unquote. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution. I won't play games with that. I know a lot of people try to prove it's not true. It clearly, in my view, is true the Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution, while Israeli leaders, acting on the compulsions inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism, found the pretext in the course of the First Arab-Israeli War to expel the indigenous population and expand its borders. I therefore conclude that neither side was committed to the letter of the partition resolution, and both sides aborted it.
Thank you, Norm. Norm asked that you make a lengthy statement in the beginning. Benny, I hope it's okay to call everybody by their first name in the name of camaraderie. Norm has quoted several things you said. Perhaps you can comment broadly on the question of 1948 and maybe respond to the things that Norm said.
Yeah. UNSCOP, the United Nations Special Committee on Palestine, recommended partition. The majority of UNSCOP recommended partition, which was accepted by the UN General Assembly in November 1947, essentially looking back to the Peel Commission in 1937. 10 years earlier, a British commission had looked at the problem of Palestine, the two warring national groups who refused to live together, if you like, or consolidate a unitary state between them. And Peel said there should be two states. That's the principle. The country must be partitioned into two states. This would give a modicum of justice to both sides, if not all their demands, of course. And the United Nations followed suit. The United Nations, UNSCOP, and then the UN General Assembly, representing the will of the international community, said two states is the just solution in this complex situation. The problem was that immediately with the passage of the resolution, the Arab states and the Arabs of Palestine said no, as Norman Finkelstein said. They said no, they rejected the partition idea, the principle of partition, not just the idea of what percentage which side should get, but the principle of partition. They said no to. The Jews should not have any part of Palestine for their sovereign territory. Maybe Jews could live as a minority in Palestine. That also was problematic in the eyes of the Palestinian Arab leadership. Husseini had said only Jews who were there before 1917 could actually get citizenship and continue to live there. But the Arabs rejected partition, and the Arabs of Palestine launched, in very disorganized fashion, war against the resolution, against the implementation of the resolution, against the Jewish community in Palestine. And this was their defeat in that civil war between the two communities while the British were withdrawing from Palestine. Led to the Arab invasion, the invasion by the Arab states in May 1948 of the country. Again, basically with the idea of eradicating or preventing the emergence of a Jewish state in line with the United Nations decision and the will of the international community. Norman said that the Zionist enterprise, and he quoted me, meant from the beginning to transfer or expel the Arabs of Palestine or some of the Arabs of Palestine. And I think he's sort of quoting out of context. The context in which the statements were made that the Jewish state could only emerge if there was a transfer of Arab population was preceded, in the way I wrote it and the way it actually happened, by Arab resistance and hostilities towards the Jewish community. Had the Arabs accepted partition, there would have been a large Arab minority in the Jewish state, which emerged in 47. And in fact, Jewish economists and state builders took into account that there would be a large Arab minority and its needs would be cared for, etc. But this was not to be, because the Arabs attacked. And had they not attacked, perhaps a Jewish state with a large Arab minority could have emerged, but this didn't happen. They went to war, the Jews resisted, and in the course of that war, Arab populations were driven out. Some were expelled, some left because Arab leaders advised them to leave or ordered them to leave. And at the end of the war, Israel said they can't return because they just tried to destroy the Jewish state. And that's the basic reality of what happened in 48. The Jews created a state. The Palestinian Arabs never bothered to even try to create a state before 48 and in the course of the 1948 war. And for that reason, they have no state to this day. The Jews do have a state because they prepared to establish a state, fought for it, and established it hopefully lastingly.
When you say hostility, in case people are not familiar, there was a full-on war where Arab states invaded, and Israel won that war.
Let me just add to clarify. The war had two parts to it. The first part was the Arab community in Palestine, its militiamen, attacked the Jews from November 1947. In other words, from the day after the UN partition resolution was passed, Arab gunmen were busy shooting up Jews, and that snowballed into a full-scale civil war between the two communities in Palestine. In May 1948, a second stage began in the war in which the Arab states invaded the new state, attacked the new state, and they too were defeated, and thus a state of Israel emerged. In the course of this two-stage war, a vast Palestinian refugee problem occurred.
And so after that, the transfer, the expulsion, the thing that people call the Nakba happened. Muin, could you speak to 1948 and the historical significance of it?
Sure. There's a lot to unpack here. I'll try to limit myself to just a few points. Regarding Zionism and transfer, I think Chaim Weizmann, the head of the World Zionist Organization, had it exactly right when he said that the objective of Zionism is to make Palestine as Jewish as England is English or France is French. In other words, as Norman explained, a Jewish state requires Jewish political, demographic, and territorial supremacy. Without those three elements, the state would be Jewish in name only. And I think what distinguishes Zionism is its insistence, supremacy, and exclusivity. That would be my first point. The second point is, I think what the Soviet foreign minister at the time, Andrei Gromyko, said is exactly right, with one reservation. Gromyko was describing a European savagery unleashed against Europe's Jews. At the time, it wasn't Palestinians or Arabs. The savages and the barbarians were European to the core. It had nothing to do with developments in Palestine or the Middle East. Secondly, at the time that Gromyko was speaking, those Jewish survivors of the Holocaust and others who were in need of safe haven were still overwhelmingly on the European continent and not in Palestine. And I think given the scale of the savagery, I don't think that any one state or country should have borne the responsibility for addressing this crisis. I think it should have been an international responsibility. The Soviet Union could have contributed. Germany certainly could and should have contributed. The United Kingdom and the United States, which slammed their doors shut to the persecuted Jews of Europe as the Nazis were rising to power, they certainly should have played a role. But instead, what passed for the international community at the time decided to partition Palestine. And here I think we need to judge the partition resolution against the realities that obtained at the time. Two-thirds of the population of Palestine was Arab. The Yishuv, the Jewish community in Palestine, constituted about one-third of the total population and controlled even less of the land within Palestine. As a preeminent Palestinian historian, Walid al-Khalidi has pointed out, the partition resolution, in giving roughly 55% of Palestine to the Jewish community, and I think 42% to the Arab community, to the Palestinians, did not preserve the position of each community or even favor one community at the expense of the others. Rather, it thoroughly inverted and revolutionized the relationship between the two communities. And as many have written, the Nakba was the inevitable consequence of partition, given the nature of Zionism, given the territorial disposition, given the weakness of the Palestinian community, whose leadership had been largely decimated during a major revolt at the end of the 1930s, given that the Arab states were still very much under French and British influence. The Nakba was inevitable, the inevitable product of the partition resolution. And one last point also about the UN's partition resolution is, yes, formally that is what the international community decided on the 29th of November 1947. It's not a resolution that could ever have gotten through the UN General Assembly today for a very simple reason. It was a very different General Assembly. Most African, most Asian states were not yet independent. Were the resolution to be placed before the international community today, and I find it telling that the minority opinion was led by India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, I think they would have represented the clear majority. So partition, given what we know about Zionism, given that it was entirely predictable what would happen, given the realities on the ground in Palestine, was deeply unjust. And the idea that either the Palestinians or the Arab states could have accepted such a resolution is I think, an illusion. That was in 1947. We saw what happened in 48 and 49. Palestinian society was essentially destroyed. Over 80%, I believe, of Palestinians resident in the territory that became the State of Israel were either expelled or fled, and ultimately were ethnically cleansed, because ethnic cleansing consists of two components. It's not just forcing people into refuge or expelling them. It's just as importantly preventing their return. And here, and Benny Morris has written, I think, an article about Yosef Weitz and the transfer committees. There was a very detailed initiative to prevent their return, and it consisted of razing hundreds of Palestinian villages to the ground, which was systematically implemented, and so on. And so Palestinians became a stateless people. Now, what is the most important reason that no Arab state was established in Palestine? Well, since the 1930s, the Zionist leadership and the Hashemite leadership of Jordan, as has been thoroughly researched and written about by the Israeli-British historian Avi Shlaim, essentially colluded to prevent the establishment of an independent Arab state in Palestine in the late 1940s. There's much more here, but I think those are the key points I would make about 1948.
We may talk about Zionism, Britain, UN assemblies, and all the things you mentioned. There's a lot to dig into. So, again, if we can keep it to just one statement moving forward,
sure.
After Stephen, if you want to go a little longer. Also, we should acknowledge the fact that the speaking speeds of people here are different. Stephen speaks about 10 times faster than me. Stephen, do you want to comment on 1948?
Yeah, I think it's interesting where people choose to start the history. I notice a lot of people like to start at either 47 or 48 because it's the first time where they can clearly point to a catastrophe that occurs on the Arab side that they want to ascribe 100% of the blame to the newly emergent Israeli state to. But I feel like when you have this type of reading of history, it feels like the goal is to moralize everything first and then to pick and choose facts that kind of support the statements of your initial moral statement afterwards. Whenever people are talking about 48 or the establishment of the Arab state, I never hear about the fact that a civil war started in 47. That was largely instigated because of the Arab rejectionism of the 47 partition plan. I never hear about the fact that the majority of the land that was acquired happened by purchases from Jewish organizations of Palestinian Arabs of the Ottoman Empire before the mandatory period in 1920 even started. Funnily enough, King Abdullah of Jordan was quoted as saying, "The Arabs are as prodigal in selling their land as they are in weeping about it." I never hear about the multiple times that Arabs rejected partition, rejected living with Jews, rejected any sort of state that would have even had any sort of Jewish exclusivity. It's funny because it was brought up before that the partition plan was unfair, and that's why the Arabs rejected it, as though they rejected it because it was unfair, because of the amount of land that Jews were given, and not just due to the fact that Jews were given land at all, as though a 30% partition or a 25% partition would have been accepted, when I don't think that was the reality of the circumstances. I feel like most of the other stuff has been said, but I noticed that whenever people talk about 48 or the years preceding 48, I think the worst thing that happens is there's a cherry picking of the facts where basically all of the blame is ascribed to this built-in idea of Zionism that because of a handful of quotes or because of an ideology, we can say that transfer or population expulsion or the basically the mandate of all of these Arabs being kicked off the land was always going to happen, when I think there's a refusal sometimes as well to acknowledge that regardless of the ideas of some of the Zionist leaders, there is a political, social, and military reality on the ground that they're forced to contend with. And unfortunately, the Arabs, because of their inability to engage in diplomacy and only to use tools of war to try to negotiate everything going on in mandatory Palestine, basically always gave the Jews a reason or an excuse to fight and acquire land through that way because of their refusal to negotiate on anything else, whether it was the partition plan in 47, whether it was the Lausanne Peace Conference afterwards, where Israel even offered to annex Gaza in 51, where they offered to take in 100,000 refugees. Every single deal is just rejected out of hand because the Arabs don't want a Jewish state anywhere in this region of the world.
I would like to engage Professor Morris. If you don't mind, I'm not with the first name. It's just not my way of relating.
You can just call me Morris. You don't need the professor.
Okay. There's a real problem here. And it's been a problem I've had over many years of reading your work. Apart perhaps from a grandchild, I suspect nobody knows your work better than I do. I've read it many times, not once, not twice, at least 3 times, everything you've written. And the problem is, it's a kind of quicksilver. It's very hard to grasp a point and hold you to it. So we're going to try here to see whether we can hold you to a point. And then you argue with me the point. I have no problem with that. Your name, please?
Stephen Bonnell.
Okay. Mr. Bonnell referred to cherry picking and handful of quotes. Now, it's true that when you wrote your first book on the Palestinian refugee question, you only had a few lines on this issue of transfer.
4 pages.
Yeah. In the first book.
In the first book, 4 pages.
Maybe 4. I'm not going to quarrel. My memory is not clear. We're talking about 40 years ago. I read it, but then I read other things by you. Okay. And you were taken to task, if my memory is correct, that you hadn't adequately documented the claims of transfer. Allow me to finish. And I thought that was a reasonable challenge because it was an unusual claim for a mainstream Israeli historian to say, as you did in that first book, that from the very beginning, transfer figured prominently in Zionist thinking. That wasn't unusual. If you read Anita Shapiro, you read Shabtai Tevitt, that was an unusual acknowledgement by you. And then I found it very impressive that in that revised version of your first book, you devoted 25 pages to copiously documenting the salience of transfer in Zionist thinking. And in fact, you used a very provocative and resonant phrase. You said that transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. We're not talking about circumstantial factors, a war, Arab hostility. You said it's inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. Now, as I said, so we won't be accused of cherry picking, those were 25 very densely argued pages. And then in an interview, and I could cite several quotes, but I'll choose one, you said, removing a population was needed. Let's look at the words. Without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established. Now, you're the one, again, I was very surprised when I read your book. Here I'm referring to Righteous Victims. I was very surprised when I came to that page 37, where you wrote that territorial displacement and dispossession was the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. Territorial displacement and dispossession were the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. So you then went on to say, because the Arab population rationally feared territorial displacement and dispossession, it of course opposed Zionism. That's as normal as Native Americans opposing the Euro-American manifest destiny in the history of our own country, because they understood it would be at their expense. It was inbuilt and inevitable. And so now, for you to come along and say that it all happened just because of the war, that otherwise the Zionists made all these plans for a happy minority to live there, that simply does not gel. It does not cohere. It is not reconcilable with what you yourself have written. It was inevitable and inbuilt. Now, in other situations you've said, that's true, but I think it was a greater good to establish a Jewish state at the expense of the indigenous population. That's another kind of argument. That was Theodore Roosevelt's argument in our own country. He said, we don't want the whole of North America to remain a squalid refuge for these wigwams and teepees. We have to get rid of them and make this a great country. But he didn't deny that it was inbuilt and inevitable.
I think you've made your point. First, I'll take up something that Mouin said. He said that the Nakba was inevitable.
As have you.
And predictable. No. I've never said that. It was inevitable and predictable only because the Arabs assaulted the Jewish community and state in 1947-48. Had there been no assault, there probably wouldn't have been a refugee problem. There's no reason for a refugee problem to have occurred, expulsions to have occurred, a dispossession, massive dispossession to occur. These occurred as a result of war. Now, Norman has said that I said that transfer was inbuilt into Zionism in one way or another. And this is certainly true. In order to buy land, they had the Jews bought tracts of land on which some Arabs sometimes lived. Sometimes they bought tracts of land on which there weren't Arab villages, but sometimes they bought land on which there were Arabs. And according to Ottoman law and the British, at least in the initial years of the British mandate, the law said that the people who bought the land could do what they liked with the people who didn't own the land, who were basically squatting on the land, which is the Arab tenant farmers, which is, we're talking about a very small number actually of Arabs who were displaced as a result of land purchases in the Ottoman period or the Mandate period. But there was dispossession in one way. They didn't possess the land, they didn't own it, but they were removed from the land. And this did happen in Zionism. And there's if you like, inevitability in Zionist ideology of buying tracts of land and starting to work it yourself and settle it with your own people and so on. That made sense. But what we're really talking about is what happened in 47, 48. And in 47, 48, the Arabs started a war. And actually, people pay for their mistakes. And the Palestinians have never actually agreed to pay for their mistakes. They make mistakes, they attack, they suffer as a result. And we see something similar going on today in the Gaza Strip. They do something terrible. They kill 1,200 Jews. They abduct 250 women and children and babies and old people and whatever. And then they start screaming, please save us from what we did, because the Jews are counterattacking. And this is what happened then. And this is what's happening now. There's something fairly similar in the situation here. Expulsion, and this is important, Norman, you should pay attention to this. You didn't raise that. Expulsion, transfer were never policy of the Zionist movement before 47. It doesn't exist in Zionist platforms of the various political parties, of the Zionist organization, of the Israeli state, of the Jewish agency. Nobody would have actually made it into policy because there was always a large minority, if there were people who wanted it, always a large minority of Jewish politicians and leaders would have said, no, this is immoral. We cannot start a state on the basis of an expulsion. So it was never adopted, and actually was never adopted as policy even in 48, even though Ben-Gurion wanted as few Arabs in the course of the war staying in the Jewish state after they attacked it. He didn't want disloyal citizens staying there because they wouldn't have been loyal citizens. But this made sense in the war itself. But the movement itself and its political parties never accepted it. It's true that in 1937, when the British, as part of the proposal by the Peel Commission to divide the country into two states, one Arab, one Jewish, which the Arabs, of course, rejected, Peel also recommended the Arabs, most of the Arabs in the Jewish state to be, should be transferred, because otherwise, if they stayed and were disloyal to the emergent Jewish state, this would cause endless disturbances, warfare, killing, and so on. So Ben-Gurion and Weizmann latched onto this proposal by the most famous democracy in the world, the British democracy, when they proposed the idea of transfer side by side with the idea of partition, because it made sense. And they said, well, if the British say so, we should also advocate it. But they never actually tried to pass it as Zionist policy. And they fairly quickly stopped even talking about transfer after 1938.
So just to clarify, what you're saying is that 47 was an offensive war, not a defensive war.
By the Arabs, yes.
By the Arabs.
Yeah.
And you're also saying that there was never a top-down policy of expulsion.
Yes.
Just to clarify the point.
If I understood you correctly, you're making the claim that transfer, expulsion, and so on was in fact a very localized phenomenon, resulting from individual land purchases, and that, if I understand you correctly, you're also making the claim that the idea that a Jewish state requires a removal or overwhelming reduction of the non-Jewish population was...
If the Arabs are attacking you, yes.
But that, let's say, prior to 1947, it would be your claim that the idea that a significant reduction or wholesale removal of the Arab population was not part of Zionist thinking. Well, I think there's two problems with that. I think what you're saying about localized disputes is correct, but I also think that there is a whole literature that demonstrates that transfer was envisioned by Zionist leaders on a much broader scale than simply individual land purchases. In other words, it went way beyond, we need to remove these tenants so that we can farm this land. The idea was, we can't have a state where all these Arabs remain, and we have to get rid of them. And the second, I think, impediment to that view is that long before the UN General Assembly convened to address the question of Palestine, Palestinian and Arab and other leaders as well had been warning ad infinitum that the purpose of the Zionist movement is not just to establish a Jewish state, but to establish an exclusivist Jewish state, and that transfer, forced displacement, was fundamental to that project. And just responding to, sorry, was it
Stephen
Bonnell or
Bonnell? Yeah,
with a B.
Yeah.
Yeah. You made the point that the problem here is that people don't recognize is that the first and last result for the Arabs is always war. I think there's a problem with that. I think you might do well to recall the 1936 general strike conducted by Palestinians at the beginning of the revolt, which at the time was the longest recorded general strike in history. You may want to consult the book published last year by Laurie Allen, A History of False Hope, which discusses in great detail the consistent engagement by Palestinians, their leaders, their elites, their diplomats, and so on, with all these international committees. If we look at today, the Palestinians are once again going to the International Court of Justice. They're consistently trying to persuade the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court to do his job. They have launched widespread boycott campaigns. So, of course, the Palestinians have engaged in military resistance. But I think the suggestion that this has always been their first and last resort, and that they have somehow spurned civic action, spurned diplomacy, I think really has no basis in reality.
I'll respond to that, and then a question for Norm to take into account, I think, when he answers Benny, because I am curious. Obviously, I have fresher eyes on this, and I'm a newcomer to this arena versus the three of you guys, for sure. A claim that gets brought up a lot has to do with the inevitability of transfer in Zionism, or the idea that as soon as the Jews envisioned a state in Palestine, they knew that it would involve some mass transfer of population, perhaps a mass expulsion. I'm sure we'll talk about Plan Dalet or Plan D at some point. The issue that I run into is, while you can find quotes from leaders, while you can find maybe desires expressed in diaries, I feel like it's hard to truly ever know if there would have been mass transfer in the face of Arab peace, because I feel like every time there was a huge deal on the table that would have had a sizable Jewish and Arab population living together, the Arabs would reject it out of hand. So, for instance, when we say that transfer was inevitable, when we say that Zionists would have never accepted, a sizable Arab population, how do you explain the acceptance of the 47 partition plan that would have had a huge Arab population living in the Jewish state? Is your contention that after the acceptance of that, after the establishment of that state, that Jews would have slowly started to expel all of these Arab citizens from their country? Or how do you explain that in Lausanne, a couple years later, that Israel was willing to formally annex the Gaza Strip and make 200,000 or so people those citizens? But I'm just curious, how do we get this idea of Zionism always means mass transfer when there were times, at least early on in the history of Israel and a little bit before it, where Israel would have accepted a state that would have had a massive Arab population in it? Is your idea that they would have just slowly expelled them afterwards, or
is that question to me or Norm?
Or to either one? I'm just curious for the incorporation of the answer. Yeah,
There's some misunderstandings here, so let's try to clarify that. Number one, it was the old historians who would point to the fact, in Professor Morris's terminology, the old historians, what he called not real historians, he called them chroniclers, not real historians. It was the old Israeli historians who denied the centrality of transfer in Zionist thinking. It was then Professor Morris who, contrary to Israel's historian establishment, who said, now you remind me it's 4 pages, but it came at the end of the book. It was
No, it's at the beginning of the book.
transfer.
Yes,
Yeah,
transfer is dealt with in 4 pages
Yeah.
at the beginning
Okay.
of my first book on the Palestinian
okay.
refugee problem.
it's a fault of my memory, but the point still stands. It was Professor Morris who introduced this idea in what you might call a big way.
Yeah, but I didn't say ever. It
okay.
was central to the
Okay,
Zionist, the Zionist
allow me-
experiment
okay,
or
allow-
experience.
allow me-
You're saying centrality.
Okay.
I never said it was central. I said
Okay.
it was there.
Okay.
The idea.
It's by the way, it's okay to respond back and forth. This is great. And also, just a quick question, if I may. You're using quotes from Benny, from Professor Morris. It's also okay to say those quotes do not reflect the
That would
full
be
context
fine.
of the.
That-
So, like, if we go back, to quotes we've said in the past, and you've both here have written, the three of you have written on this topic a lot. Is we should be careful and just admit, like, well, yeah, well, that's
Just
Fine.
real quick, just to be clear, the contention is that Norm is quoting a part and saying that this was the entire reason for this,
Okay.
whereas Benny's saying it's a part of the.
I'm not quoting a part. I'm quoting 25 pages where Professor Morris was at great pains to document the claim that appeared in those early 4 pages of his book. Now, you say it never became part of the official Zionist platform.
Never became part
Okay,
of policy.
Fine.
Not, I know
Fine,
what you're saying, but
Yeah, okay.
it wasn't policy.
We're also asked, well, if this is true, why did that happen? Why did that happen? It's because it's a very simple fact, which everybody understands. Ideology doesn't operate in a vacuum. There are real world practical problems. You can't just take an ideology and superimpose it on a political reality and turn it into a fact. It was the British mandate. There was significant Arab resistance to Zionism. And that resistance was based on the fact, as you said, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. So you couldn't very well expect the Zionist movement to come out in neon lights and announce, hey, we're going to be expelling you the first chance we get. That's not realistic.
Okay,
Now,
let me respond. Look, you've said it a number of times that the Arabs, from fairly early on in the conflict, from the 1890s or the early 1900s, said the Jews intend to expel us. This doesn't mean that it's true. It means that some Arabs said this, maybe believing it was true, maybe using it as a political instrument to gain support to mobilize Arabs against the Zionist experiment. But the fact is, transfer did not occur before 1947. And Arabs later said, and since then, have said that the Jews want to build a third temple on the Temple Mount, as if that's what really the mainstream of Zionism has always wanted and always strived for. But this is nonsense. It's something that Husseini used to use as a way to mobilize masses for the cause, using religion as the way to get them to join him. The fact that Arabs said that the Zionists wanted to dispossess us doesn't mean it's true. It just means that some Arabs thought that, maybe said it sincerely and maybe insincerely.
Professor Morris.
Later, it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is true
Professor
because
Morris,
the Arabs attacked the Jews.
Professor Morris, I read through your stuff. Even yesterday, I was looking through Righteous Victim.
You should read other things. You're wasting your time.
No, actually, no. I do read other things, but I don't consider it a waste of time to read you. Not at all. You say that this wasn't inherent in Zionism. Now, would you all agree that David Ben-Gurion was a Zionist?
A major Zionist leader.
Right. Would you agree Chaim Weizmann was a Zionist?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe they were. I believe they took their ideology seriously. It was the first generation. Just like with the Bolsheviks, the first generation was committed to an idea. By the 1930s, it was just pure realpolitik. The ideology went out the window. The first generation, I have no doubt about their convictions. Okay? They were Zionists. Transfer was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism.
You keep repeating the
Yeah,
same thing.
because I have, as I said, Benny, Mr. Morris, I have a problem reconciling what you're saying. It either was incidental or it was deeply entrenched. Here I read, it's deeply entrenched. Two very resonant words, inevitable and inbuilt.
Deeply entrenched, I never wrote.
Well, I'm not
That's
sure.
It's something you just invented.
Okay.
But
In
it was
inevitable
there.
and inbuilt.
The idea
Okay.
of let me concede.
Fine,
Let me concede
fine.
something.
No.
The idea of transfer was there. Israel Zangwill, a British Zionist, talked about it early on in the century. Even Herzl, in some way, talked about transferring population.
According to your 25 pages, everybody talked
Well,
about
that's we keep bringing up this line from the 25 pages and the 4 pages. We're lucky to have Benny in front of us right now. We don't need to go to the quotes. We can legitimately ask, how central is expulsion to Zionism in its early version of Zionism, in whatever Zionism is today, and how much power, influence does Zionism and ideology have in Israel, and influence the philosophy, the ideology of Zionism have on Israel today?
The Zionist movement up to 1948, Zionist ideology was central to the whole Zionist experience, the whole enterprise up to 1948. And I think Zionist ideology was also important in the first decades of Israel's existence. Slowly, the hold of Zionism, if you like Bolshevism held the Soviet Union, gradually faded. And a lot of Israelis today think in terms of individual success and then the capitalism and all sorts of things which have nothing to do with Zionism. But Zionism was very important. But what I'm saying is that the idea of transfer wasn't the core of Zionism. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jews who had been vastly persecuted in Eastern Europe and, incidentally, in the Arab world, the Muslim world, for centuries, and eventually ending up with the Holocaust. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jewish people by establishing a state or re-establishing a Jewish state on the ancient Jewish homeland, which is something the Arabs today even deny, that there were Jews in Palestine or the land of Israel 2,000 years ago. Arafat famously said, what temple was there on Temple Mount? Maybe it was in Nablus, which of course is nonsense. But they had a strong connection for thousands of years to the land to which they wanted to return, and returned there. They found that on the land lived hundreds of thousands of Arabs, and the question was how to accommodate the vision of a Jewish state in Palestine alongside the existence of these Arab masses living on, who were indigenous, in fact, to the land by that stage. And the idea of partition, because they couldn't live together, because the Arabs didn't want to live together with the Jews. And I think the Jews also didn't want to live together in one state with Arabs in general. The idea of partition was the thing which the Zionists accepted. Okay, we can only get a small part of Palestine. The Arabs will get in 1937 most of Palestine. In 1947, the ratios were changed. But we can live side by side with each other in a partitioned Palestine. And this was the essence of it. The idea of transfer it was there, but it was never adopted as policy. But in 1947-48, the Arabs attacked, trying to destroy essentially the Zionist enterprise and the emergent Jewish state. And the reaction was transfer in some way, not as policy, but this is what happened on the battlefield. And this is also what Ben-Gurion at some point began to want as well.
Right.
Well, one of the first books on this issue I read when I was still in high school, because my late father had it, was the Diaries of Theodor Herzl. And I think, Theodor Herzl, of course, was the founder of the contemporary Zionist movement. And I think if you read that, it's very clear. For Herzl, the model upon which the Zionist movement would proceed, his model was Cecil Rhodes. I think, Rhodes, from what I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, has quite a prominent place in Herzl's diaries. I think Herzl was also corresponding with him and seeking his support. Cecil Rhodes, of course, was the British colonialist after whom the former white minority regime in Rhodesia was named. And Herzl also says explicitly in his diaries that it is essential to remove the existing population from Palestine.
Can I respond to this?
In a moment, please. He says we shall have to spirit the penniless population across the borders and procure employment for them elsewhere or something. And Israel Zangwill, who you mentioned, a land without a people for a people without a land. They knew damn well it wasn't a land without a people. I'll continue, but please go ahead.
Just to this. There is one small diary entry in Herzl's vast
it's 5
diary.
volumes.
Yeah, 5 volumes. There's one paragraph which actually mentions the idea of transfer. There are people who think that Herzl was actually pointing to South America when he was talking about that. The Jews were going to move to Argentina, and then they would try and buy out or buy off or spirit the penniless natives to make way for Jewish settlement. Maybe he wasn't even talking about the Arabs in that particular passage. That's the argument of some people. Maybe he was, but the point is, it has only a 1/100th of a 1% of the diary which is devoted to this subject. It's not a central idea
I'll
in
defer.
Herzl's thinking. What Herzl wanted, and this is what's important, not Rhodes. I don't think he was the model. Herzl wanted to create a liberal, democratic, Western state in Palestine for the Jews. That was the idea. Not some imperial enterprise serving some imperial master, which is what Rhodes was about, but to have a Jewish state which was modeled on the Western democracies in Palestine. And this, incidentally, was more or less what Weizmann and Ben-Gurion wanted. Ben-Gurion was more of a socialist. Weizmann was more of a liberal a Westerner, but they wanted to establish a social democratic or liberal state in Palestine. And they both envisioned through most of the years of their activity that there would be an Arab minority in that Jewish state. It's true that Ben-Gurion strived to have as small as possible an Arab minority in the Jewish state, because he knew that if you want a Jewish majority state, that would be necessary. But it's not something which they were willing to translate into actual policy.
Just a quick pause to mention that for people who are not familiar, Theodor Herzl, we're talking about over a century ago. And everything we've been talking about has been mostly 1948 and before.
Yes. Just one clarification on Herzl's diaries. I mean, the other thing that I recall from those diaries is he was very preoccupied with, in fact, getting great power patronage, seeing Palestine, the Jewish state in Palestine, I think his words, an outpost of civilization against barbarism.
Yes.
In other words, very much seeing his project as a proxy for Western imperialism in the Middle East.
Right word. Not proxy. He wanted to establish a Jewish state which would be independent. To get that, he hoped that he would be able to garner support from major imperial powers,
including the Ottoman Sultan, who he tried to cultivate. I just want to respond to a point you made earlier, which was that people expressed their rejection of the partition resolution on the grounds that it gave the majority of Palestine to the Jewish community, which formed only a third. Whereas, in fact, if I understood you correctly, you're saying the Palestinians and the Arabs would have rejected any partition resolution.
Yeah.
I think
a couple things. That one, they would have rejected any. Two, a lot of that land given was in the Negev. It was pretty terrible land at the time. And then three, the land that would have been partitioned to Jews, I think would have been, I think I saw it was like 500,000 it would have been 500,000 Jews, 400,000 Arabs, and I think like 80,000 Bedouin would have been there. So the state would have been divided pretty close.
I think you raise a valid point, because I think the Palestinians did reject the partition of their homeland in principle. And I think the fact that the United Nations General Assembly then awarded the majority of their homeland to the Zionist movement only added insult to injury. I mean, one doesn't have to sympathize with the Palestinians to recognize that they have now been a stateless people for 75 years. Can you name any country, yours, for example, or yours, that would be prepared to give 55%, 25%, 10% of your country to the Palestinians? Of course not. And so the issue was not the existence of Jews in Palestine. They had been there for centuries. And of course, they had ties to Palestine and particularly to Jerusalem and other places going back centuries, if not millennia. But the idea of establishing an exclusively Jewish state at the expense of those who are already living there, I think it was right to reject that. And I don't think we can look back now, 75 years later, and say, well, you should have accepted losing 55% of your homeland because you ended up losing 78% of it, and the remaining 22% was occupied in 1967. That's not how things work.
Yeah.
And I can imagine an American rejecting giving 10% of the United States to the Palestinians, and if that rejection leads to war and you lose half your country, I doubt that 50 years from now you're going to say, well, maybe I should have accepted that.
Sure. So I like this answer more than what I usually feel like I'm hearing when it comes to the Palestinian rejection of the 47 partition plan. Because sometimes I feel like a weird switch happens to where the Arabs in the area are actually presented as entirely pragmatic people who are simply doing a calculation and saying like, well, we're losing 55% of our land. Jews are only maybe 1/3 of the people here. And we've got 45. And the math doesn't work, basically. But it wasn't a math problem. I think, like you said,
it was a matter of principle.
It was an ideology problem.
No, it was a matter of principle.
Yeah, ideologically driven. That they, as a people, have a right to or are entitled to this land that they've never actually had an independent state on, that they've never had even a guarantee of an independent state on, that they've never actually ruled or governed on their own.
That last point is actually not correct because, for all its injustice, the mandate system recognized Palestine as a Class A mandate, which provisionally recognized the independence of that territory.
Of what would emerge from that territory, but not of the Palestinian.
It was provisionally recognized.
But the territory itself was, but not of the Palestinian people to have a right or a guarantee to a government that would emerge from it.
It was a British mandate of Palestine, not the British mandate of Israel.
The word exclusive, which you keep using, is nonsense. The state which Ben-Gurion envisioned would be a Jewish majority state. As they accepted the 1947 partition resolution, as Stephen said, that included 400,000 plus Arabs in a state which would have 500,000 Jews. So the idea of exclusivity wasn't anywhere in the air at all among the Zionist leaders in 47, 48. They wanted a Jewish majority state, but were willing to accept a state which had 40% Arabs. That's one point. The second thing is the Palestinians may have regarded the land of Palestine as their homeland, but so did the Jews. It was the homeland of the Jews as well. The problem was the Arabs were unable and remain to this day unable to recognize that for the Jews, that is their homeland as well. And the problem then is, how do you share this homeland? Either with one binational state or separate this, partitioned into two states. The problem is that the Arabs have always rejected both of these ideas. The homeland belongs to the Jews, as Jews feel, as much as it does, if not more, than for the Arabs.
Jews.
I would say for the Jews. It's the Jewish people's
I would also,
homeland.
Real quick, I just want for both of you guys, because I haven't heard these questions answered. I really want these questions to be, I'm just so curious how to make sense of them. It was correctly brought up that I believe that Ben-Gurion had, I think Shlomo Ben-Ami describes it as an obsession with getting validation or support from Western states. Great Britain, and then a couple decades later, it becomes
explains the Suez War, the Suez crisis.
Exactly, correct. That was one of the major motivators, the idea to work with Britain and France on a military operation
Imperial
against Arabs.
stooge.
But then the question again I go back to, if that is true, if Ben-Gurion, if the early Israel saw themselves as a Western fashion nation, how could we possibly imagine that they would have engaged in the transfer of some 400,000 Arabs after accepting the partition plan? Would that not have completely and totally destroyed their legitimacy in the eyes of the entire Western world? Would there not have been? How not?
Well, first of all, I think that the Zionist leadership's acceptance of the partition resolution, and I think you may have written about this, that they accepted it because it provided international endorsement of the legitimacy of the principle of Jewish statehood. And they didn't accept the borders. And in fact, later expanded the borders. Second of all,
No, they did
The borders
they did
were
accept the
expanded in
borders.
war.
They accepted the UN partition resolution, borders and all.
They
That's how they
accepted- they
accepted
accepted
it. You
the-
can say that some of the Zionists, deep in their hearts, had the idea that maybe
well,
at some
in-
point
including
they
their
would
most,
be able to get
yeah,
more.
including
But
their
they
most senior
accepted-
leaders who said
Yes,
so,
but
and
they
I think you've
accepted-
quoted them
but
as saying
they
so.
grudgingly accepted what the United Nations,
yes.
the world community,
Yes.
had said. This is what you're
Yes.
going to get.
And second of all, I mean, removing darker
Dark.
people,
Jews are as dark.
it's
In
intrinsic.
Israel-
It's
in Israel,
intrinsic.
Jews are as dark as
it's,
Arabs.
It's intrinsic to
nonsense.
Western history. So the idea that Americans or Brits or the French would have an issue with, I mean, French had been doing it in Algeria for decades. The Americans have been doing it in North America for centuries. So how would Israel forcibly displacing Palestinians somehow besmirch Israel in the eyes of the West?
Even in the 1944 resolution of the Labor Party, and at the time, even Bertrand Russell was a member of the Labor Party, it endorsed transfer of Arabs out of Palestine. As Muin's pointed out, that was a deeply entrenched idea in Western thinking that there was nothing, it doesn't in any way contradict or violate or breach any moral values to displace the Palestinian population. Now, I do believe there's a legitimate question. Had it been the case, as you said, Professor Morris, that the Zionists wanted to create a happy state with a Jewish majority, but a large Jewish minority, and if by virtue of immigration, like in our own country, given the current trajectories, non-whites will become the majority population in the United States quite soon. And according to democratic principles, we have to accept that. So if that were the case, I would say maybe there's an argument that had there been mass Jewish immigration, changed the demographic balance in Palestine, and therefore Jews became the majority. You can make an argument in the abstract that the indigenous Arab population should have been accepting of that, just as whites in the United States, quote unquote whites, have to be accepting of the fact that the demographic majority is shifting to non-whites in our own country. But that's not what Zionism was about. I did write my doctoral dissertation on Zionism, and I don't want to get now bogged down in abstract ideas. But as I suspect you know, most theorists of nationalism say there are two kinds of nationalism. One is a nationalism based on citizenship. You become a citizen, you're integral to the country. That's sometimes called political nationalism. And then there's another kind of nationalism, and that says the state should not belong to its citizens, it should belong to an ethnic group. Each ethnic group should have its own state. It's usually called the German Romantic idea of nationalism. Zionism is squarely in the German Romantic idea. That was the whole point of Zionism. We don't want to be Bundists and be one more ethnic minority in Russia. We don't want to become citizens and just become a Jewish people in England or France. We want our own state.
Like the Arabs of 23 states.
No, wait. Before we get to the Arabs, let's stick to the Jews for a moment, or the Zionists. We want our own state, and in that concept of wanting your own state, the minority at best lives on sufferance, and at worst gets expelled. That's the logic of the German Romantic Zionist idea of a state. That's why they're Zionists. Now, I personally have shied away from using the word Zionism ever since I finished my doctoral dissertation. Because
Was that painful?
because, as I said, I don't believe it's the operative ideology today. It's like talking about Bolshevism and referring to Khrushchev. I doubt Khrushchev could have spelled Bolshevik. But for the period we're talking about, they were Zionists. They were committed to their exclusive state with a minority living on sufferance or, at worst, expelled. That was their ideology. And I really feel there's a problem with your happy vision of these Western Democrats like Weizmann, and they wanted to live peacefully with the Arabs. Weizmann described the expulsion in 1948 as, quote, the miraculous clearing of the land. That doesn't sound like somebody shedding too many tears at the loss of the indigenous population.
Let me just respond to the word
you're
on
the-
Let him
unsufferance.
respond to
The
Okay.
unsufferance I don't agree with. I think that's wrong. The Jewish state came into being in 1948. It had a population which was 20% Arab when it came into being after Arab refugees. Many of them had become refugees, but 20% remained in the country. 20% of Israel's population at inception in 1949 was Arab.
80% went missing.
No. I was talking about what remained in Palestine, Israel, after it was created. The 20% who lived in Israel received citizenship and all the rights of Israelis, except, of course, the right to serve in the army, which they didn't want to. They have Supreme Court justices. They have Knesset members. They enjoyed
they lived
basically
under emergency laws until 1966.
for a period. Sure, they lived under
So
emergency.
they didn't immediately have citizenship?
No. Wait a
This
second.
is just fantasy.
At the beginning, it's not fantasy. At the beginning, they received citizenship, could vote in elections for their own people, and they were put into parliament. But in the first years, the Israeli, the Jewish majority suspected that maybe the Arabs would be disloyal because they had just tried to destroy the Jewish state. Then they dropped the military government and they became fully equal citizens. So if the whole idea was they must have a state without Arabs, this didn't happen in 49, and it didn't happen in the
Then why did you
decades.
say, Professor Morris?
Yes.
Then why did you say without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established?
Because you're missing the first section of that paragraph, which was they were being assaulted by the Arabs. And as a result, a Jewish state could not have come into being unless there had also been an expulsion of the population which was trying to kill them.
Norm, I'm officially forbidding you referencing that again.
I think-
Hold on a second, wait. We responded to it. So the main point you're making, we have to take Benny at his word, is like there was a war, and that's the reason why he made that statement.
I think just one last point on this. I remember reading your book when it first came out, and reading, one incident after the other, and one example after the other, and then getting to the conclusion where you said the Nakba was a product of war, not design. I think were your exact. And I remember reacting almost in shock to that I felt you had mobilized overwhelming evidence that it was a product of design, not war. And I think our discussion today very much reflects, let's say, the dissonance between the evidence and the conclusion. You don't feel that the research that you have conducted and published demonstrates that it was in fact inherent and inbuilt and inevitable. And I think the point that Norm and I are making is that your own historical research, together with that of others, indisputably demonstrates that it does. I think that's a fundamental disagreement we're having here.
Can I actually respond to that? Because this is actually, I think this is emblematic of the entire conversation. I watched a lot of Norm's interviews and conversations in preparation for this, and I hear Norm will say this all over and over and over again. I only deal in facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And that seems to be the case, except for when the facts are completely and totally contrary to the particular point you're trying to push. The idea that Jews would have out of hand rejected any state that had Arabs on it or always had a plan of expulsion is just betrayed by the acceptance of the 47 partition
I don't think you understand politics. Did I just say that there is a chasm that separates your ideology from the limits and constraints imposed by politics and reality? Now, Professor Morris, I suspect, would agree that the Zionist movement from fairly early on was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. I am aware of only one major study, probably written 40 years ago, the binational idea in mandatory Palestine by a woman. I forgot her name now. You'll remember her.
I'm trying to.
Yeah. Okay. But you know the book.
I think so.
Yeah. She is the only one who tried to persuasively argue that the Zionist movement was actually, not formally, actually committed to the binational idea. But most historians of the subject agree the Zionist movement was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. Having written my doctoral dissertation on the topic, I was confirmed in that idea because Professor Chomsky, who was my closest friend for about 40 years, was very committed to the idea that binationalism was the dominant trend in Zionism. I couldn't go with him there. But Professor Morris, you are aware that until the Biltmore Resolution in 1942, the Zionist movement never declared it was for a Jewish state. Why? Because it was politically impossible at the moment until 1942. There is your ideology, there are your convictions, there are your operative plans, and there's also separately what you say in public. The Zionist movement couldn't say in public, we're expelling all the Arabs. They can't say that. And they couldn't even say we support a Jewish state until 1942.
You're conflating two things. The Zionists wanted a Jewish state,
Yes.
correct? That didn't mean
mean mass
expulsion
expulsion,
of the
that's what I'm
Arabs.
saying, yeah.
It's not the same thing. They wanted a Jewish state with a Jewish majority, but they were willing, as it turned out, both in 37 and in 47, and subsequently, to have an Arab minority, a large Arab minority.
There was a transfer.
They were willing to have a large Arab minority
come
in the
on.
country, and they ended up with a large Arab minority in the country. 20% of the
They
population
ended
in
up-
49
they
was
ended
Arab,
up-
and it still is.
They ended up for
21%.
about 5 minutes before they were expelled. They agreed to it up until 47, and then they were gone by March 1949.
gone.
What happened in between the rejection of the partition plan and the expulsion of the Arabs?
The Arabs launched the war.
Well, yeah. Well, I
That's
mean,
the
like,
point.
it wasn't random. Like, there's a potential
I
that
agree, it
even
wasn't random.
there was-
I totally agree with that.
Yeah,
it
but
was by design.
you can
It
say
wasn't
that.
random.
You can say that, but in this case, the facts betray you. There was no Arab acceptance of anything that would have allowed for a Jewish state to exist.
Of course
Number
not.
one, and number two, I think that it's entirely possible, given how things happen after war, that this exact same conflict could have played out, and an expulsion would have happened without any ideology at play. That there was a people that disagreed on who had territorial rights to a land. There was a massive war afterwards, and then a bunch of their friends invaded after to reinforce the idea that the Jewish people in this case couldn't have a state. There could have been a transfer regardless.
Anything could have been, but that's not what history is about.
History is about Palestinian rejectionism to
okay.
any peace deal
As I
over
said,
and over and
as
over
I
again.
said, when the ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations, they were faced with a practical problem. And I, for one, am not going to try to adjudicate the rights and wrongs from the beginning. I do not believe that if territorial displacement and dispossession was inherent in the Zionist project, I do not believe it can be a legitimate political enterprise. Now, you might say that's speaking from 2022 or 2020. Where are we
Four
now?
now, I think.
Okay. But we have to recognize that from nearly the beginning, for perfectly obvious reasons, having nothing to do with anti-Semitism, anti-Westernism, anti-Europeanism, but because no people that I am aware of would voluntarily cede its country.
Except for all the people that sold land voluntarily.
You can perfectly understand Native American resistance to Euro-colonialism. You can perfectly well understand it without any anti-Europeanism, anti-whiteism, anti-Christianism. They didn't want to cede their country to invaders.
I think
That's completely understandable.
You're minimizing the anti-Semitic element
You
in
minimized it.
Arab
In
nationalism.
all your books, you minimized.
No. The Husseini was an anti-Semite. The leader of the Palestinian national movement in the 30s and 40s was an anti-Semite. This was one of the things which drove him, and also drove him in the end to work in Berlin for Hitler for 4 years, with giving Nazi propaganda to the Arab world, calling on the Arabs to murder the Jews. That's what he did in World War II. That's the leader of the Palestinian Arab national movement.
Why is it?
And he wasn't alone. He wasn't alone.
Professor
He
Morris,
wasn't.
why is it that if you read your book, Righteous Victims, you can read it and read it and read it and read it, as I have, you will find barely a word about the Arabs being motivated by anti-Semitism.
It exists, though.
Even I didn't say it doesn't exist.
You
Of course-
agree that it exists.
Hey, I don't know a single non-Jew who doesn't harbor anti-Semitic
We're talking about
sentiment.
Arabs now.
Yeah, but I don't know anybody. That's just part of the human condition. Just that-
Anti-Semitism.
Yes, I do,
Husseini
I
was
do.
an
I-
ordinary
And among the
anti-Semite.
Arabs.
So, Professor Morris, here's my problem. I didn't see that in your Righteous Victims. Even when you talked about the first Intifada, and you talked about the second Intifada, and you talked about how there was a lot of influence by Hamas, the Islamic movement. You even stated that there was a lot of anti-Semitism in those movements. But then you went on to say, but of course, at bottom, it was about the occupation. It wasn't about, and I've read it.
Yeah, but you're moving from different,
No,
different
I'm not moving.
ages, across
I'm
the
talking
ages.
about your whole book.
The
Your
occupation
whole book.
began in
I
67, the one
I
you're
looked-
talking about.
I looked and looked and looked for evidence of this anti-Semitism as being a chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. I didn't see it.
You like
Did he
the?
make that claim?
I don't remember the word chief.
Yeah.
It's one of the elements.
Like very binary
It's one of
thinking
the
when it comes
elements.
to like,
Binary.
analyzing. Yes, binary.
Please don't give me this postmodernism binary. You're the
No, but
one.
you are thinking in terms
You're
of black
the one
and white.
that said
He's
the
got- no,
chief
Stephen has a
motor.
point.
Do you have your book
You
here?
do talk about
page
black and-
137.
You talk in black and
Excuse me,
white.
page 37.
You're talking in black and white concepts when history is much grayer. Lots of things happen because of lots of reasons, not one or the other. And you don't seem to see that.
Can I ask you a question? Because it's for them to talk to. Just a very quick question. What do you think the ideal solution was on the Arab side from 47? What would they have preferred?
Well,
and what would
they
have
were
happened
explicit.
and then the second one, what would have happened if Jews would have lost the war in 48? What do you think would have happened to the Israeli population, or Jewish population?
I think the Palestinians and the Arabs were explicit that they wanted a unitary, I think, federal state, and they made their submissions to UNSCOP. They made their appeals at the UN General Assembly.
What do you mean by unitary and federal? I don't get that. They wanted an Arab state. They wanted Palestine to be an Arab state.
Yes,
Put
yes.
it simply.
But I
Without
think-
the word unitary, federal, they wanted Palestine
Yes, but
as
I
an
think-
Arab and exclusively Arab state.
No, it wasn't
That's what they wanted.
it wasn't an exclusively Arab state. I think we have to distinguish between Palestinian and Arab opposition to a Jewish state in Palestine on the one hand, and Palestinian and Arab attitudes to Jewish existence in Palestine. And there's a fundamental
Well,
difference.
Husseini, the leader of the movement, said that all the Jews who had come since 1917, and that's the majority of the Jews in Palestine in 1947,
Yes.
shouldn't be there.
Well, he
They
did say
shouldn't be citizens and they shouldn't be there.
He did-
PLO
he did
Charter
say
said
that.
in 64.
Yes, they
I'm
said
not
the same.
denying
Yes,
it.
the
Of
PLO
course.
also said
It's
that.
true. I
Yes.
can understand the sentiment, but I think it's wrong.
But also,
can
you guys
understand
are the
that.
ones.
we agree
you
on
guys,
this. I also think
I
it's
wanna
and just
answer
because you
your
guys earlier,
question.
because you
I
used the
wanna-
words earlier that it was supremacy and exclusivity that the
Well,
Zionist
I
state
want to
was built
answer
on,
your
but-
question. As you Husseini did say that, and I'm sure there was a very substantial body of Palestinian Arab public opinion that endorsed that. But by the same token, I think a unitary Arab state, as you call it, or a Palestinian state, could have been established with arrangements, with guarantees, to ensure the security and rights of both communities. How that would work in detail had been discussed and proposed, but never resolved. And again, I think Jewish fears about what would
a
have
second
happened.
Holocaust. That's what we're
Well,
talking
no,
about.
I think
that was the Jewish fear. A second
that-
Holocaust.
that may well have been the Jewish fear.
Yeah.
It was an unfounded Jewish fear.
It was unfounded?
Of course, it was unfounded.
What about like in
Well,
48 and 56
you
and
really
67?
think that the Palestinians, had they won the war, were going to import ovens and crematoria
I don't know if it
from
would have been
Germany
that bad,
and
but there were
burn- no,
programs
that's-
across in almost every single Arab state where there were Jews living after 48, after
Mm-hmm.
56, after 67. There were always pogroms. There were always flights from Jews from those countries to Israel
There- there-
afterwards.
there
I don't
were
think it would be.
I wouldn't say there were always pogroms in every Arab state. I think there was flight of Arab Jews for multiple reasons. In some cases, for precisely the reasons you say. If you look at the Jewish community in Algeria, for example, their flight had virtually nothing to do with the Arab-Israeli conflict. The issue of Algerian Jews was that the French gave them citizenship during their colonial rule of Algeria, and they increasingly became identified with French rule. And when Algeria became independent, and all the French ended up leaving out of fear or out of disappointment or out of whatever, the Jews were identified as French rather than
But
Algerian.
this is a bit of a red herring. There were pogroms in the Arab countries, in Bahrain even, where there's almost no Jews. There was a pogrom in 1947. There was a pogrom in Aleppo in 1947.
I'm not denying
There were,
any of that history.
Killings of Jews in Iraq and Egypt
I'm not
in
deni-
1948, 49.
I'm not denying any-
But the Jews basically fled the Arab states not for multiple reasons. They fled because they felt that the governments there and the societies amid which they had lived for hundreds of years no longer wanted them.
Look, without getting into the details, I think we can both agree that ultimately a clear majority of Arab Jews who believed that after having lived in these countries for
Way
centuries,
before the Arabs arrived there.
for centuries,
Way
if,
before the
for
Arabs
centuries,
arrived in Iraq.
for centuries, if not millennia, came to the unfortunate conclusion that their situation had become untenable.
Yes.
I also think that we can both agree that this had never been an issue prior to Zionism and
This
the
isn't
emergence of
true.
the
There were
state of Israel.
pogroms prior to
Look,
Zionism.
I'm not.
Pogroms didn't begin with Zionism in the Arab world.
The issue is the point I raised, which is whether these communities had ever come to a collective conclusion that their position had become untenable in this part of the world. No, they were Arab Jews.
Well, because untenable meant there was no alternative. But with the creation of Israel, there was an alternative, right? A place where they could go and not be discriminated against or live as second-class citizens or be subject to Arab majority states. I also think it's interesting that, like, when you analyze the flight of Jewish people, and I've seen this, that it wasn't just, I agree with you, it wasn't just a mass expulsion from all the Arab states. There were definitely push factors. There were also pull factors. Now, I don't know how you guys feel about the Nakba, but when the analysis of the Nakba comes in, again, it's back to that, well, that was actually just a top-down expulsion. The retreat of wealthy Arab people in the 30s didn't matter. Any of the messaging from the surrounding Arab states didn't matter. It was just an expulsion from Jewish people or people running from their lives from Jewish massacres. Again, it's like that. I feel like it's that selective. It's a selective critical analysis
the
of the
term Jewish here, because it wasn't the Jews of England or the Soviet
Sure.
Jews.
Well, I say
or
Jewish
the-
because prior to 48,
I
saying
thi-
Israeli, the Yishuv, I guess,
I
or
think
whatever.
I think we should.
I wonder if
It's useful to say refer to Zionists before 1948 and Israelis after 48. We don't need to implicate
Well, sure, but
Jews
the
elsewhere.
Jewish people that were being attacked in Arab states weren't Zionists; they were just Jews living
allow
there,
me to
right?
just comment on that. I was rereading Shlomo Ben Ami's last book, and he does at the end discuss at some length the whole issue of the refugee question, bearing on the so-called peace process. And on the question of 48 and the Arab emigration, if you allow me, let me just quote him. Israel is particularly fond of the awkwardly false symmetry she makes between the Palestinian refugee crisis and the forced emigration of 600,000 Jews from Arab countries following the creation of the State of Israel, as if it were, quote, an unplanned exchange of populations, unquote. And then Mr. Ben Ami, for those of you who are listening, he was Israel's former foreign minister, and he's an influential historian in his own right. He says, in fact, envoys from the Mossad and the Jewish Agency worked underground in Arab countries and Iran to encourage Jews to go to Israel. More importantly, for many Jews in Arab states, the very possibility of emigrating to Israel was the culmination of millennial aspirations. It represented the consummation of a dream to take part in Israel's resurgence as a nation. So, this idea that they were all expelled after 1948, that's one area, Professor Morris, I defer to expertise. That's one of my credos in life. I don't know the Israeli literature, but as it's been translated in English, there is very little solid scholarship on what happened in 1948 in the Arab countries and which caused the Jews to leave.
Arab Jews.
Arab Jews, right. But Shlomo Ben Ami knows the literature. He knows the scholarship.
He
He's
also
a
comes
historian.
from Tangiers.
Yeah,
He's from
so-
Morocco.
right. So
You have
he
Abi
knows this.
Schleim from Iraq
And-
has written on this issue.
And they
as
wrote
well.
that the Jews in the Arab lands were not pro-Zionist. They weren't Zionists at all. So certainly Avi Schleim's family was anti-Zionist.
And Avi Schleim, when he was interviewed by Meron Rappaport on this question, he said, you simply cannot say that the Iraqi Jews were expelled. It's just not true. And he was speaking as an Iraqi Jew who left with his family in 1948.
They were pushed
So-
out. They weren't expelled.
Well,
That's probably the right phrase.
I
They
think
were
it's
pushed
I
out.
think it's more complex than that. I think it was. Sorry, I interrupted
no,
you.
you're not interrupting me because I don't know. I only know what's been translated into English, and the English literature on the subject is very small and not scholarly. Now, there may be a Hebrew literature, I don't know. But I was surprised that even Shlomo Ben Ami, a stalwart of his state, fair enough, on this particular point, he called it false symmetry.
No, Stephen is right. There was a pull and a push mechanism in the departure of the Jews from the Arab lands post-48. But there was also a lot of push. A lot of push.
That's indisputable.
Okay,
There was
that's- that's-
And on
what
the
Stephen
point
was
of
saying.
agreement, on this one brief light of agreement, let us wrap up with this topic of history and move on to modern day. But before that, I'm wondering if we can just say a couple of last words on this topic. Stephen?
Yeah, I think that when you look at the behaviors of both parties in the time period around 48, or especially 48 and earlier, there's this assumption that there was this huge built-in mechanism of Zionism and that it was going to be inevitable from the inception of the first Zionist thought, I guess, that appeared in Herzl's mind, that there would be a mass violent population transfer of Arab Palestinians out of what would become the Israeli state. I understand that there are some quotes that we can find that maybe seem to possibly support an idea that looks close to that. But I think when you actually consult the record of what happened, when you look at the populations, the massive populations that Israel was willing to accept within what would become their state borders, their nation borders, I just don't think that the historical record agrees with the idea that Zionists would have just never been okay living alongside Arab Palestinians. But when you look at the other side, Arabs would out of hand reject literally any deal that apportioned any amount of that land for any state relating to Jewish people or the Israeli people. I think it was said even on the other end of the table that Arab Palestinians would have never accepted, the Arabs would have never accepted any Jewish state whatsoever. So it's interesting that on the ideology part, where it's claimed that Zionists are people of exclusion and supremacy and expulsion, we can find that in diary entries, but we can find that expressed in very real terms on the Arab side, I think, in all of their behavior around 48 and earlier, where the goal was the destruction of the Israeli state. It would have been the dispossession of many Jewish people. It probably would have been the expulsion of a lot of them back to Europe. And I think that very clearly plays out in the difference between the actions of the Arabs versus some diary entries of some Jewish leaders.
Benny?
Well, one thing which stood out, and I think Mouin made this point, is that the Arabs had nothing to do with the Holocaust, but then the world community forced the Arabs to pay the price for the Holocaust. That's the traditional Arab argument. This is slightly distorting the reality. The Arabs in the 1930s did their utmost to prevent Jewish immigration from Europe and reaching Palestine, which was the only safe haven available, because America, Britain, France, nobody wanted Jews anywhere, and they were being persecuted in Central Europe and eventually would be massacred in large numbers. So the Arab effort to pressure the British to prevent Jews reaching Palestine's safe shores contributed indirectly to the slaughter of many Jews in Europe, because they couldn't get to anywhere and they couldn't get to Palestine because the Arabs were busy attacking Jews in Palestine and attacking the British to make sure they didn't allow Jews to reach this safe haven. That's important. The second thing is, of course, there's no point in belittling the fact that the Palestinian Arab National Movement's leader, Husseini, worked for the Nazis in the 1940s. He got a salary from the German Foreign Ministry. He raised troops among Muslims in Bosnia for the SS, and he broadcast to the Arab world calling for the murder of the Jews in the Middle East. This is what he did. And the Arabs since then have been trying to whitewash Husseini's role. I'm not saying he was the instigator of the Holocaust, but he helped the Germans along in doing what they were doing, and supported them in doing that. So this can't be removed from the fact that the Arabs, as you say, paid a price for the Holocaust, but they also participated in various ways in helping it happen.
Right.
I'll make 2 points. The first is you mentioned Haj Amin al-Husseini and his collaboration with the Nazis. Entirely legitimate point to raise, but I think one can also say definitively, had Haj Amin al-Husseini never existed, the Holocaust would have played out precisely
Certainly.
As it did.
Certainly.
As far as Palestinian opposition to Jewish immigration to Palestine during the 1930s is concerned, it was of a different character than, for example, British and American rejection of Jewish immigration. They just didn't want Jews on their soil.
But objectively, it helped the Germans kill the Jews.
In the Palestinian case, their opposition to Jewish immigration was to prevent the transformation of their homeland into a Jewish state that would dispossess them. And I think that's an important distinction to make. The other point I wanted to make is we've spent the past several hours talking about Zionism, transfer, and so on. But I think there's a more fundamental aspect to this, which is that Zionism, I think, would have emerged and disappeared as yet one more utopian political project had it not been for the British. What the preeminent Palestinian historian Walid Khalidi has termed the British Shield. Because I think without the British sponsorship, we wouldn't be having this discussion today. The British sponsored Zionism for a very simple reason, which is that during World War I, the Ottoman armies attempted to march on the Suez Canal. Suez Canal was the jugular vein of the British Empire, between Europe and India. And the British came to the conclusion that they needed to secure the Suez Canal from any threat. And as the British have done so often in so many places, How do you deal with this? Well, you bring in a foreign minority, implant them amongst a hostile population, and establish a protectorate over them. I don't think a Jewish state in Palestine had been part of British intentions. And the Balfour Declaration very specifically speaks about a Jewish national home in Palestine. In other words, a British protectorate. Things ended up taking a different course. And I think the most important development was World War II. And I think this had maybe less to do with the Holocaust and more to do with the effective bankruptcy of the United Kingdom during that war and its inability to sustain its global empire. It ended up giving up India, ended up giving up Palestine. And it's in that context, I think, that we need to see the emergence of a Jewish state in Palestine. And again, a Jewish state means a state in which the Jewish community enjoys not only a demographic majority, but an uncontestable demographic majority, an uncontestable territorial hegemony, and an uncontestable political supremacy. And that is also why, after 1948, the nascent Israeli state confiscated, I believe, up to 90% of lands that had been previously owned by Palestinians who became citizens of Israel. It is why the new Israeli state imposed a military government on its population of Palestinian citizens between 1948 and 1966. It is why the Israeli state effectively reduced the Palestinians living within the Israeli state as citizens of the Israeli state to second-class citizens, on the one hand promoting Jewish nationalism and Jewish nationalist parties, on the other hand doing everything within its power to suppress and eliminate Palestinian or Arab nationalist movements. And that's why today there's a consensus among all major human rights organizations that Israel is an apartheid state. What the Israeli Human Rights Organization B'Tselem describes a regime of Jewish supremacy between the river and the sea.
You're really tempting a response from the other side on the last few sentences. And we'll talk about the claims of apartheid and so on. It's a fascinating discussion. We need to have it. Norm?
On the question of the responsibility of the Palestinian Arabs for the Nazi Holocaust, direct or indirect, I consider that an absurd claim. As Gromyko said, and I quoted him, the entire Western world turned its back on the Jews. To somehow focus on the Palestinians strikes me as completely ridiculous. Number two, as Mouin said, there's a perfectly understandable reason why Palestinian Arabs wouldn't want Jews, because in their minds, and not irrationally, these Jews intended to create a Jewish state which would quite likely have resulted in their expulsion. I'm a very generous person. I've actually taken in a homeless person for 2.5 years. But if I knew in advance that that homeless person was going to try to turn me out of my apartment, I would think 10,000 times before I took him in. Okay? As far as the actual complicity of the Palestinian Arabs, if you look at Raoul Hilberg's 3-volume classic work, The Destruction of the European Jewry, he has in those 1,000+ pages one sentence on the role of the Mufti of Jerusalem. And that, I think, is probably an overstatement, but we'll leave it aside. The only 2 points I would make aside from the Holocaust point is, number one, I do think the transfer discussion is useful because it indicates that there was a rational reason behind the Arab resistance to Jewish or Zionist immigration to Palestine. The fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. And number two, there are two issues. One is the history, and the second is being responsible for your words. Now, some people accuse me of speaking very slowly, and they're advised on YouTube to turn up the speed twice to 3 times whenever I'm on. One of the reasons I speak slowly is because I attach value to every word I say. And it is discomforting, disorienting, where you have a person who's produced a voluminous corpus, rich in insights and rich in archival sources, who seems to disown each and every word that you pluck from that corpus by claiming that it's either out of context or it's cherry picking. Words count. And I agree with Lex. Everybody has the right to rescind what they've said in the past. But what you cannot claim is that you didn't say what you said.
I'll stick to the history, not the current propaganda. 1917, the Zionist movement began way before the British supported the Zionist movement for decades. In 1917, the British jumped in and issued the Balfour Declaration supporting the emergence of a Jewish national home in Palestine, which most people understood to mean eventual Jewish statehood in Palestine. Most people understood that in Britain and in Israel, among the Zionists and among the Arabs. But the British declared the Balfour Declaration, or issued the Balfour Declaration, not only because of imperial self-interest, and this is what you're basically saying. They had the imperial interests, a buffer state which would protect the Suez Canal from the east. The British also were motivated by idealism, and this incidentally is how Balfour described the reasoning behind issuing the declaration. And he said the Western world, Western Christendom, owes the Jews a great debt, both for giving the world and the West, if you like, values, social values as embodied in the Bible, social justice and all sorts of other things. And the Christian world owes the Jews because it persecuted them for 2,000 years. This debt we're now beginning to repay with the 1917 declaration favoring Zionism. But it's also worth remembering that the Jews weren't proxies or attached to the British imperial endeavor. They were happy to receive British support in 1917, and then subsequently when the British ruled Palestine for 20, 30 years, but they weren't part of the British imperial design or mission. They wanted a state for themselves, the Jews, happy to have the British support them, happy today to have the Americans support Israel. But it's not because we're stooges or extensions of American imperial interests. The British, incidentally, are always described in Arab narratives or propaganda as consistent supporters of Zionism. They weren't. The first British rulers in Palestine, 1917, 1920.
Herbert Samuel.
No, before Herbert Samuel. Samuel came in 1920. The British ruled there for 3 years previously, and most of the leaders, the British generals and so on, who were in Palestine, were anti-Zionist. And subsequently, in the 20s and 30s, the British occasionally curbed Zionist immigration to Palestine, and in 1939 switched horses and supported the Arab national movement and not Zionism. They turned anti-Zionist and basically said, you Arabs will rule Palestine within the next 10 years. This is what we're giving you by limiting Jewish immigration to Palestine. But the Arabs didn't actually understand what they were being given on a silver platter, Husseini again, and he said, no, we can't accept the British White Paper of May 1939, which had given the Arabs everything they wanted, basically, self-determination in an Arab majority state. So what I'm saying is the British at some point did support the Zionist enterprise, but at other points were less consistent in this support. And in 1939, until 1948, when they didn't vote even for partition, for Jewish statehood in Palestine in the UN resolution, they didn't support Zionism during the last decade of the mandate. It's worth remembering that.
I'd like to respond to that. I mean, speaking of propaganda, I find it simply impossible to accept that Balfour, who, as British Prime Minister in 1905, was a chief sponsor of the Aliens Act, which was
He
specifically
changed his mind
designed
to
to
keep out
keep
Jews.
persecuted Eastern European Jews out of the streets
But he changed
of the
his mind.
UK, and who was denounced as an anti-Semite by the entire British Jewish establishment. A decade later, all of a sudden,
Changed his mind.
people change their minds, but when the changing of the mind just coincidentally happens to coincide with the British imperial interest, I think perhaps the transformation is a little more superficial than he's being given credit for. It was clearly a British imperial venture, and if there had been no threat to the Suez Canal during World War I, regardless of what Balfour would have thought about the Jews and their contribution to history and their persecution and so on, there would have been no Balfour
Can I ask
Declaration.
real quick as a question on that? Why did the British ever cap immigration then from Jews to that area at all?
Well, we're talking now about
20s and
1970.
30s.
I
Sure,
think-
but I'm saying that if
No.
the whole goal was just to be an imperialist project, like there were terrorist attacks from Jewish, from
yes, but you're talking. I'll answer
yeah, in the
you.
40s, yeah.
And we're talking now about 1917. And as I mentioned earlier, I don't think the British had a Jewish state in mind. That's why they used the term Jewish national home. I think what they wanted was a British protectorate, loyal to and dependent upon the British. I think an outstanding review of British policy towards these issues during the Mandate has been done by Martin Bunton of the University of Victoria, and he basically makes the argument that once the British realized the mess they were in, certainly by the late 20s, early 30s, they recognized the mess they were in, the irreconcilable differences, and basically pursued a policy of just muddling on, and muddling on in the context of British rule in Palestine, whose overall purpose was to serve for the development of Zionist institutions, Yeshuv's economy, and so on, meant, even if the British were not self-consciously doing this, preparing the groundwork for the eventual establishment of a Jewish state. I don't know if that answers your question.
Except they did turn anti-Zionist in 1939.
Yes, of course.
And
Because
maintained
they were being
that
shot up by
maintained that
because-
Zionist. No, before they were being shot up, but maintained that anti-Zionist posture until 1948.
Okay.
And if I may, just also one point. You mentioned Haj Amin al-Husseini during World, entirely legitimate. But what I would also point out is that you had a Zionist organization, the Lehi,
300 people, more or less.
300 people, one of whom happened to become an Israeli prime minister, an Israeli foreign minister, a speaker of Israeli parliament.
Maybe you should give his name.
Yitzhak Shamir, proposing an alliance with Nazi Germany in 1941.
Shamir proposed.
Well, no, the Lehi proposed.
Some people in the Lehi proposed.
Of which Shamir
yeah,
was a
but
prominent
this is
leader.
a red herring also.
No. Okay, well, if he's a red herring, Haj
The
Amin
Lehi was
al-Husseini is a red whale.
unim-
I'm sorry.
The Lehi was an unimportant organization in the Yishuv. 300 people versus 30,000 belonged to the Haganah. So it was not a very important organization. It's true, before the Holocaust actually began, they wanted allies against the British where they could
We're
find
talking
them.
1941 here, not
1940. We're talking
1931.
1940.
41 from what I recall.
1940. They approached the
The
German emissary in
Ankara.
Istanbul or something.
Yes.
Istanbul.
And
But they-
if I may, proposed an alliance with Nazi Germany on what the Lehi described as
the
on the
Lehi
basis
were
of
reviled by the
shared
mainstream of Zionism.
shared
they were-
ideological
no, they
principles.
didn't share ideological.
Well, they said they did.
No,
They
they didn't.
said.
They reviled.
Why are you doing
The-
these
the-
things? Of
the
course
Lehi
they
was
said it.
reviled
You
by the
know the
majority.
state, but
The
you
Lehi
know
was
that
reviled.
you know what the statement said on the basis of a shared ideology. Why do you say no?
Do you think that the
could
Lehi- wait, the
when you
Lehi people were Nazis? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying
They
that
said
they
they
did.
said.
No, are you saying that? Forget statements. You like to
Okay.
quote things, but
I do
were
like to
were
quote
they
things. It's
Nazis?
called
Were
facts.
were the Lehi Nazis? That's what I'm asking.
What did he
Some of
just
them
say?
supported Stalin,
Did he say that the
incidentally.
basis of the pact was their agreement on ideology?
There wasn't any pact. They suggested.
I
they
said,
proposed
wasn't
an agreement.
It, right. And what did the agreement say?
They wanted arms against the British. That's what, they
did the
wanted.
agreement
Yeah, well,
say?
that's what Haj Amin al-Husseini wanted also. That's what
No, but
others
they didn't.
in India
The
and
Lehi people
elsewhere.
didn't work in Berlin helping the Nazi regime.
I mean, it's what the IRA wanted also.
No, but this is
you
what
know.
Haj Amin al-Husseini did. You know that he was an anti-Semite. You've probably read some of his works.
Yes.
He wasn't just anti-British.
and-
he was also anti-Semitic.
And
so he had a common ground with Hitler.
I
It's as
think
simple as that.
we can
Not
agree.
every anti-Semite is a Hitlerite.
I think
I
we
thought
can.
that part.
He literally
we didn't
worked
even
with the
have
Nazis
say.
to recruit people. He wasn't just
Yes,
a guy posting.
and he was
or
an absolutely revolting, disgusting human being.
This I'm happy
I
to
have
hear.
no.
But the
If
problem
you
is you're
think
you're saying that
I
Husseini
don't
was his
believe
influence.
that.
You're saying the Mufti
But
was.
I don't even understand of all the crimes you want to ascribe to the Palestinian people, trying to blame them directly, indirectly, or indirectly 3 times removed for the Nazi Holocaust is completely lunatic.
Hold on. Wait, there's not a. He's not blaming them for the Holocaust.
Yes,
He's
of
saying that from the
course he is.
perspective.
No.
Wait. No. He's saying that from the perspective of Jews in the region, Palestinians would have
That's
been
not
part
what
of the
he's
region.
saying.
That is exactly.
You have not
that is
read
literally
him.
what he said.
I've read him.
You've read him and you don't understand
you've
him.
read
He sits right
Wikipedia.
here.
Believe me, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
I'm going to believe the guy that wrote
You
the
read
stuff.
what Wikipedia said.
That's great.
I
And you
read
don't even
Benny
speak
Morris.
Hebrew, and you call yourself an Israeli historian.
I
Okay?
just-
We're all
I
here on
just-
different grounds. Okay?
I just
But the
want, if I
reality
can
is-
just respond.
Well,
to
no,
you.
I'm just saying that there were two
saying
tricks.
nothing, as
That's
always.
fine. There were 2 tricks that are being played here that I think is interesting. One is you guys claim that the Lehi was trying to forge an alliance with Nazi Germany because
not
of
a
a
trick.
shared ideology.
That's what they said.
Yeah, but hold on. No, wait.
said.
No. It's about what you said. You brought that up to imply that Zionism
I'm
must be
bringing
inextricably
up a
linked
No,
fact.
to.
I'm
you're not-
sorry.
wait,
no,
hold
you're
on.
putting words in my mouth.
No. Okay, wait. Well, then, what was the purpose of saying that the Lehi claimed that the Lehi, who were
The
a
reason I
small
brought it
group of
up-
people that were reviled by many in Israel,
Influential.
Not many,
Influential.
by everybody
But yeah.
practically.
Well,
they were
compare
called
them-
terrorists.
So
Yeah.
The
reviled.
Zionist movement called them terrorists.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
so what was the
And
purpose of
hunted them.
what was
And
the
hunted
shared-
them.
shared
and
ideology
Shamir
come?
called himself a terrorist. They were so irrelevant that their leader ended up being kicked upstairs to the leader of the Israeli parliament,
That's Israeli
to
politics
the
50
Israeli
years hence.
to Israeli foreign minister.
And Begin was
And-
also
Yes,
in
you
the
want to
Iran.
you
I
want
mean,
to characterize him as irrelevant as well? Go ahead.
No. Characterize him as relevant or irrelevant based on what happens decades later. The timeline matters.
Well,
The question is, what is the point of saying that the Lehi tried to forge an alliance?
Why-
with Nazi
why
Germany
is-
based on
why
shared
is-
ideology?
Exactly
why
as
is-
relevant as bringing up the Mufti of Jerusalem and trying to blame the Holocaust
No, no, no,
indirectly.
the Holocaust.
The Mufti was the
Indirectly.
leader of the Palestine Arab National
And he had
Movement.
about as
The
much
Lehi was 300
and
people.
he had as much to do with the Nazi Holocaust as I did.
No, he recruited people for the SS. How can you get away from that?
No, he recruited
People for
soldiers.
the SS.
He recruited soldiers in the Balkans, mostly Kosovars, which was disgusting. I have no doubt about that. But he had
He
one.
also wrote letters
he
to
got,
foreign
he got
ministers
one
saying,
cent-
don't let
yeah.
the Jews out.
I knew
The,
Raoul
can I say-
Hilberg-
can I
the
say-
Hungarian
Raoul
foreign
Hilberg-
minister,
I
the
knew
Italian
Raoul
foreign minister
Hilberg-
received letters from Husseini during
One
the
sentence.
Holocaust.
One
During the
sentence,
Holocaust,
the destruction
don't
of
let the
European
Jews
Jews.
out. Don't let the Jews
If
out.
I-
I'm not saying he
That's
was a
true.
major
He
architect
wasn't
of the
even
Holocaust.
minor.
but if
One
we're agreed,
sentence.
if we're agreed
Yeah.
that Haj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, collaborated with the Nazis during World War II and actively sought their sponsorship, why is it irrelevant?
And probably wanted the destruction of European Jewry.
He probably wanted a lot of things.
Okay.
Okay. If that's relevant, why is it irrelevant that a prime minister of Israel?
Not prime minister. In 1941, he wasn't prime minister of Israel. He was a leader of a very small terrorist group.
So do you consider
denounced
it?
as terrorists
Do
by
you
the
consider
mainstream
it?
of Zionism?
Do you consider it irrelevant that many years ago Mahmoud Abbas wrote a doctoral thesis, which is basically
it showed
tantamount?
something about Mahmoud Abbas.
Okay, but
I
this-
didn't bring it up. You're the one who's bringing
Yes,
it up.
but
That he
you
wrote
consider
things
that
belittling
relevant.
the Holocaust. That's what you're saying. The president of the Palestinian National Authority belittled the Holocaust,
I
said
think-
it didn't
I think
happen,
that's-
or only a few Jews died.
I think that's a fair characterization of.
But I didn't
Mahmoud
bring it up.
Abbas. I brought it up.
Yeah.
Okay, because my question is, then why is Shamir's antecedency relevant?
He was a terrorist leader of a very small marginal group.
Who became
Hajj al-Husseini
Israel-
was the head of the movement at the time.
Also, the point of bringing up
It's no
Husseini, I
comparison.
think
There's
the point,
no
the point of bringing up Husseini stuff wasn't to say that he was a great furtherer of the Holocaust. It's that he might have been a great furtherer in the prevention of Jews fleeing to go to Palestine to escape the
Yes,
Holocaust.
but the point
that
I
was
make-
that was the point.
And I explained why I think that's not an entirely accurate characterization. And then I wanted to make another point. If it's legitimate to bring up his role during World War II, why is it illegitimate to bring up a man who would become Israel's Speaker of Parliament, Foreign
30 years
Minister?
hence, 40 years
Yes.
hence.
Why is it? And also
He was a young terrorist.
and was also responsible for the murder of the United Nations' first international envoy, Bernadatti, Fochi Bernadatti. Why is all that irrelevant?
I don't think anybody.
I don't
would say-
understand.
also, I think that the reason why he was brought up was because Jewish people in this time period would have viewed it as there was a prevention of Jews leaving Europe because of the Palestinians pressuring the British to put a curb that 75,000 immigration limit. Yes, but it's not about them furthering the Holocaust or being an architect, major or minor player in the Holocaust.
Well,
he was a major player in that region. So if you wanted to bring up
Benny
like
Morris made the specific claim that the Palestinians played an indirect role in the Holocaust.
the indirect role would have been the prevention of people escaping from
Yes,
Europe to
and my
Palestine.
response to that is, first of all, I disagree with that characterization. But second of
How
all,
can you disagree with that? They forced the British to prevent emigration of Jews from Europe and reaching safe shores in Palestine. That's what they did.
Again,
And they knew that the Jews were being persecuted in Europe.
Was
at the time.
Palestine the only spot of land on
Basically,
earth?
Yes, basically that was the problem. The Jews couldn't emigrate anywhere else.
What about your great friends in Britain, the architects of the Balfour
By
Declaration?
the late 1930s,
What
they
about the United
weren't happy
States?
to take in Jews, and the Americans weren't happy to
and
take
why
in Jews.
and why are Palestinians who were not Europeans, who had zero role in the rise of Nazism, who had no relation to any of this, why are they somehow uniquely responsible for
Because
what
they were-
happened in
they
Europe
were
and
helping
uniquely
to close the
culpable?
only safe haven for Jews. That's
Oh,
all.
really? The United States wasn't a potential safe haven. The only one was Palestine.
At the
The
time.
United States had no room
No,
from
it did
the
have
Atlantic
room.
to Pacific
It did have
for
room.
Jews.
It did have room, but it didn't
So
want
that
Jews.
wasn't the
But it didn't
only
want Jews.
safe haven.
This is
But
something
shouldn't you be focusing your anger and
America
outrage?
should be blamed for not letting Jews in during the 30s
They are
and 40s.
blamed, but nobody blames them for the Holocaust.
Well,
No,
indirectly.
I've never heard it said that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was indirectly responsible for the Holocaust. I never heard that. Now, maybe it's in Israeli literature because the Israelis have gone mad. Your prime minister said the whole idea of the gas chambers came from the Mufti of Jerusalem.
That's nonsense.
But
We
he
all know
said
that's
it,
nonsense.
But we also know that Netanyahu said it.
Netanyahu says so many things which are
And he
absurd
happens to
or
be the
simple
prime
lies.
minister's longest
I cannot
serving
be
prime
responsible
minister of
for them.
Israel. No,
I can't be responsible
you're not
for them.
responsible for them, but it is relevant that he's the longest serving prime minister of Israel.
Unfortunately, it
And-
says something
and that-
about the Israeli public.
Yes,
I
and he
agree.
gets
I agree.
elected not despite saying such things, but because he said
His voters don't care about Hajj al-Husseini or Hitler. They know nothing about his
You may
voters.
well be right.
His base know nothing about anything, and he can say what he likes, and they'll say yes, so they don't care if he says these things.
You may well be right, but anyway, not to beat a dead horse, but I still don't
Let's
understand.
not beat the dead horse.
Yeah.
You're right.
I'll just conclude by saying I don't understand why the Mufti of Jerusalem is relevant.
He is relevant. He is relevant.
But
The head of the
Yitzhak
national,
Shamir
the
is not
Palestinian,
relevant.
because
I don't-
Shamir wasn't the head of the national movement. He represented 100 or 200 or 300 gunmen who were considered terrorists by the Zionist movement at the time. The fact that 30 years later he becomes prime minister, that's the crux of history.
and his
but
history
Hajj
is not-
al-Husseini was the head of the Palestine Arab National Movement at the time.
Anyway,
What can you do?
I think we're speaking past each other.
We're
but,
not.
I'll leave it there.
I'm talking facts.
Let's move to the modern day and we'll return to history, maybe 67 and other important moments. But let's look to today in the recent months, October 7th. Let me ask sort of a pointed question. Was October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel genocidal? Was it an act of ethnic cleansing? Just so we lay out the moral calculus that we are engaged in. I don't. Maybe it was
The problem with October 7th is this. the Hamas fighters who invaded southern Israel were ordered to murder, rape, and do all the nasty things that they did. And they killed some 1,200 Israelis that day and abducted, as we know, something like 250 civilians, mostly civilians, also some soldiers, took them back to Gaza, dungeons in Gaza. But they were motivated not just by the words of their current leader in the Gaza Strip, but by their ideology, which is embedded in their charter from 1988, if I remember correctly. And that charter is genocidal. It says that the Jews must be eradicated basically from the land of Israel, from Palestine. The Jews are described there as sons of apes and pigs. The Jews are a base people, killers of prophets, and they should not exist in Palestine. It doesn't say that they necessarily should be murdered all around the world, the Hamas charter, but certainly the Jews should be eliminated from Palestine. And this is the driving ideology behind the massacre of the Jews on October 7th, which brought down on the Gaza Strip, and I think with the intention by the Hamas of the Israeli counteroffensive, because they knew that that counteroffensive would result in many Palestinian dead, because the Hamas fighters and their weaponry and so on were embedded in the population in Gaza, and they hoped to benefit from this in the eyes of world public opinion as Israel chased these Hamas people and their ammunition dumps and so on, and killed lots of Palestinian civilians in the process. All of this was understood by Sinwar, by the head of the Hamas, and he strived for that. But initially, he wanted to kill as many Jews as he could in the border areas around the Gaza Strip.
I'll respond directly to the points you made, and then I'll leave it to Norm to bring in the historical context. That Hamas charter is from the 90s, I think.
1988.
1988, so it's from the 80s. I think your characterization of that charter as anti-Semitic is indisputable.
Okay.
I think your characterization of that charter as genocidal is off the mark.
It's implicit.
And more importantly, that charter has been superseded by a new charter. It, in fact, has been, well, there is
no new charter.
There is
an explanation, a statement they made
2018,
in
a political
2000
statement.
and something,
18.
2018, supposedly clarifying things which are in the charter,
And-
but it doesn't actually step back from what the charter says. Eliminate Israel, eliminate the Jews from the land of Israel.
And in 2018, the Hamas charter, if we look at the current version of the charter,
It's not called a
Whether-
charter.
whether
You're
you-
calling it a charter. It wasn't.
It
The
makes-
only thing called the charter is what was issued in 1988 by Yassin himself.
anyway, it makes a clear distinction between Jews and Zionists in 2018. Now, you can choose to dismiss it, believe it, it's sincere, it's insincere, whatever.
Insincere is probably the right word.
Secondly, I'm really unfamiliar with fighters who consult these kinds of documents before they go on.
In their education system. In the kindergarten, they're told, kill the Jews. They practice with make-believe guns and uniforms when they're 5 years old in the kindergartens of the Hamas.
At the
in
instruction
Gaza,
of the
in
Commissioner
Gaza.
General of UNRWA, right?
I didn't say that. I said the Hamas has kindergartens and summer camps in which they train
Okay.
to kill Jews, children aged 5 and 6.
Secondly, you keep saying Jews, to which I would respond.
They use the word Jews.
To which I would respond that Hamas does not have a record of deliberately targeting Jews who are not Israelis. And in fact, it also doesn't have a record of deliberately targeting either Jews or Israelis outside Israel and Palestine. So, all this talk of
Unlike the Hezbollah, which has targeted,
Well, we're talking about-
Jews outside,
we're talking
outside
about
Palestine.
We're talking about October 7th and Hamas. If you'd also like to speak about Hezbollah, let's get to that separately, if you don't mind. So again, genocidal. Well, if that term is going to be discussed, my first response would be, let's talk about potentially genocidal actions against Israelis rather than against Jews for the reasons that I just mentioned. And again, I find this constant conflation of Jews, Israel, Zionism to be a bit disturbing. Secondly, I think there are quite a few indications in the factual record that raise serious questions about the accusations of the genocidal intent and genocidal practice of what happened on October 7th. And my final point would be, I don't think I should take your word for it. I don't think you should take my word for it. I think what we need here is a proper, independent, international investigation. And the reason we need that
What?
of genocide during this conflict, whether by Palestinians on October 7th or Israel thereafter. And the reason that we need such an investigation is because there won't be any hearings on what Hamas did on October 7th at the International Court of Justice because the International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide deals only with states and not with movements. I think the International Criminal Court, and specifically its current prosecutor, Karim Khan, lacks any and all credibility. He's been an absolute failure at his job. He's just been sitting on his backside for years on this file. And I think I would point out that Hamas has called for independent investigations of all these allegations. Israel has categorically rejected any international investigation, of course, fully supported by the United States. And I think what is required is to have credible investigations of these things, because I don't think you're going to convince me. I don't think I'm going to convince you. And this is two people sitting across the table from each other.
No, but there's certain things you don't even have to investigate. You know how many citizens, civilians died in the October 7th assault.
Yes, but that's not...
You know that there are lots of allegations of rape. I don't know how persuaded you are of those. They did find bodies without heads,
There were no beheadings
Islamic.
of infants.
There were some beheadings, apparently.
The Israelis didn't even claim that in the document they submitted before the ICJ. Go read what your government submitted. It never mentioned beheadings.
Well, as far as I know, there were some people who were beheaded.
Yeah.
But
We could bring it up right
you
now.
also deny that there were rapes there.
I didn't deny. I said I've not seen convincing evidence that confirms it. I've said that from day one, and I'll say it today, 4.5 months later.
Do you know that they killed 800 or 900 civilians in their assault?
Absolutely.
Yes.
That seems to me indisputable.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm
Yes, and
glad that you're
I've
conceding
said
something.
that. I've said that from day one.
Well, to be clear, you haven't. You did a debate. I don't remember the talk show, but you seem to imply that there was a lot of crossfire and that it might have been the IDF that had killed a lot of.
I said that there is no question, because the names were published in Haaretz, there is no question that roughly of the 1,200 people killed, 800 of them were civilians.
850.
850, fine. So I never said that, but then I said, no, we don't know exactly how they were killed, but 800 civilians killed, no, 850, no question there. And I also said on repeated occasions, there cannot be any doubt, in my opinion, as of now, with the available evidence, that Hamas was responsible for significant atrocities. And I made sure to include the plural.
There's a lot of tricky language being employed here. Do you think of the
There's nothing
850?
tricky. It's called attaching value to words and not talking like a motor mouth.
Okay.
I am very careful about qualifying because that's what
Then let me just
language
ask
is about.
That's great. Then let me just ask a clarifying question. Do you firmly believe that the majority of the 850 civilians were killed by Hamas?
My view is, even if it were half, 400 is a huge number. By any reckoning,
Why
it's
Okay, wait, you didn't.
I said
wait,
even
hold on.
if
Wait.
because
wait, you didn't answer
Benny,
my question.
because Professor Morris, I don't know. I agree with Mouin Rabbani. I'm not sure if he concedes the 400. I'll say
Why 400? Whoever,
Because I
whoever
have-
thought up the
because-
number 400.
right, as I
800
said-
of the 850
Well,
were slaughtered
because-
by Hamas.
If I
No, I
may.
don't
Maybe
know.
a couple of individuals were killed in the Israeli action.
I don't know.
You're saying from
Professor
day one you
Morris,
believe this
Professor-
particular thing, and
Professor
you
Morris,
clearly don't. You
I
clearly don't
said
believe this
from
thing. You don't.
day one,
You said people died. That's not
No.
controversial.
Wait,
Okay,
hold on. If I may.
That's not controversial.
Mr. Bonnell, I attach value to words.
Yes, you've said that.
When
If you
I,
value them, you
when
start
I
repeating them
was,
so
yes,
much.
Mr. Brunel, please slow down the speech and attempt to listen. When I was explicitly asked by Piers Morgan, I said there can be no question that Hamas committed atrocities
I've heard this,
on
yes.
October 7th. If you want me to pin down a number, I can't do that.
I didn't ask you to
but
pin
I
down a
may-
number. You can listen to
You
what I'm
didn't
saying.
ask me?
No, my question is,
Okay.
I'll ask
Mr.
a
Brunel,
very
I
precise
cannot
Sorry,
question.
give it to you because
excuse
you're
me.
not.
It's
If
a
I
very,
under-
it's a very easy
If I
question.
understood your question correctly,
My question is, do you think the majority of the people that were killed on
Yes.
October 7th, the civilians, were killed by Hamas,
Yes.
or are we subscribing to the idea that the IDF killed hundreds,
no,
400 or 500
no,
in the
but
crossfire?
let me explain why that's a difficult question to answer. The total number of civilians killed was 800, 850.
Mhm.
We know that Hamas is responsible probably for the majority of those killings. We also know that there were killings by Islamic Jihad. We also know...
Well, we're bunching together the Islamic Jihad and the Hamas. So that's
Well, but his
splitting hairs
question
now.
was
No,
specifically
but he means
about-
he
No,
means
it's
the
clear.
raiders. He means the
I'm
raiders.
speaking in opposition to the conspiracy theory that people like. Do you prefer Norm or Professor Finkelstein, or what do you? I don't know how do you prefer
Well,
to be
it's not a
addressed?
conspiracy there.
Well,
Because
the
it's
conspiracy theory is the idea that the IDF killed the majority of them.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
And then there's
the
also
majority- no.
also a theory that, as Norm pointed out on the show that he was on, that he thought that it was very strange that, given how reputable Israeli services are when it comes to sending ambulances, retrieving bodies, he thought it was very strange that that number was continually being adjusted.
And do you know
so
why?
when you say that in combination with, well, I'm not sure how many were
Well,
killed
do
by
you know
Hamas
why
versus
the
IDF.
number? Do you know why the number went down? The number went down because the Israeli authorities were in possession of 200 corpses that were burned to a crisp that they assumed were Israelis who had been killed on October 7th. They later determined that these were in fact Palestinian fighters. Now, how does a Palestinian fighter get burned to a crisp?
No, you're mixing two things.
I don't
Some
think
of the
that's the question.
bodies they weren't able to identify, and eventually they ruled that some of them were actually Arab marauders rather than Israeli victims. A few of them also, of the Jews, were burnt to a crisp, and it took them time to work
Yes.
this out. And they came out initially with a slightly higher figure, 1,400 dead, and eventually reduced it to 1,200
and the
dead
reason
Israelis.
And the reason is that a proportion of Israeli civilians killed on October 7th, I don't believe it was a majority. We don't know how many. Some were killed in crossfire. Some were killed by Israeli shell fire, helicopter fire, and so on. And the majority were killed by Palestinians. And of that majority, we don't know. I mean, again, I understood your question as referring specifically to Hamas, which is why I tried to answer it that way. But if you meant generically Palestinians, yes. If you mean specifically Hamas, we don't have a clear breakdown of how
No,
many
I don't mean
were
specifically
killed.
Hamas.
Okay.
But I just think when you use the word some, that's doing a lot of heavy
Who
lifting.
used some?
That's fine, but some can mean anywhere from 1% to 49%.
But we don't know.
Some.
So the numbers here and the details are interesting and important almost from a legal perspective. But if we zoom out, the moral perspective, are Palestinians from Gaza justified in violent resistance?
Well, Palestinians have the right to resistance. That right includes the right to armed resistance. At the same time, armed resistance is subject to the laws of war. And there are very clear regulations that separate legitimate acts of armed resistance from acts of armed resistance that are not legitimate. And
The attacks of October 7th, where did they land for you?
there's been almost exclusive focus on the attacks on civilian population centers and the killings of civilians on October 7th. What is much less discussed, to the point of amnesia, is that there were very extensive attacks on Israeli military and intelligence facilities on October 7th. I would make a very clear distinction between those two. And secondly, I'm not sure that I would characterize the efforts by Palestinians on October 7th to seize Israeli territory and Israeli population centers as in and of themselves illegitimate.
You mean attacking Israeli civilians is
No,
legitimate?
no, that's
So
not what I
didn't
said.
understand what you said.
I think what you had on October 7th was an effort by Hamas to seize Israeli territory and population
And
centers.
kill civilians.
That's not what I said. What I said is I think I would not describe the effort to seize Israeli territory as in and of itself illegitimate, as a separate issue from the killing of Israeli civilians, where in those cases where they had been deliberately targeted, that's very clearly illegitimate.
Whole families were slaughtered in kibbutzim.
But I'm making
I think-
But
Go-
many
wait,
of
wait,
them,
real quick, real
many
quick.
of
I
them
think-
left-wingers,
I think-
incidentally, who helped Palestinians go to hospitals in Israel and so on.
Again-
Even drove Palestinian cancer patients to hospitals in
again,
Israeli.
I'm making a
But
distinction
you don't seem
here.
to be very condemnatory of what the Hamas did.
Well, I don't do selective condemnation.
I'm not talking about selective.
I
I'm
don't
talking
do
about
selective
specific
outrage.
condemnation of this specific
Well, you know
assault on
what it
civilians.
is. You know,
I would, for example, condemn Israeli assaults on civilians, deliberate assaults on civilians.
Yes,
I
and-
would condemn them, but you're not doing that
You know-
with the Hamas.
You know what the issue is?
Well,
I've been speaking in public now, I would say since the late 1980s, and interviewed and so on. I have never on one occasion ever been asked to condemn any Israeli act. When I've been in group discussions, those supporting the Israeli action or perspective, I have never encountered an example where these individuals are asked to condemn what Israel is doing. The demand and obligation of condemnation is exclusively applied, in my personal experience over decades, is exclusively applied to Palestinians.
no, this is
and
nonsense. Israel is condemned day and night on every television channel, on every, and has been for the last
I'm telling
decade.
you
Professor
about a
Morris,
personal
yeah,
experience
Professor
lasting
Morris,
decades.
You said, quote.
Uh-oh.
I hope-
Oh, no.
I'm trying to quote what you just said.
I shouldn't have said anything at any point.
You should say,
Uh-oh.
Professor Morris,
Yes.
you just said, I would condemn
And I have
anytime
condemned.
Israel deliberately attacks civilians.
Yes.
Okay? The problem, Professor Morris, is over and over again, you claim in the face of overwhelming evidence that they didn't attack civilians.
That's not true. I've said
Really?
Israel has attacked
Professor-
civilians.
Professor
in
Morris-
Kibya, Israel attacked
Right,
civilians.
Professor
and I've
Morris.
written extensively
Okay,
about it.
I know that.
In Kafir Qasim, they killed
yes.
civilians. And I've written
And now
that.
let's
So you're just
Okay,
eliminating,
okay.
you're selecting,
Okay.
as Stephen says, you cherry pick.
If I were you,
Before you do- You cherry pick.
Let's fast forward when you were an adult. What did you say about the 1982 Lebanon War?
What did I say?
You don't remember? Okay. Allow me.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So it happens that I was not at all I had no interest in the Israel-Palestine conflict as a young man until the
This is true.
until the 1982 Lebanon War.
Yeah. I've lost the passage.
I'll find it.
Okay, real quick, while he's searching for that,
Yeah, allow me.
you
That's
bring up
good.
something that's really important that a lot of people don't draw a distinction between, in that there is just causes for war and there's just ways to act within a war. And these two things principally do have a distinction from one another.
Correct.
However, while I appreciate the recognition of the distinction, the idea that the cause for war that Hamas was engaged in, I don't believe, if we look at their actions in war or the statements that they've made, it doesn't seem like it had to do with territorial acquisition.
No. The
Like
point,
taking land
No,
back.
the point I was making was what was Hamas trying to achieve militarily on October 7th? And I was pointing out that the focus has been very much on Hamas attacks on civilians and atrocities and so on. And I'm not saying those things should be ignored. What I'm saying is that what's getting lost in the shuffle is that there were extensive attacks on military and intelligence facilities.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as let's say, the other aspects are concerned, because I think either you or Lex asked me about the legitimacy of these attacks. I said, I'm unclear whether efforts by Hamas to seize Israeli population centers in and of themselves are illegitimate, as opposed to actions that either deliberately targeted Israeli civilians or actions that should reasonably have been expected to result in the killings of Israeli civilians. Those strike me as, by definition, illegitimate. And I want to be very clear about that.
Illegitimate means you condemn them.
Illegitimate means they are not legitimate. I have a problem
Condemning
with-
your side, yes.
No, not condemning my side. I have a problem with selective outrage, and I have a problem with selective condemnation. And as I explained to you a few minutes ago, in my decades of appearing in public and being interviewed, I have never seen, I've never been asked to condemn an Israeli action. I've never been asked for a moral judgment on an Israeli action. Exclusive request for condemnation has to do with what Palestinians do, and just as importantly, I'm sure if you watch BBC or CNN, when is the last time an Israeli spokesperson has been asked to condemn an Israeli act? I've never seen it.
I don't think we condemn the Arab side either, though, right? I don't think there was any condemnation. There
No,
wasn't
but
much.
now that we're talking about Israeli victims, all of a sudden morality is
Well, I
central.
think the reason why it comes up is because there's no shortage of international condemnation for Israel. As Norm will point out a million times, that there are 50 billion UN resolutions. You've got Amnesty International. You've got multiple bodies of the UN. You've got now this case for the ICJ. So there's no question of if there's condemnation for
But
Israel.
sorry if I
Was
can
there
interrupt
any
you. In
question about-
1948, the entire world stood behind the establishment of a Jewish state, and the entire
No,
world.
except the Arab states and the Muslim states.
Well,
Not the entire world.
okay, but I think you know what I mean by that.
The Western democracies, that's what you're saying.
Well, and then also just my
Western
quick question-
democracies supported the establishment of Israel.
My
That's
quick
what
question
you're
was:
saying.
you said that you believe that this is a very short one. You don't have to. It's just you think that there's an argument to be made that the people in Gaza, that Hamas and Islamic Jihad, or whoever participated, had a just cause for war. Maybe they didn't do it in the correct way, but they maybe had a just cause for war.
I
Would
don't
you
think there's a maybe there. The Palestinians.
Okay, you think they
have-
absolutely had a just cause for it. Do you
Yes.
think that Israel has a just cause for Operation Swords of Iron?
No, of course not.
Okay. All right. You can say your quote.
Okay. First of all, on this issue of double standards, which is the one that irks or irritates Mouin, you said that you are not a person of double standards, unlike people like Mouin. You hold high a single standard, and you condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on
Civilians.
When they occurred,
civilians. And I would say that's true for the period up till 1967, and I think it's accurate, your account of the First Intifada. There, it seems to me you are in conformity with most mainstream accounts, and the case of the First Intifada, you also used, surprisingly, you used Arab human rights sources like Al-Haq, which I think Mouin worked for
Yes.
during the First Intifada. That's true. But then something very strange happens. So let's illustrate it.
Wait, there's something strange which happened is the Arabs rejected the
Okay, wait.
peace offers.
Let-
That's what happened.
well,
By accepting the Oslo agreements.
yeah.
Not the.
By
rejecting- he's talking about Camp David
Okay.
and
The
Tapa.
Camp David.
If we have time, I know the record very well. I'd be very happy to go through it with you. But let's get to those double standards. So, this is what you have to say about Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982. You said Israel was reluctant to harm civilians, sought to avoid casualties on both sides, and took care not to harm Lebanese and Palestinian civilians. You then went on to acknowledge the massive use of IDF firepower against civilians during the siege of Beirut, which traumatized Israeli society. Morris quickly enters the caveat that Israel, quote, tried to pinpoint military targets, but inevitably many civilians were hit. That's your description of the Lebanon War. As I say, that's when I first got involved in the conflict. I am a voracious reader. I read everything on the Lebanon War. I would say there's not a single account of the Lebanon War in which the estimates are between 15 and 20,000 Palestinian and Lebanese were killed, overwhelmingly civilians, the biggest bloodletting until the current Gaza genocide, biggest bloodletting. I would say I can't think of a single mainstream account that remotely approximates what you just said. So, leaving aside, I can name the books, voluminous, huge volumes. I'll just take one example. Now, you will remember, because I think you served in Lebanon in 82. Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you will remember that Dov Yarmia kept a war diary. So, with your permission, allow me to describe what he wrote during his diary. So, he writes, "The war machine of the IDF is galloping and trampling over the conquered territory, demonstrating a total insensitivity to the fate of the Arabs who are found in its path. A PLO-run hospital suffered a direct hit. Thousands of refugees are returning to the city. When they arrive at their homes, many of which have been destroyed or damaged, you hear their cries of pain and their howls over the deaths of their loved ones. The air is permeated with the smell
I
of
think
corpses. Destruction and
Yeah,
death
no,
are continuing."
I
point
hear.
you made.
Does that,
What point you're making
does
actually.
that sound like
what
your
the point
description
you're-
of the Lebanon war?
Forget my descriptions.
Forget it?
The point you're
Words
making.
are in print. We can't just
let me
forget
let me
them.
just finish my sentence. The point you're making, which you somehow forget, is that there are Israelis who strongly criticize their own side and describe how Israelis are doing things which they regard as immoral. You don't find that on the Arab side.
I'm talking
true.
about
Don't
you,
find that.
Mr. Morris.
Don't
I'm not
forget
talking
me.
about Dev
Dov
Yarmia.
Yirmiyahu is the
I'm
left
talking
wing.
about you, the historian. How did you depict the Lebanon
Because I
war?
believe
Yeah.
that the Israeli military tried to avoid committing a civilian
So
casualty.
Dev,
That's
as
Sabra
I think
Shatila
they've
as well?
tried- as I think they've tried
all
to do
the
in
all
Gaza
the
now.
accounts by Robert Fisk and Pity the
Robert
Nation.
Fisk is
yeah,
an
I know.
anti-Zionist
I know.
journalist.
I know.
Has always been.
Right. So
always
that's why you can say with such confidence that you don't condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on
There weren't
civilians.
any.
I do.
Because there weren't any.
No, I didn't say there weren't.
Yeah,
any.
you
And
didn't?
You agreed that I have condemned Israeli attacks
Yes, there are
on civilians.
I never quarrel with facts. Your description of the 1982 war is so shocking, it makes my innards writhe. And then your description of the Second Intifada, your description of Defensive Shield,
When the Arabs
they
were
are
bombing,
worse.
when
They
Arab
were
suicide
worse than
bombers,
apologetics.
when Arab suicide
That's like the
bombers were
stoutest
destroying
full of falsification.
Jews in masses
No,
in
no.
buses and in
No.
restaurants.
No,
That's
you-
the second
you-
Intifada. Do you remember that?
You can try
Suicide
everything.
bombers in Jerusalem's buses and restaurants.
I am
and in
completely
Tel
aware
Aviv.
of that.
Well,
But if you forgot the numbers,
I don't forget.
it was 3-1. The number
they killed
yeah,
mostly armed
no,
Palestinian
I know
gunmen.
that's what you say
That's
in
what
your
I say.
book.
That's what
but
I
that's
say.
not what Amnesty International said. That's not what Human Rights Watch
don't
said.
remember what they
That's not
said.
what I do.
No,
That's
but
not what
I don't know whether
B'Tselem
their
said.
figures are right.
Listen,
My figures are right.
Listen.
In the Second
Professor
Intifada,
Morris.
some
Professor
4,000
Morris.
Palestinians
Professor
were killed.
Morris.
Most of them
You're-
armed people, and the Israelis,
that's a
1,000
complete-
Israelis were killed.
No,
almost all of them civilians.
Professor Morris, fantasy, but I'm not going to argue with
fantasy.
here. Here's a simple challenge. You said not to look at the camera.
Sometimes.
Scares the people. I'll make the open challenge.
You are going to scare them.
No, Professor Morris.
Open challenge.
Words are in print. I wrote 50 pages analyzing all of your work. I quote, some will say cherry pick, but I think accurately quote you. Here's a simple challenge. Answer me in print. Answer what I wrote and show where I'm making things up. Answer me
I'm
in
not
print.
familiar. I'm sorry. but
Okay.
I'm not familiar
no,
with what
that's
you
no
wrote.
problem. You're a busy man. You're an important historian. You don't have to know everything that's in print, especially by modest publishers. But now you know. And so here's the public challenge. You answer and show where I cherry picked, where I misrepresented.
Send me the
and
article, I
fine,
will
and,
respond.
and then we can have a civil, scholarly discussion.
I'm not
and
sure we will agree, even if
we don't have to agree.
Oh, I understand that.
It's
Okay.
for the reader to decide, looking at both sides,
Okay.
where does truth stand.
Norman,
said
and
the-
if I may ask,
Yeah.
it's good to discuss ideas that are in the air now as opposed to citing literature that was written in the past as much as possible because listeners who are not familiar with the literature. So, like, whatever was written, just express it, condense the key idea, and then we can debate the ideas or
No,
discuss the
there are
ideas.
two aspects. There's a public debate, but there's also written words.
Yes, I'm just telling you that you, as an academic historian, put a lot of value in the written word, and I
Correct.
think it is valuable. But in this
He's
context,
incidentally not the only historian who puts value to words.
Yes.
I also do, actually.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
just so we
in
don't
More
think-
than just one or two sentences at a time.
And,
yeah.
but this in this context, just for the educational purpose
Well, the
of teaching people.
educational purpose is, why would people commit what I have to acknowledge, because I am faithful to the facts, massive atrocities on October 7th? Why did that happen? And I think that's the problem. The past is erased, and we suddenly went from 1948 to October 7th, 2023. And there's a problem there.
So first of all, you have complete freedom to backtrack, and we'll go there with you. Obviously, we can't cover every single year, every single event, but there's probably critical moments in time.
Can I respond to something relating to the Lebanon War? I looked up the book that he got this from and what the quote was from. It sounds cold to say it, but war is tragic and civilians die. There is no war that this has not happened in the history of all of humankind. The statement that Israel might take care not to target civilians is not incompatible with a diary entry from someone who said they saw civilians getting killed. I think that sometimes we do a lot of weird games when we talk about international humanitarian law or laws that govern conflict, where we say things like civilians dying is a war crime, or civilian homes or hospitals getting destroyed is necessarily a war crime, or is necessarily somebody intentionally targeting civilians without making distinctions between military targets or civilian ones. I think that when we analyze different attacks or when we talk about the conduct of the military, I think it's important to understand, like prospectively from the unit of analysis of the actual military committing the acts, what's happening and what are the decisions being made, rather than just saying retrospectively, oh, well, a lot of civilians died, not very many, military people died, comparatively speaking, so it must have been war crimes, especially when you've got another side, I'll fast forward to Hamas, that intentionally attempts to induce those same civilian numbers, because Hamas is guilty of any war crime that you would potentially accuse, and this is according to Amnesty International, people that Norm loves to cite. Hamas is guilty of all of these same war crimes, of them failing to take care of the civilian population, of them essentially utilizing human shields to try to fire rockets free from attack. Essentially, yes. I'm just saying that essentially, as in terms of how international law defines it, not how Amnesty International defines it, but Amnesty International describes times of human shielding, but they don't actually apply the correct international legal standard.
You don't know what's the correct
I know absolutely.
international law. You
No,
haven't
but
the
Norm,
clue.
I absolutely
You
do,
haven't
Norm.
the clue.
I absolutely
I
do.
think-
but I'm
find
just
it on
saying,
Wikipedia.
I'm just saying,
You can't find
believe
it
it or
on
not, Norm, the
Wikipedia.
entire Geneva Convention is all on Wikipedia. It's a wonderful
Okay, well,
website.
you know what-
But I'm just saying that on the Hamas side, if there's an attempt to induce this type of military activity, attempt to induce civilian harm, that it's not just enough to say, like, well, here's a diary entry where a guy talks about how tragic
See,
these
I think
attacks
the
are.
problem. I think the problem with your statement is that if you go back and listen to it, the first part of it is war is hell, civilians die. It's a fact of life, and you state that in a very factual manner. Then when you start talking about Hamas, all of a sudden you've discovered morality, and you've discovered condemnation, and you've discovered intent, and you are unfortunately far from alone in this. I'll give you, you know who for me is a perfect example?
Well, wait, hold on. Just in response, we don't need examples.
No,
wait,
go
the
ahead.
false equivalency of the two sides is astounding. When Hamas kills civilians in a surprise attack on October 7th, this isn't because they are attempting to target military targets and they happen to stumble into a giant festival of people that...
Well, they did
they-
happen to stumble into it.
They did, but
And they killed 300
yeah,
people.
but they
Yes.
did. But
In
when
the
they
Yes.
stumbled
festival.
into it, that wasn't an issue of trying to figure out a military target or not. They weren't failing in distinction. There wasn't a proportionality assessment done. It was just to kill civilians. Even the Amnesty International in 2008 and in 2014, and even today, will
Look,
continue
I don't
to say
think
that
there's.
things like
I
the
don't think
types
you'll
of attacks.
find anyone who will deny that Hamas has targeted civilians.
Sure.
You gave the example
But there's a
of,
difference because
suicide bombings during the Second Intifada. I mean, facts are facts.
Sure. But I'm
And-
saying that the Hamas targeting of civilians is different than the incidental loss of life that occurs when Israel does.
How, you know,
That is-
genocide is the intentional
Incidental
mass
loss of
murder.
life.
Genocide is an entirely separate claim.
Yeah,
right?
but the idea that Israel is not in the business of intentionally targeting civilians, I know that's what we're supposed to believe, but the historical record stands
No, no, that's
No, it
very
doesn't.
clearly.
I don't
That's
believe it
not
does.
true.
You've written about
Well,
it
when you say
yourself.
historical, do you mean like in the 40s to the 60s, or do you mean like
I
over
would
the
say
past, like Gaza?
from the 30s of the last century to the 20s of this century. I just like to make the way you characterized it. I think the best example of that I've come across during this specific conflict is John Kirby, the White House spokesman. I've named him Tears Tosterone for a very good reason. When he's talking about Palestinian civilian deaths, war is hell. You know, it's a fact of life. Get used to it. When he was confronted with Israeli civilian deaths on October 7th, he literally broke down
But he
in tears.
understood
in
that one is
public.
deliberate and one isn't. He understood that.
No, that's what he tried to make us
No,
understand.
no, he was speaking facts. The Hamas guys who attacked the kibbutzim, apart from the attacks on the military sites, when they attacked the kibbutzim, were out to kill civilians, and they killed family after family, house after house. The Israeli attacks on Hamas installations
better.
and
Okay,
fire.
you know
I don't
better.
know better.
Okay,
No,
let's-
you don't know Israeli
let's
pilots.
take-
That's the
I'm-
problem.
thank God.
You know, you don't know
I
Israeli
know, thank
pilots.
God.
They
Uh,
believe that they are killing Hamasniks. They're given certain
I'm sure they believe it.
objectives, and
I'm
that's
sure
what
they
they
believe
attack.
it.
And if the
I'm
Hamas
sure
is
they believe
hiding
it.
behind
I'm sure they
civilians,
believe
civilians
every
die.
time they
It's as
target
simple as
every
that.
time they target a kid, I'm sure they believe it's Hamas. When
target
they
kids?
when they killed the 4 kids in the
They believed
yeah,
that they
I
were
know they believed it,
Hamasniks.
even though they were
You know that,
diminutive
that they-
size.
you know
even
that-
though they were
Nah, from
diminutive
that
size.
angle, you don't see the size.
Yeah, no, they saw
You
the
don't
size.
see the
Let's-
size.
Let's see the size.
Oh, I
Here.
know what he's quoting
Here,
correctly.
yeah.
You've lied about this
Yeah.
particular instance in the
Oh,
past.
Mr.
Those kids weren't just on the beaches, as often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound
yeah,
that they
with
have
a
operated
soccer
from.
ball.
They literally did.
Mr.
You can Google
Borelli,
it. You can
Mr.
Google
Borelli,
it.
with all
Mr.
due
Finkelstein.
respect, with all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying. That wharf was filled with journalists. There were tens, scores of journalists. That was an old fisherman's shack. What are you talking about? It's so painful.
Hamas naval-
It's so painful to listen to this idiocy.
And to
But
be clear,
let's-
on the other
let's-
side, you're implying that a
okay.
strike was okayed on the Israeli
Okay.
side, where they said, we're just
I
going to kill
said-
4
hey,
Palestinian
hey,
children today for no
hey,
reason.
Do you believe that?
Do you believe that? Do you
okay,
believe that?
let's-
Right,
okay,
as you said,
do
right,
you
there was
believe
a
it?
hotel of
Okay,
journalists. Do you
here-
think that they
here we
were
go.
out to kill
Here we
4
go.
children?
You won't answer the
Here we
question.
go.
You will never answer that
I
question.
will answer the question.
Pilots were out to
I
kill
will even
4
answer
children.
And it was approved
morons'
because that was a strike. That was a
questions.
drone strike.
Here.
So it was approved all the
You
way up
said
the chain that we're going to
okay,
kill
you
children
want-
today. We're going to
okay,
kill Palestinian
You want me
children
to
today.
answer, or do you want your motor mouth to go? Okay, answer. In 2018, there was the Great March of Return in Gaza. By all reckonings of human rights organizations and journalists who were there, it was overwhelmingly nonviolent. It
But organized
resembled
by the Hamas.
whoever organized
It's organized by
it was-
Satan. Let's start
Satan,
with
No,
that.
yeah.
by Hamas.
Okay,
No, by-
Satan.
yeah.
I agree. Let's go for the big one, the big Megillah. It's Satan. Okay, overwhelmingly organized, overwhelmingly nonviolent. Resembled at the beginning the
threw
first
bombs here and there, but
first Intifada.
they threw
Represent
bombs
the
here and
first.
there,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Okay, not bombs, but
They
let's
tried to make
okay.
holes in the fence,
Okay,
obviously.
Let's continue.
Yeah.
So,
But I'm not sure Israel behaved morally in that
okay,
respect.
okay.
No,
but
no,
you-
no.
Okay, wait.
I'm willing to grant you that.
Please.
I'm willing
Allow
to
me,
grant you.
allow me to.
You don't have to pursue
allow
it
me.
'cause I'm willing to grant
Allow me,
that
allow
there
me
was-
to
I
finish.
don't know anything about this. I'd like to. hear it.
Okay, so as you know, along the Gaza perimeter, there was Israel's best trained snipers. Correct?
I don't know best trained. There were
But-
snipers.
Fine.
Snipers.
Okay. All right.
The
Because
editorializing
hey,
support.
laugh. It's hilarious. The story's so funny.
You're lying about
It's
the Great
so
March of Return
funny.
had aspects
Okay,
of violence to it.
okay,
According, even the UN says it themselves.
Okay.
But you only collect what the UN says that you like.
See, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is You don't know the English language. You don't.
I can read from the
Did you
UN
hear-
website
did
itself.
I
In regards
say-
to the Great March of Return,
Please
they said,
stop with your
while the
idiotic-
vast majority of
with your
protesters have
idiotic-
acted in a peaceful manner,
No, listen to what
during
he
most
said.
protests,
Did you-
dozens have
did you
approached the
just
fence,
agree with
attempting
me,
to
Mr.
damage it,
said there was
burning
all-
tires,
Did I
throwing
say
stones and
overwhelmingly
Molotov cocktails
nonviolent?
towards Israeli forces, and
Okay.
flying incendiary
Okay.
kites and balloons
Okay.
into Israeli territory. The latter resulted
Yeah,
in
but-
extensive
but you
damage to
don't-
agricultural
you-
land and
okay.
nature reserves inside
Okay.
Israel, and risked the lives
Yeah,
of Israeli
because
civilians. Some incidents
Mr.
of shooting and
Borelli-
throwing of explosives
Yeah,
have also been
talk
reported.
fast, talk fast,
I'm
so
just
people
trying to-
think that you're coherent.
I'm just reading from the
Okay.
UN.
Yeah, but you see,
I know you like them sometimes, only when they agree with you,
You
though.
got the months wrong. You got the months wrong. We're talking about the beginning in March 30th, 2018.
You just described that march as mostly peaceful.
Okay, allow me to finish. So there were the snipers, okay? Now you find it so far-fetched. Israelis purposely, deliberately targeting civilians? That's such a far-fetched idea. An overwhelmingly non-violent march. What did the international
It wasn't a
investigation?
march, it was a campaign
Yeah,
which
whatever
went
you
on
want to
for,
call
for
it.
months.
Whatever you want to call
For
it.
months.
Yeah. What did the UN investigation find?
Well, he just read it to you.
I read the report. I don't read things off of those machines. I read the report. What did it find? Brace yourself. You thought it was so funny, the idea of IDF targeting civilians. It found, go look this up on your machine.
I already know what you're going to say. You're
It
going to say it found that
targeted
only one or
children,
two of them were
targeted
justified
children,
killings.
targeted journalists, targeted medics, and here's the funniest one of all. It's so hilarious. They targeted disabled people who were 300 meters away from the fence and just standing by trees.
This is true. If
If
what you're saying
it's
is
true,
If what you're
By the way,
saying is true.
just quick pause.
Mhm.
I think everything was fascinating to listen to, except the mention of hilarious. Nobody finds any of this hilarious. And if
And
any of us are
there's a
laughing,
lot there.
it's not at the suffering of civilians or suffering of anyone. It's at the obvious joyful camaraderie in the room. So I'm enjoying it, and also the joy of learning. So thank you.
Can we talk about the targeting civilian thing a little bit? I think there's like an important
Great
underlying,
March, you mean? Yeah.
not necessarily that. I think it's important to
In general.
understand. Yeah, I think it's important to understand there's like three different things here that we need to think about. So one is a policy of killing civilians. So I would ask the other side, I'm going to ask all three because I know there won't be a short answer. Do you think there is a policy top down from the IDF to target civilians? That's one thing. A second thing is
He said yes.
When
He
I
just
understand, yeah, sure, okay,
Muy-
yeah, that's fine.
muy
Okay,
man said
but
yes.
then the second thing is, or there's two distinctions I want to draw between. I think Benny would say this. I would say this. I'm sure, undoubtedly, there have been cases where IDF soldiers, for no good reason, have targeted and killed Palestinians that they should not have done. That would be prosecutable as war crimes, as defined by
and
the Rome
some,
Statute and the
and
ICC.
some have been prosecuted.
Yeah, and I'm
According to
absolutely
you
sure.
and
Hold
your
on, wait,
books,
wait, yep.
practically none.
I'm sure.
According to you and your
Some.
books,
I'm
practically
sure. I'm
none.
sure that we would all agree for soldiers that happens. But I think that it's important. I think that it's important that when we talk about military strikes, or we talk about things especially involving bombings or drone attacks, these are things that are signed off by multiple different layers of command, by multiple people involved in an operation, including intelligence gathering, including weaponeering, and there also have typically lawyers involved. When you make the claim that an IDF soldier shot a Palestinian, those three people, the three hostages that came up with white flags, and something horrible happened, I think that's a fair statement to make, and I think a lot of criticism is deserved. But when you make the statement that 4 children were killed by a strike, the claim that you're making,
Deliberately,
the
yes.
claim that you're making is that multiple levels of the IDF signed off on just killing.
I have no idea what
That's
motivated
great. If you don't
them.
understand the process, then let me educate you. I
don't
can tell you. I
understand
do
the
understand the
process.
process. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I'm trying to explain to you
you're
right
in
now.
the IDF.
Yes. It's
You've
basic
studied
military.
the
You can
IDF.
ask anybody that's
Aside
talked
from
about
Wikipedia, can you
yes,
tell
you
me
can talk
what
to
your knowledge
people.
of
You
the
can talk
IDF
to
is?
people who
Apart from
work in the
Wikipedia,
military.
What's your knowledge of
You
the
know what?
IDF?
The audience can look this up. Do you think that bombing and strikes are decided by one person in the field? Do you think one person
Can I
is in control of
respond
an
to
What he's
airplane or a
trying to
drone
tell you
strike?
is a pilot doesn't do it on
Yes,
his own.
strike
Can I
cells have
respond?
entire
Whole
apparatuses that are
hierarchy.
designed to figure out how to strike and who to strike. So when you say that 4 children are targeted, you're saying that a whole apparatus is
You
trying
make
to
my
murder
argument better than
4
me.
Palestinian
You
children.
make my argument
which is
better
a
than me.
ridiculous argument.
Because, really, that it's impossible at the command level. It's impossible
I
at
didn't
the
say
command
impossible.
level But you said that they couldn't have done it at the bottom if it weren't also
You
at
just
the
need
top.
to, you don't understand the
So-
strength of
I
the
don't
claim that you're
understand. Please,
making. You're
with
saying
all
that
due
from a
respect,
top-down level, that
with all-
lawyers,
with
multiple
all due
commanders, and
respect,
all of these
Mr.
people
Burnell,
signed
do
off
not tell me
on
what I don't
killing
understand.
4 Palestinians.
It's true.
Children.
It's true. I don't spend my nights on Wikipedia. I read books. I admit that as a signal.
waste of time,
Yeah,
by the way.
as
We're wasting time
I
right
know
now.
books are a waste of time. With all due regard,
Well,
there.
for you they are. The only thing you take from them are 2 or 3 quotes that you use to roast people.
I completely respect the fact, and I'll say it on the air, as much as I find totally disgusting what's come of your politics, a lot of the books are excellent. And I'll even tell you, because I'm not afraid of saying it, whenever I have to check on a basic fact, the equivalent of going to the Britannica, I go to your books. I know you got a lot of the facts right.
Benny Moore's books
I would
for the
never
listener.
I would never say books are a waste of time. And it's regrettable to you that you got strapped with a partner
never said
who thinks
books
that
are a
all
waste
the
of
wisdom,
time.
all
Only your
the
books,
wisdom.
Norm.
He didn't say they're
Yeah.
a waste of time.
I'd like to respond
Yes, please.
to what you were saying. I think the question that we're trying to answer,
I think you don't understand Israel, you know.
I
Neither
let
of
me
you
finish,
really
please.
understands Israel.
I think we're
how
all
it works.
I think we're all agreed
Yeah.
that Palestinians have deliberately targeted civilians, whether we're talking about Hamas and Islamic Jihad today or
prefer
previously.
The word, I prefer the word murdered and raped rather than targeted. Targeted is too soft
I'll use
for what the
targeted.
Hamas did.
I'm okay with
I'm not talking about.
I'm talking about this now.
Yeah, but I'm trying to answer his question.
Yeah. Okay.
Historically, there is substantial evidence that Palestinians have targeted civilians. Whether it's been incidental or systematic is a different discussion. I don't want to get into that now. For some reason, there seems to be a huge debate about whether any Israeli has ever sunk so low as to target a civilian. I don't
No,
know.
we've agreed. Both
We
said
just
that.
agreed
We've
that
just
we
said
concede that
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 this
could
has
have
happened
happened.
here and
Okay,
there.
and I think
We've agreed on that.
Okay, I think
What we're saying is it's not policy, which is what you guys are
Okay.
implying, that they kill civilians deliberately.
if I understand you correctly, you're basically making the claim that none of these attacks could have happened without going through an entire chain of
For
command.
strike cells that are involved in like drone attacks or
Yes.
plane attacks
Yes.
or yes.
My
typically.
understanding of the Israeli military, and you could perhaps, you've served in it, you would know better, it's actually a fairly chaotic organization.
No, that's not true. Especially not the Air Force. Extremely organized. The Air Force
Well-
works in a very organized fashion, as he says, with lawyers, a chain of command, and ultimately the pilot drops the bomb where he's told
Was
to
it
drop it.
in Protective Edge? Was that 200 strikes in like 60 seconds? I think at the opening of Protective Edge, like the coordination between.
You're talking
the
about
military and everything.
2008.
I think
Yeah.
Protective Edge was 2014, but I'm just saying that
Okay.
the coordination in the military is pretty
Well,
tight.
my understanding of the Israeli military
It's very
especially
organized. It's very
is that it's quite chaotic, and there's also a
that's
lot of
nonsense.
testimonies from Israel. But be that as it may, okay, I'm prepared to accept both of your contentions that it's a highly organized and
Especially the Air
disciplined
Force.
force. Air Force, under any scenario, is going to be more organized than the other branches, and you're saying such a strike would have been inconceivable.
I'm not necessarily
Or-
saying inconceivable. I'm just saying
okay.
that like that would have required
Okay,
like,
you're basically
murderous intent for so many different
yes.
levels.
You're
I don't think good evidence has been presented to say that that's
Your basic claim is that we it would be fair to assume that such a strike could have only been carried out with multiple levels of
signing.
authorization and signing off.
Mhm.
Okay, let's accept that for the sake of argument. We have now seen incident after incident after incident after incident where entire families are vaporized in single strikes.
Who is
We've
in the
seen-
families? Who lives in the house?
Family
inside?
members.
No,
Family
or next to the
members.
house
Family
in which these families are
We
killed.
have seen incident after.
Do you know that Hamasniks weren't in that house? Do you know that their
they
ammunition
were?
dumps weren't
Why
in
do I
those
have
houses?
to prove a negative?
You're saying that they deliberately targeted
Professor
families.
Mark, how
If
do you-
Israel wanted to kill civilians in Gaza, they could have killed 500,000 by now with the number of
And
strikes they've
therefore-
done.
and
the
therefore-
fact that they've only
Actually,
killed a certain small number,
only-
in
30,000 is
proportion-
a small number.
small
Yeah.
number in
You
You
proportion.
consider 30,000 a
small
small
number in
number.
proportion
Yeah.
over 4 months
12,000
probably
children
is an indication
only.
that
12,000
it's
children is
targeted and that there are
only.
Hamas targets in these places.
So I've given
12,000 children is only. And if that's the case, why is
Did I
it?
use the
Yeah,
word
you said only. Only. Though, Professor Morris, here's a question for you. If we take every combat zone in the world for the past 3 years, every combat zone in the world.
In Vietnam,
Okay.
the Americans killed
I said,
a million
I'm not
people.
talking about
Well, they could have
Vietnam.
killed
I wasn't-
40 million.
I wasn't, yeah, I was again in the anti-war movement. So don't
Americans
strap me.
killed a million people in Vietnam.
Fine. And 30 million Russians were killed. So during World War II, so everything else is irrelevant. Okay.
Not
Here's the
everything
question.
relevant, but stick to
Professor Morris, here's a question. It's very perplexing. If you take every combat zone in the world for the past 3 years and you multiply the number of children killed by 4, every combat zone in the world, you get Gaza. Okay? So when you
What is
say
that supposed to prove?
Okay, I'm going to tell you.
Firstly,
Just shut up.
You're relying
And
on
I'll tell you.
Hamas numbers.
No, I'm not
Hamas
relying.
numbers are
I'm
not
relying on the
necessarily
numbers
true.
that
You know
everybody
that.
else. I'm relying on the
Sure,
numbers.
even if we take the
everybody
numbers,
else-
though, what does that
Those
prove?
Okay.
are Hamas numbers.
Okay.
Which may not
Fine,
be true.
fine,
They could invent
fine.
anything because you
I
know
think
that they are
I
a
think
mendacious
I think we
organization.
all. I know mendacious. Believe me.
You like words.
mendacious, as in the
mendacious
Israeli
organization.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Okay. So here's the thing. You say they could have killed 500,000, but they only killed only. That's your word.
I'm
they
only
only killed
if you
30,000.
believe that they deliberately target civilians, they would have killed many
No, you
more.
see,
The fact is that they don't
Professor
deliberately
Morris,
target civilians.
Professor Morris, for a
And you don't understand
for a
Israeli
historian,
society.
I
You
don't want to
how it
understand
works.
Israeli society.
You don't
If you want to know the
understand how
truth,
it
I don't want to. I don't want to get inside their heads.
That's the problem.
90% of
Probably
A
Israel
good, a
has
good, a
historically-
good, a good
90%,
historian,
90%, yeah.
tries to get into the heads of
There's a limit.
the various
There's a limit.
protagonists.
There's a limit. When
That's what a good
90%
historian does.
when 90% of Israelis think that Israel's using enough or too little force in Gaza, I don't want to get inside that head. 40% think that Israel's using insufficient force in Gaza. I don't want to get inside that head. I don't want to get inside the head of people who think they're using insufficient force
Historians
against
must
the
understand.
population,
No.
against the population, half of which is children. I don't want to get inside that head. But here's the point, because your partner wants to know the point. You don't understand political constraints. One of your ministers said, let's drop an atomic bomb on
Do you
Gaza.
think he really meant that?
He
Well,
said it 3
you-
No.
Hey,
It was said in a sort of a
Professor
very
Morris. No,
he
questionable
said it the
way.
day
He didn't
after-
say they should drop
Professor
an
He said
atomic
it
Morris,
bomb.
the day
I'm not
after
supporting
the
him. He's an
ICJ
idiot.
met.
Morris,
This
And he said,
minister
"I
is
want
an-
the Hague
this
Treaty."
minister is a messianic
none other
idiot.
than
But
Israel's,
he didn't say drop an atomic
none
bomb.
none
said it
other than
repeatedly.
Israel's chief historian, the famed, justifiably famed Benny Morris, thinks we should be dropping nuclear weapons on Iran.
Iran has for years, its leaders for years have said we should destroy Israel.
Mm-hmm.
You agree with that? They've said we should destroy Israel. Israel must be destroyed. Is that correct? This is what the Iranian leaders have been saying since
I
Khomeini.
would say Iranian leaders have sent mixed messages.
Okay, but some of them have said, including
Mr. Burrell,
Khamenei
if you don't
and
know the
Khomeini.
evidence, if you don't
Wait,
know the
wait, wait.
evidence,
Just the
why are
selective
you
skepticism.
laughing?
It's very funny.
Well, it's funny
Iran
because
that supports
it's-
Hezbollah
okay,
and the Houthis
okay.
and Hamas.
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
they want
Wait,
Israel
wait,
destroyed.
Brace yourself.
Wait.
To the extent that the Houthis
It's
are
complicated.
trying, to the extent that the Houthis are trying to stop the genocide in Gaza,
One, there is
no-
no
there's
genocide.
no
They don't have
genocide.
the right to
I
attack
support-
civilian ships.
I
know you
support the
selectively
Houthis.
support
There's no
international law when
I
it agrees
support-
with you,
okay.
and then when it doesn't, you decide
Okay.
to throw
If
international
you-
law to
There's
the
no
wind.
genocide in Gaza.
If
There's
you
no
like,
genocide.
Yeah, hold on a
let me
second.
read-
Norm.
Let me read what you said.
Norm, stop, please. Norm, just for me, please.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me a second. You said that there's no genocide going on in Gaza.
Yes.
Let me ask that clear question.
Yes.
The same question I asked on Hamas attacks. Is there, from a legal, philosophical, moral perspective, is there genocide going on in Gaza today?
is there a genocide going on in Gaza? Well, in several years, we will have a definitive response
But at the
to that
moment-
question.
So
What has happened thus far is that on the 29th of December, the Republic of South Africa instituted proceedings against Israel pursuant to the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. South Africa basically accused Israel of perpetrating genocide in the Gaza Strip. On the 26th of January, the court issued its initial ruling. The court at this stage is not making a determination on whether Israel has or has not committed genocide. So just as it has not found Israel guilty, it certainly also hasn't found Israel innocent. What the court had to do at this stage was take one of two decisions. Either South Africa's case was the equivalent of a frivolous lawsuit and dismiss it and close the proceedings, or it had to determine that South Africa presented a plausible case that Israel was violating its obligations under the Genocide Convention, and that it would, on that basis, hold a full hearing. Now, a lot of people have looked at the court's ruling of the 26th of January and focused on the fact that the court did not order a ceasefire. I actually wasn't expecting it to order a ceasefire, and I wasn't surprised that it didn't, because in the other cases that the court has considered, most prominently Bosnia and Myanmar, it also didn't order a ceasefire. And South Africa, in requesting a ceasefire, also didn't ask the court to render an opinion on the legitimacy or lack thereof of Israel's military operation. From my perspective, the key issue on the 26th of January was whether the court would simply dismiss the case or decide to proceed with it.
And it decided to proceed.
And it decided to proceed. And I think that's enormously.
I thought that was
I think that's
beautifully
enormously
But you said they committed
significant.
genocide.
I-
You already said they committed genocide.
I also
That
like-
Israel
I
is
said-
committing genocide.
But if
You
I
used
could
that
just-
word.
Allow me.
Use that word.
That's correct.
Now,
I don't run away.
So
from
Norman,
my
you
word.
did say Israel
Norm,
committing
I would
genocide.
Can you let Muin
Yeah.
finish?
well, the end of the story is you specifically asked whether I think Israel is committing genocide. I explained formally there is no finding. And as you said, we won't know for a number of years. And I think there's legitimate questions to be raised. I mean, in the Bosnia case, which I think all four of us would agree was clearly a case of genocide, the court
You
determined.
mean by the Serbs?
Yes.
Yeah.
In the Bosnia case, the court determined that of all the evidence placed before them, only Srebrenica qualified as genocide, and all the other atrocities committed did not qualify as genocide. You know, international law is a developing organism. I don't know how the court is going to respond in this case. So I wouldn't take it as a foregone conclusion how the court is going to respond.
But Norman has determined already.
I have too, because you're asking my personal
Personal opinion is also.
So as a matter of law, I want to state very clearly, it has not been determined and won't be determined for several years. Based on my observations and the evidence before me, I would say it's indisputable that Israel is engaged in a genocidal assault against the Palestinian people in the Gaza
which
Strip.
is the PLO line.
Get with the
Genocidal.
program. The PLO is long past.
What
Okay, the
what
Palestinian
defines-
Authority.
as you were saying, genocide is not a body count. Genocide consists of two elements: the destruction of a people in whole or in part. So, in other words, you can commit genocide by
With
killing
5
30,000 people. It doesn't have, well, 5 probably is below
There
the
is a problem
threshold.
of numbers.
Yes, but I think 30,000 crosses the threshold, and not reaching 500,000 is probably irrelevant. And the second element is there has to be an intent. In other words,
And you believe there's an intent?
yes, I think if there is any other plausible reason for why all these people are being murdered, it's not genocide. And as far as intent is
What about
concerned-
hiding behind a human shield? You don't think that's a reason for them being killed?
Well, let's get the intent part out of the way first. South Africa's.
Forget South Africa. They're not the party.
Well, I'd
They
like to
made-
finish.
they
They're
made
just
I'd
the
like,
pro-Hamas
application.
government. That's got nothing to do with
I
anything.
think they're
Pro-Hamas.
pro-Satan as well. Last time,
No,
I
they're
checked.
pro-Hamas.
For some reason, you don't have a problem with people being pro-Israeli at the time of this, but if they support Palestinians' right to life or self-determination, they get demonized and
Not because of
delegitimized
that,
as
because they
pro-Hamas.
supported an organization which murdered 1,200 people deliberately. That's my problem.
But supporting a state that has murdered 30,000.
But they
people,
haven't,
pay for
because
you.
these are 30,000
Okay.
are basically human
Well, just to
shields
get back-
used by the Hamas,
Okay.
And
in
you
which the
just-
Hamas
and-
wanted,
please, Norm.
Sorry.
killed.
Okay, if
They
I
wanted
could-
them killed.
All right, if I
The
could,
Hamas wanted these people
sure.
killed.
If I could just get
You don't think they wanted them killed? They
No,
didn't
I don't.
provide them with shelters. They build tunnels for their fighters,
Okay,
but
if I
not
could get
one
back to my
shelter
point.
for their own civilians.
You asked me about
Of course
intent.
they want them killed.
Okay, you asked me about intent, and the reason that I bought in the South African application is because it is actually exceptionally detailed on intent by quoting
All
numerous.
sorts of idiotic ministers in Israel.
Well, yeah, including the prime minister, the defense
the Prime
minister,
didn't say
the
kill,
chief of
Didn't
staff.
say genocide. the chief
No, he
of
said
staff-
According
Amalek.
to
He
Asa
said
Kasher,
Amalek.
Use the word
According
Amalek,
to Asa
because the
Kasher-
Hamas are a really
According
evil
to Asa
organization.
Kasher,
if I may.
according to Asa Kasher, the philosopher of the
Asa Kasher,
IDF,
yeah.
he said that Netanyahu
He's
was
just an old
was
Iranian.
avowing genocide.
So-
now he's an idiot.
So
I
the
didn't say
point.
he's an idiot, but he's
Yeah.
past it.
So the
Well,
reason I
yeah.
raised the South African application is twofold:
Yeah.
Hamas or no Hamas. It's exceptionally detailed
Okay.
on the question of intent. And secondly, when the International Court of Justice issues a ruling, individual justices have
Can
the
give
right
their
can
own,
give their own opinion.
Yeah, yeah.
And I found the German one to be the most interesting on this specific question, because he was basically saying that he didn't think South Africa presented a persuasive case. But he said their section on intent was so overpowering that he felt he was left with no
Okay.
choice but to vote with the majority. So I think that answers the intent part of your question.
So for the ICJ case that South Africa's brought, I think there's a couple things that need to be mentioned. One is, and I saw you two talk at length about this, the plausibility standard is incredibly low. The only thing we're looking for is a basic presentation of facts that make it conceivable, possible, that
Plausible.
plausible, which legally this is obviously below criminal conviction, below,
Yes, of course.
below.
Think of it as an
it's-
indictment.
Sure, possibly, maybe even a lower level than even an indictment. So plausibility is an incredibly low standard, number one. Number two, if you actually go through and you read the complaint that South Africa filed, I would say that if you go through the quotes and you even follow through to the source of the quotes, the misrepresentation that South Africa does in their case about all of these horrendous quotes, in my opinion, borders on criminal.
Well, 16 ICJ judges disagree.
That's fine if 16 ICJ judges disagree,
They must
but
be
I'm going to
awful
give,
incompetent.
they could be,
They
but
must be even the American judge. She must have been awful incompetent if she was unable to see the misrepresentations that Mr. Bonnell, based on his Wikipedia entry, was able to find.
so this is based on the official ICJ report that was
Yeah,
released. I'm not sure if you read the entire thing or not.
read every
Okay, that's great. Did you
aspect.
go through and actually identify any of the sources for the underlying quotes?
Actually, brace yourself for this, and Moeen could confirm it.
Mhm.
Yaniv Kogan, an Israeli, and Jamie Stern Weiner, half Israeli, they checked every single quote in the Hebrew original. And Yaniv Kogan, love the guy. He has terrifying powers of concentration. He checked every single quote. Is that correct, Moeen? And Jamie checked every single quote in the English, in the context. And where there were any contextual questions, they told us.
I think they found one.
Yeah, I think I found one. So I do not believe that those 15 judges, it was 15-2.
16-2, I think.
They're 15 on the court plus 2, so it's 17, so it's 15-2. I don't think those 15 judges were incompetent. And I certainly don't believe the president of the court, an American, would allow herself to be duped.
Okay.
Because
well, let's,
you might recall, Mr. Burrell. Mr. Burrell.
I didn't want to read one.
Let him read.
Sure. So this was taken from the South African complaint. There's tons of these, but so here's one. In the complaint for the ICJ, they said that on the 12th of October, 2023, President Isaac Herzog made clear that Israel was not distinguishing between militants and civilians in Gaza, stating in a press conference to foreign media in relation to Palestinians in Gaza, over 1 million of whom are children, quote, "It's an entire nation out there that is responsible.
Yeah.
It is not true, this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved.
I saw that.
It's absolutely not true, and we will fight until we break their backbone," end quote. If you actually go to the news article that they even link it in their complaint, the full context for the quote was, quote, "It is an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians not being aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. They could have risen up. They could have fought against that evil regime, which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat. But we are at war. We are defending our homes. We are protecting our homes. That's the truth. And when a nation protects its home, it fights, and we will fight until we break their backbone." He acknowledged that many Gazans had nothing to do with Hamas, but was adamant that others did. Quote, "I agree. There are many innocent Palestinians who don't agree with this, but you have a missile in your goddamn kitchen and you want to shoot it at me. Am I allowed to defend myself? We have to defend ourselves. We have the right to do so." This is not the same as saying there's no distinction between militants and civilians in Gaza. His statement here is actually fully compliant with international law to the letter, because if you are storing military supplies in civilian areas, these things become military targets and you're allowed to do proportionality assessments afterwards. So if this is supposed to be one of many quotes that they've shown that is supposed to demonstrate genocidal intent, but it is very easily explained by military intent or by a conflict between two parties.
I saw that press conference.
Wait, let me just say something. All of this talk is a bit irrelevant because it may sound to the listeners that the court in The Hague has ruled that Israel is committing genocide.
No, I think
but it hasn't. It hasn't.
No.
It's just going in the next few years to look at the whole subject.
Okay.
There
I think
has
we're
been
agreed on that.
no determination at all.
Fine.
And as Stephen says, some of the quotes are not exactly accurate quotes or taken out of
Total
context.
mischaracterization.
Yes.
Okay. It is correct, as Muin put it, that it'll be several years before the court makes a determination.
And my guess is that it will determine there was no genocide.
I
We
don't
can
know.
only
That's my
guess.
guess. Yes, no, I'm just giving you my guess.
I can't predict. I got it all wrong, actually, as Muin will attest. I got it all wrong the first time. I never thought the American judge would vote in favor of plausibility.
So you admit that you were wrong.
Yeah, of course. I think I tell Muin twice a day, I was wrong about this and I was wrong about that. I'm not wrong about the facts. I try not to be, but my speculations, they can be wrong. Okay, leaving that aside. First of all, as Muin pointed out, there's a difference between the legal decision by the ruling and an independent judgment. Now, South Africa was not filing a frivolous case. That was 84 pages. It was single.
Even 84
It was
pages can be
single-spaced.
frivolous.
It takes an hour and a half to read. It was not a massive case.
It was single-spaced, and it had literally hundreds of footnotes.
It can still be frivolous.
It's
Of course,
possible.
of course,
It
but
could
this
be.
one wasn't.
Yeah, I read the report. To tell you the truth, I followed very closely everything that's been happening to October 7th. I was mesmerized. I couldn't believe the comprehensiveness of that particular report. Number two, there are two quite respected judges, there were two quite respected experts of international law sitting on the South African panel, John Dugard and Vaughan Lowe. Vaughan Lowe, as you might know, he argued the Wall case in 2004 before the International Court of Justice. Now, they were alleging genocide, which in their view means the evidence in their minds, we're not yet at the court, the evidence in their minds compels the conclusion that genocide is being committed. I am willing, because I happen to know Mr. Dugard personally and have corresponded with Vaughan Lowe. I've heard their claim. I've read the report. I would say they make a very strong case. But let's agree plausible. Now, here's a question. If somebody qualifies for an Olympic team, let's say a regional person qualifies for an Olympic team, it doesn't mean they're going to be on the Olympic team. It doesn't mean they're going to win a gold medal, a silver medal, or a bronze
But they
medal.
can swim. That's what you're saying.
No, I would say that's a very high bar
You're saying they can swim.
to even qualify.
Swim well enough to have a realistic prospect
yeah,
of
got
winning
that.
a medal.
So, to even make it to plausible,
That is
It's a
not
high
true.
bar.
to even,
That is not
it's
what
a
plausible
very
means.
high.
It is absolutely not. You're
Mr.
dead
Borelli,
wrong.
Mr. Borelli, please don't teach me about the English language.
So the declaration of Judge
I
Noy
said
says that the court
plausibility
is not
is the
asked
same
in the present
concept as
phase.
qualifying.
The court is not asked at this present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide
Didn't I
are
just
well-founded. They're not
Didn't I just
well-founded.
say
They're not
that?
even well-founded.
Did
The court is. You said that plausible was a high standard. It is absolutely not. It is a misrepresentation of the strength of the case against Israel, just like the majority
Not-
of the quotes
not
they have in this
every-
case are. And also, you said
Okay.
it was an extremely well-founded case. They spend like 1/4 of all of the quotations, some even pulled from the Goldstone report, that try to that actually deal with the intent part. Which is, by the way, I think you guys, I don't know if you use the phrase the dolus specialis, that the intentional part of genocide.
I don't know that term.
I think it's called dolus specialis. It is the most important part of genocide, which is proving the special. It is a highly special intent to commit genocide. It's possible that Israel could.
That's mens rea.
No.
It should prove
The
it
mens
at
rea.
that stage.
Yes, I understand the state of mind, but for genocide, it's called dolus specialis. It's a highly special intent. Did you read the case?
Yeah.
It is
Mr.
a highly
Borelli,
special intent.
I'm
going
gonna
to
ask you
of
again.
genocide. Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think the declaration of the judge is imbecile.
Don't put on public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession to shut up. Did I
I'm
read the
comfortable
case?
putting my display on camera if you're comfortable putting yours in
Mr.
books.
Borelli,
Okay.
His name
I
is
read the case around 4 times. I read all of the majority opinion, the declarations. I read Aaron Barak's declaration.
Then why are
I
you
know-
lying and saying
are-
plausible is a high
I-
standard?
Because I said, even reaching the benchmark of plausibility is a very high standard in the world. It's the equivalent of a regional player qualifying for an Olympics. It's still 2 steps removed. You may not be on the team and you may not get a medal, but to get qualified, which in this context is the equivalent of plausible, you must be doing something pretty horrible.
But the
And
court-
as it happens,
the court- the court will
Professor
rule
Morris,
there was no
as-
genocide.
as-
That's what the court will rule. Remember what I just told you. The court will
I don't
rule
expect
there
to
was
be
no
even
genocide.
around when the court reaches its final decision.
Why?
Why? It'll take a long, long time.
2 years, 3
No,
years.
I don't think it'll take 2 or 3 years.
I mean,
but-
Bosnia, which was admittedly a special type of case because they were accusing Serbia of sponsoring the Bosnian Serbs. That took, I think, 17 years from 90.
I assume they'll take 2 or 3 years.
But the point you're making, so this
I'm
is
saying
illegal.
That something
yeah.
horrible must be happening to even
It
achieve.
is horrible. It's a war.
Yeah,
It's true,
It's
yes.
horrible.
But I
Except
think-
they weren't rendering a ruling on the war. They were rendering a ruling on the genocide.
And I think
They didn't
the
render it.
suggestion.
And they said it was
They just said,
plausible.
we'll-
They also
we'll
said it was
talk about it.
plausible that Israel is committing a
But I
military
thi- I thi-
operation as well.
Yeah, but I think the problem with your characterization is you're saying in so many words the South Africans basically only have to show up in court with a coherent
Right.
Basically,
statement.
Right.
That is correct.
In today's
needed-
atmosphere, that's probably correct.
They needed to do a lot more.
Not
they
much more.
they needed
Not
to
much more.
they needed
The
to
American
persuade.
judge?
Today's atmosphere.
The
forget
American
Americans.
judge?
They
In
needed
today's
to
atmosphere,
persuade.
Judges go according to what the majority want to hear.
Yeah, but
That's
they
He
right.
was
needed-
the president.
They needed to persuade the court that it was worth investing several years of their time in
They're probably
hearing
well
this
paid
case.
for it,
To us.
so
They're well paid whether
they
they
have
take
time
this
for it.
case or not. I mean, you know, they have a full docket whether they accept or reject this case. And I don't think we should
Remember what I just said. They won't rule there was genocide. Remember what I said.
Also, I recommend people actually read the case and follow through a lot of the quotes. That they just
Okay.
don't show genocidal
Mr. Borelli,
intent.
brace
I don't think so
yourself.
either.
The Israeli Minister of
Mr.
Finance on the
Borelli.
8th of October, 2023. This is taken from the ICJ. This is from South Africa's submission. Bezalel Smotrich, I can't read this, stated,
Bezalel Smotrich.
there you go. Okay, at a meeting of the Israeli cabinet that, quote, we need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza, end quote. But again, if you click through and you read the source, their own linked source, it says, as per this own source, quote, the powerful finance minister, settler leader Bezalel Smotrich, I can't pronounce this, demanded at the cabinet meeting late Saturday that the army, quote, hit Hamas brutally and not take the matter of the captives into significant consideration, end quote. Quote, in war, as in war, you have to be brutal, end quote. He was quoted as saying, quote, we need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza, end quote. You can't strip the quotation of Hamas, a entity that you're at war with, and then pretend that there's genocidal intent.
Take down
That's not how
Gaza.
That's not genocidal
Hey,
intent.
So when the
Take down
Ukrainians say
Gaza?
we need, when the Ukrainians say we
take
need to
down
defeat
Gaza.
Russia,
That's
Take
not
down Gaza.
genocidal.
no. When
No.
Ukraine says we need to defeat
Uh,
Russia,
yeah.
is that genocidal? Do they
Here's
mean
one.
killing all Russian citizens?
Professor Morris, here's
seriously,
another
it's
one.
not- it's
when
ridiculous.
the defense, ridiculous.
Yes, ridiculous.
The American judge.
He also doesn't determine policy, but
The American
that's
judge.
neither here nor
The
there.
American judge read.
You are holding the American judge to
Well, she was the president.
Because he'll
So
appeal
what?
to authority when it agrees
Okay.
with him, and we won't deal with the actual
Yeah.
facts of the matter, ever.
Okay. The American judge read several of the quotes.
Look at the American
Okay.
Supreme Court today. They may support Trump.
Okay, look.
It shows you
Okay,
how worthy
Professor
American
Morris,
judges are.
Professor Morris, without going too far afield, if you heard a statement by the defense minister said, we are going to prevent any food, water, fuel, or electricity from entering
Did they
Gaza.
do that?
He wanted
I-
to make
Did Israel do that?
Okay, no, I'm wondering.
What he said.
I'm asking you.
Isn't Israeli
Oh,
government
wait,
policy?
but we're talking about statements now, intent. How would you interpret that?
After 1,200 of your citizens are murdered the way they were, I would expect
Let's-
extreme statements
okay,
by
okay.
lots of politicians.
But you're
by lots of politicians.
but you don't accept extreme
But that's not
Palestinian
Israeli policy.
Wait, but you don't
what
accept.
he said isn't Israeli policy.
But you don't-
They let in
please.
water, they let in gas.
Untrue.
they
But
let
you don't
in
accept.
electricity.
But you don't accept extreme
Untrue.
Palestinian statements after they lost their entire country, not just 1,200 people.
That's a good point. No, it's a good point.
And on that, on that brief moment of agreement, let's just take a quick pause. We need a smoke break, we need a water break, we need a bathroom
Take
break.
down Gaza is not a genocide.
I don't know
Defeat
what it
Russia
means.
is a genocidal
What does
statement.
take down
When we
Gaza
went to
mean?
war with Iraq and we wanted to destroy Iraq, that was
Take
a
down
genocidal
Gaza.
statement. There's a reason why genocide is such an importantly guarded concept, and it's not to condemn every nation that goes to war.
Mr. Bonnell,
Wait, you do know how to pronounce my name. Are you mispronouncing it intentionally?
Yeah, he made you into an Italian all the time.
touched by your solicitude for international law.
You should try learning it sometime. It would help you sort out a lot of the civilian deaths.
Unfortunately, 15 judges disagree.
You could keep citing the judges. You should actually try reading the actual statements.
This is tiring.
How you
You've invited us to a tiring session.
Yeah, there you go. How you guys doing?
Okay. There are major things to discuss here, not just what some court is doing and going to
Okay.
judge in 2 years' time.
Yes, okay. So what you just said is one of the reasons why I feel so strongly about this particular conflict is because there are really important things to discuss, but they will never be discussed.
They're not being
We're not going to
discussed
talk
here,
about
probably.
Area A, B, and C, or what a transference of territory. Instead, we're going to talk about apartheid. We're not going to talk about the differences in how do you conduct war in an urban environment where people use. We're just going to talk about genocide. We're not going to talk about
No, you're right.
what's a good solution
We're
for the
missing-
Palestinians. We're just going to say ethnic cleansing.
Possible to talk, be productive over the next 2 hours and talk about solutions?
About solutions, I have no idea what to say. I mean, I don't see any solutions on. If you wanted a positive end to this discussion, which is what you said at the beginning, I can't contribute to that because I'm pessimistic. I don't see any way forward here.
But the lack of the solution is easy. The reason why the solution is hard is because the histories and the myths are completely. There's a different factual record, right?
One of the things it would be good to talk about solutions with the future is going back in all the times it has failed. So every time.
But even at that, we're probably not going to agree. He's going to say, you could write that, I can predict the whole line. He's going to say from 93 to 99, he's going to say Israel didn't adhere to the Oslo Accords ever. Settlement expansion continued. Raids happened into the West Bank, that there was never a legitimate, that Netanyahu came in and violated the Y memorandum, the transference. He's going to say all of this, and he's not going to bring up anything on the Palestinian side. And then for Camp David, he's going to say that, that Arafat was trying, that the maps and the territorial exchange wasn't good enough, that they were asking Palestinians to make all the concessions, that Israel would would have like it's yeah.
Well, lay it all out. Lay it out.
You do talk quickly, you know?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And yeah, my future book should interest you guys.
Oh, what
It
are you
deals
working
with-
on?
No, it's not working on. It's actually going to come out.
Ah,
It deals with Israeli and Arab atrocities, war crimes, I call them, in the 48 war. That's
Oh,
my new
really?
book, yeah.
ah.
Just deals with that subject.
Is this because I know you've also talked about the closure of the archives and stuff?
Well, it's marginal.
Yeah.
They do it deals with that as well, but
Yeah.
they have tried to seal off documents which I'd already used and
Yeah.
seen.
So
now
you-
they don't let people see them. That's happened, but it's marginal in terms of its effect
Yeah.
on.
Were the British
production of
archives
historiography.
useful for you for this
Yeah.
new book?
Well, for this less, it's mostly Israeli archives.
Yeah, yeah.
The British and the Americans and the UN did deal with these subjects, but not as well as Israeli documents.
What's your casualty count for Deir Yassin?
It's about 100. I think there's
100.
agreement on that by Israelis and Arabs.
Yeah.
100, 105.
Because before they were
They used to say 245
Yeah.
or 254.
Yeah.
Those were the figures the British and the Arabs and the Haganah agreed on at the beginning.
because
it was
the Red
nonsense.
Cross, I think, was the one that first put out that number.
I don't remember. Maybe it was, what's his name, Jacques de
Yeah,
Reynier, or
something
maybe.
other. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he came up with that number. But it was just, he didn't count. They didn't count bodies.
Mm.
They just threw the number out and everybody was happy to
Yeah.
blame the Irgun and the Lehi
Yeah.
for, killing more Arabs than actually.
Well, and they put it to good use as well.
Well, they
the
said
Lehi.
that it helped precipitate more evacuation. So they were
I think
happy with
Begin
that.
in his
Yeah,
memoirs.
They also
goes
used that
into
number.
this.
Yeah, sure.
Mm.
Yeah.
So, first of all, thank you for that heated discussion about the present. I would love to go back into history in a way that informs what we can look for in by way of hope for the future. So, when has in Israel and Palestine have we been closest to something like a peace settlement, to something that like where both sides would be happy and enable the flourishing of both peoples?
Well, from my knowledge of the 120 years or so of conflict, the closest I think the two sides have been to reaching some sort of settlement appears to have been in the year 2000 when Barack and then subsequently Clinton offered a two-state settlement to PLO Palestinian Authority chairman Yasser Arafat. And Arafat seemed to waver. He didn't immediately reject what was being offered, but ultimately came down at the end of Camp David in July 2000. He came down against the proposals, and Clinton, who said he wouldn't blame him, later blamed Arafat for bringing down the summit and not reaching a solution there. But I think they're on the table, certainly in the Clinton parameters of December 2000, which followed the proposals by Barack in July. The Palestinians were offered the best deal they're ever going to get from Israel, unless Israel is destroyed, and then there'll just be a Palestinian Arab state. But the best deal that Israel could ever offer them, they were offered, which essentially was 95% of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, half of the old city of Jerusalem, some sort of joint control of the Temple Mount, and the Gaza Strip, of course, in full. And the Palestinians said no to this deal. And nobody really knows why Arafat said no. That is, some people think he was trying to hold out for slightly better terms. But my reading is that he was constitutionally, psychologically incapable of signing off on a two-state deal, meaning acceptance of the existence of a Jewish state. This was really the problem. And
Of Israel or of a Jewish state?
of a Jewish state, the Jewish state of Israel. He wasn't willing to share Palestine with the Jews and put his name to that. I think he just couldn't do it. That's my reading. But some people say it was because the terms were insufficient and he was willing, but was waiting for slightly better terms. I don't buy that. I don't think so. But other people disagree with me on this.
What do you think?
Well, just briefly, in response, Arafat formally recognized Israel in 1993.
Yeah, earlier.
I don't think actually that in 2000, 2001, a genuine resolution was on offer, because I think the maximum Israel was prepared to offer, admittedly more than it had been prepared to offer in the past, fell short of the minimum that the Palestinians considered to be a reasonable two-state settlement, bearing in mind that as of 1949, Israel controlled 78% of the British Mandate of Palestine. The Palestinians were seeking a state on the remaining 22%, and this was apparently too much for Israel. My response to your question would be,
Wait, they were being offered something like 22 or 21%.
they were being offered, I think, less than a withdrawal to the 1967 borders with mutual and minor and reciprocal land swaps and the just resolution of
The refugee problem was one of the
question. Yes. I worked for a number of years with International Crisis Group, and my boss at the time was Rob Malley, who was one of the American officials present at Camp
recently
David.
thrown out of the State Department or whatever.
The point I want to make about Rob was he wrote, I think, a very perceptive article in 2001 in the New York Review of Books. I know that you and Ehud Barak have had a debate with them, but I think he gives a very compelling reason of why and how Camp David failed. But rather than going into that,
He wrote that together with Hussein Ara.
Hussein Ara, yes, who was not at Camp David.
Yes.
But in response to your question, I think there could have been a real possibility of Israeli-Palestinian and Arab-Israeli peace in the mid-1970s, in the wake of the 1973 October War. I'll recall that in 1971, Moshe Dayan, Israel's defense minister at the time, full of triumphalism about Israel's victory in 1967, speaking to a group of Israeli military veterans, stated, if I had to choose between Sharm el-Sheikh without peace or peace without Sharm el-Sheikh, this is referring to the resort in Egyptian Sinai, which was then under Israeli occupation, Dayan said, I will choose for Sharm el-Sheikh without peace. Then the 1973 war came along, and I think Israeli calculations began to change very significantly. And I think it was in that context that had there been a joint U.S.-Soviet push for an Arab-Israeli and Israeli-Palestinian resolution that incorporated both an Israeli withdrawal to the 1967 lines and the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories, I think there was a very reasonable prospect for that being achieved. It ended up being aborted, I think, for several reasons, and ultimately the Egyptian president, Anwar Sadat, decided, for reasons we can discuss later, to launch a separate unilateral initiative for Israeli-Egyptian rather than Arab-Israeli peace. And I think once that set in motion, the prospects disappeared, because Israel essentially saw its most powerful adversary removed from the equation and felt that this would give it a free hand in the occupied territories, also in Lebanon, to get rid of the PLO and so on. So, and you ask, when were we closest? And I can't give you an answer of when we were closest. I can only tell you when I think we could have been close, and that was a lost opportunity. If we look at the situation today, there's been a lot of discussion about a two-state settlement. My own view, and I've written about this, I don't buy the arguments of the naysayers that we have passed the so-called point of no return with respect to a two-state settlement. Certainly, if you look at the Israeli position in the occupied territories. I would argue it's more tenuous than was the French position in Algeria in 1954, than was a British position in Ireland in 1916, than was the Ethiopian position in Eritrea in 1990. And so, as a matter of practicality, as a matter of principle, I do think the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories remains realistic. I think the question that we now need to ask ourselves, it's one I'm certainly asking myself since October 7th, and looking at Israel's genocidal campaign, but also looking at larger questions. Is it desirable? Can you have peace with what increasingly appears to be an irrational, genocidal state that seeks to confront and resolve each and every political challenge with violence, and that reacts to its failure to achieve solutions to political challenges with violence by applying even more violence, that has an insatiable lust for Palestinian territory, that, you know, a genocidal apartheid state that seems increasingly incapable of even conceiving of peaceful coexistence with the other people on that land. So I'm very pessimistic that a solution is possible. I look at, I grew up in Western Europe in the long shadow of the Second World War. I think we can all agree that there could have been no peace in Europe had certain regimes on that continent not been removed from power. I look at Southeast Asia in the late 1970s, and I think we're all agreed that there could not have been peace in that region had the Khmer Rouge not been ousted. I look at Southern Africa during the 1990s, and I think we can all be agreed that had the white minority regimes of that ruled Zimbabwe and South Africa not been dismantled, there could not have been peace in that region. And although I think it's worth having a discussion, I do think it's now a legitimate question to ask, can there be peace without dismantling the Zionist regime? And I make a very clear distinction between the Israeli state and its institutions on the one hand, and the Israeli people, who I think, regardless of our discussion about the history, I think you can now talk about an Israeli people and a people that have developed rights over time, and a formula for peaceful coexistence with them will need to be found, which is a separate matter from dismantling the Israeli state and its institutions. And again, I haven't reached clear conclusions about this, except to say, as a practical matter, I think a two-state settlement remains feasible. But I think there are very legitimate questions about its desirability and about whether peace can be achieved in the Middle East with the persistence of an irrational, genocidal apartheid regime, particularly because Israeli society is beginning to develop many extremely distasteful, supremacist, dehumanizing aspects that I think also stand in the way of coexistence, that are being fed by this regime.
So if you look back into history, when were closest to peace? And do you draw any hope from any of them?
I feel like in 2000, I feel like the deal that was present, at least at the end of the Taba summit, I think in terms of what Israel, I think, had the appetite to give and what the Palestinians would have gotten, would have definitely been the most agreeable between the two parties. I don't know if in 73, I'm not sure if the appetite would have ever been there for the Arab states to negotiate alongside the Palestinians. I know that In Jordan, there was no love for the Palestinians after 1970, after Black September. I know that Sadat had no love for the Palestinians due to their association with the Muslim Brotherhoods, attempted assassinations in Egypt.
Sorry, which? PLO and the Muslim Brotherhood?
Sadat was upset because there were attempted assassinations by people an assassination. It was a personal friend of his, Yusuf al-Sibai. I can't pronounce that. He was assassinated in Cyprus by a
He was
Palestinian
killed by the
squad.
Abu Nidal organization.
Sure,
which was
yeah.
Not part
Admittedly,
of the PLO.
yeah,
Had
he says as
nothing
much,
do with
belongs
the
to a splinter
Muslim
group, not the
Brotherhood.
PLO directly, but I think that there was a history of the Palestinians sometimes fighting with their neighboring states that were hosting them if they weren't getting the political concessions they wanted. The assassination of the Jordanian king in 1951 might be another example of that in Jordan. It feels like over a long period of time, it feels like the Palestinians have been kind of told from the neighboring Arab states that if they just continue to enact violence, whether in Israel or abroad, that eventually a state will materialize somehow. I don't think it's gotten them any closer to a state. If anything, I think it's taken them farther and farther and farther away from one. And I think as long as the hyperbolic language is continually employed internationally, the idea that Israel is committing a genocide, the idea that there is an apartheid, the idea that they live in a concentration camp, all of these words, I think, further the narrative for the Palestinians that Israel is an evil state that needs to be dismantled. You said as much about the institution, at least, of the Zionist government. Israel's government is probably not going anywhere. All of the other surrounding Arab states have accepted that, or at least most of them down in the Gulf, Egypt and Jordan, have accepted that. The Palestinians need to accept it too. The Israeli state or the state apparatus is not going anywhere. And at some point, they need to realize, like, hey, we need a leader that's going to come out and represent us, represent all of us, is willing to take political risks, is willing to negotiate some lasting peace for us. And it's not going to be the international community or some invocation of international law or some invocation of morality or justice that's going to extricate us from this conflict. It's going to take some actual difficult political maneuvering on the ground
Of accepting Israel. Which
yeah.
they formally did in 1993.
Which they formally did in 1993. Yeah, but then no lasting peace came after that in 2000.
No, because 1993 was not a peace agreement.
Sure, the Oslo Accords didn't have a final solution.
Were an interim agreement, and Palestinians actually began clamoring for commencing the permanent status resolutions on schedule, and the Israelis kept delaying them. In fact, they only began, I believe, in 1999. Under American pressure on the Israelis. And
I think you're being a bit one-sided. Both sides didn't fulfill the promise of Oslo and the steps needed for Oslo. There was Palestinian terrorism, which accompanied Israel's expansion of settlements and other things. The two things fed each other and led to what happened in 2000, which was a breakdown of the talks altogether, when the Palestinians said no. But I think I don't agree, incidentally, with this definition of Israel or the Israeli state as apartheid. It's not. There is some sort of apartheid going on in the West Bank. The Israeli regime itself is not an apartheid regime. This is nonsense by any definition of apartheid.
By the formal definition, I think it qualifies.
No, it doesn't qualify. Apartheid is a race-based distinction between different segments of the population, and some of them don't have any representation at all, like the blacks in South Africa.
But that's
no rights
not
at all. In Israel itself, the minority, the Arabs, do have representation, do have rights, and so on. I don't think Israel is also genocidal. I don't think it's been genocidal. It wasn't so in 1948. It wasn't so in 1967, and it hasn't been recently, in my view. And talk about dismantling Israel, and that's what you're talking about, is, I think Stephen said it correctly, is counterproductive. It just pushes Israelis further away from willing to give Palestinians anything.
Please, Norm, tell me you have
something optimistic to say.
No, even though I agree, I've thought about it a lot, and I agree with Mouin's analysis. I'm not really in the business of punditry. I rather look at the historical record where I feel more comfortable, and I feel on terra firma. So I'd like to just go through that. I agree and I disagree with Mouin on the 73 issue. After the 1973 war, it was clear that Israel was surprised by what happened during the war, and it took a big hit. the estimates are, I don't know what numbers you use, but I hear between 2,000 and 3,000 Israeli soldiers were killed during the
It was
1970s.
2,500.
2,700.
Yeah. Okay. So I got it right. I read different numbers. That's, it's a very large number of Israelis who were killed. There were moments at the beginning of the war where there was a fear that this might be it.
No, there wasn't.
No, the
This is
Israelis
nonsense.
feared
Everybody
it.
forgets Israel's atomic weaponry.
I know, but
So how could they have been
because
defeated?
Didn't Diane talk about the
expressed
collapse of the
their
Third
attempt-
He
Temple?
did,
Yeah.
but it was hysterical and
Oh, well,
silly
but that- I
because
can't- I
Israel
don't
had
know if he
atomic
was
weapons. They
okay.
wanted to stop
I don't know
the
if he
Syrians
was-
or the
But
Egyptians.
we're talking about perceptions
Yeah,
here.
I'm not. I can't tell you if he was hysterical or not.
No, he was. For a
I wasn't
day, he
in the
was
same
hysterical.
room with him.
For a day, he was
But
hysterical.
I'm just saying, let's not bog down on that. The war is over, and when President Carter comes into power, Carter was an extremely smart guy, Jimmy Carter, extremely smart guy, and he was very fixed on details. He was probably the most impressive of modern American presidents, in my opinion, by a wide margin. And he was determined to resolve the conflict on a big scale, on the Arab-Israeli scale. On the Palestinian issue, he wouldn't go past what he called the Palestinian homeland. He wouldn't accept
Palestinian National Home.
the Palestinian national home. He wouldn't go as far as a Palestinian state. I'm not going to go into the details of that. I don't think realistically, given the political balance of forces, that was going to happen, but that's a separate issue. Let's get to the issue at hand, namely, what is the obstacle, or what has been the obstacle since the early 1970s. Since roughly 1974, the Palestinians have accepted the two-state settlement on the June 1967 border. Now, as more pressure was exerted on Israel because the Palestinians seemed reasonable, the Israelis, to quote the Israeli political scientist Avner Yaniv, he since passed from the scene, he said, Yaniv in his book, Dilemmas of Security, he said that the big Israeli fear was what he called the Palestinian peace offensive. That was their worry, that the Palestinians were becoming too moderate. And unless you understand that, you can't understand the June 1982 Lebanon War. The purpose of the June 1982 Lebanon War was to liquidate the PLO in southern Lebanon because they were too moderate, the Palestinian peace offensive. I'm going to have to fast forward. There are many events. There's the First Intifada, then there's the Oslo Accord, and let's now go to the heart of the issue, namely the 2000-2001 negotiations. Well, the negotiations are divided into three parts for the sake of listeners. There's Camp David in July 2000. There are the Clinton parameters in December 2000. And then there are negotiations in Taba in Egypt in 2001. Those are the three phases. Now, I have studied the record probably to the point of insanity because there are so many details you have to master.
I'll vouch for that. The insanity part. Yeah.
I will vouch for it. I will personally vouch for it. There is one extensive record from that whole period from 2000 to, you could say, 2007. And that is what came to be called the Palestine Papers, which are about 15,000 pages of all the records of the negotiations. I have read through all of them, every single page. And this is what I find. If you look at Shlomo Ben Ami's book, which I have with me, Prophets Without Honor, it's his last book. He says, going into Camp David, that means July, going into Camp David, July 2000, he said the Israelis were willing to will withdraw relinquish 92% of the West Bank.
Ben Ami was at Camp David.
Yeah, he was at Taba. He was also at Camp David. Israel wanted to keep all the major settlement blocks. It wanted to keep roughly 8% of the West Bank. they were allowing for, you put it at 84 to 90% in your books. They put it at roughly 92%. Israel was
It also
willing to give up.
depends how you calculate.
Yeah,
what's
that
It
was
also
happening.
another
depends
issue.
what stage at Camp
Right.
David, because there were 2 weeks.
Yeah,
The
I'll get to that.
proposals changed during
So
those 2 weeks.
Israel wants to keep all the major settlement blocks.
Means the border area of the West
Well,
Bank.
not the border. We have Ariel. We have Male Adumim. We have,
Yeah,
as
but it's mainly the border
Condoleezza Rice called Ariel. She said it was a dagger into the heart of the West Bank. So they want to keep 8% of the land. They want to keep the settlement blocks. They want to keep 80% of the settlers. They will not budge an inch on the question of refugees. To quote Ehud Barak in the article he co-authored with you in the New York Review of Books, we will accept, and I think the quote's accurate, no moral, legal, or historical responsibility for what happened to the refugees. So forget about even allowing refugees to return. We accept no moral, legal, or historical responsibility for the refugees. And on Jerusalem, they wanted to keep large parts of Jerusalem. Now, how do we judge who is reasonable and who is not? Ben Ami says, I think the Israeli offer was reasonable. That's how he sees it. But what is the standard of reasonable? My standard is, what does international law say? International law says the settlements are illegal. Israel wants to keep all the settlement blocks. 15 judges, all 15, in the Wall decision in 2004, in July 2004, all 15 judges, including the American judge Bergenthal, ruled the settlements are illegal under international law. They want to keep 80% of the settlers. Under international law, all the settlers are illegal in the West Bank. They want to keep large parts of East Jerusalem. But under international law, East Jerusalem is occupied Palestinian territory. That's what the
No,
international...
not Palestinian, because there was no Palestine.
Okay.
There's never been a Palestinian state. So how could it be Palestinian?
I listened patiently to you.
Sorry.
Under international law, if you read the decision, all territory, the 2004 Wall decision, all territory beyond the Green Line, which includes East Jerusalem, is occupied Palestinian territory.
The exception of the Golan Heights.
The designated unit, according to the International Court of Justice, the designated unit for Palestinian self-determination. And they deny any right whatsoever on the right of return. The maximum, I don't want to go into the details now, the maximum formal offer was by Ehud Olmert in 2008. He offered 5,000 refugees could return under what was called family reunification, 5,000 in the course of 5 years, and no recognition of any Israeli responsibility. So, if you use as the baseline what the UN General Assembly has said and what the International Court of Justice has said, if you use that baseline, international law, by that baseline, all the concessions came from the Palestinian side. Every single concession came from the Palestinian side. None came from the Israeli side. They may have accepted less than what they wanted, but it was still beyond what international law allocated to them. Now, you say...
Allocated to the Palestinians.
Allocated to Palestinians, yes. Thank you for the clarification. Now, about Arafat. Like the Mufti, never liked the guy. I think that was one of the only disagreements Mouin and I had when Arafat passed. You were a little sentimental, I was not. never liked the guy. But politics, you don't have to like the guy. There was no question, nobody argues it, that whenever the negotiations started up, the Palestinians just kept saying the same things.
No.
No.
They kept saying no.
No. Professor Morris, with due respect, incorrect. They kept saying international legitimacy, international law, UN resolutions. They said, we already gave you what the law required. We gave that in 1988, November 1988, and then ratified again at Oslo in 1993. And they said, now we want what was promised us under international law. And that was the one point where everybody on the other side agreed. Clinton, don't talk to me about international law. Livni, during the Omar administration, she said, I studied international law. I don't believe in international law. Every single member on the other side, they didn't want to hear from international law. And to my thinking, that is the only reasonable baseline for trying to resolve the conflict. And Israel has, along with the U.S.
When has international law been relevant to any conflict basically in the world?
Hey, that's why
over the last 150 years.
That's why the Palestinians had to recognize Israel, because that's international law.
No, but international law is meaningless.
That was UN Resolution 242.
Conflicts are not solved by international law or in accordance with international law.
But then, Professor Morris, for argument's sake, let's agree on that. Strictly for argument's sake. What's the alternative? Dennis Ross said, we're going to decide who gets what on the basis of needs. So he says, Israel needs this, Israel needs that, Israel needs that. Dennis Ross decided to be the philosopher king. He's going to decide on the basis of needs. Well, if you asked me, since Gaza is one of the densest places on earth, it needs a
Tel
good
Aviv.
Yes,
it needs part of Sinai.
It needs
That's
a
what
nice
Gaza-
big chunk.
of Sinai.
Well, not Sinai.
That's what it actually needs.
Okay, I don't even want to go there. It needs a nice big chunk, but I have to accept international law says no.
Yeah, but
Okay?
the international law is irrelevant.
Now, Ben Ami says, I think the Israeli offer was reasonable. Okay, that's
And he's a reasonable guy.
That's he
You
seems
know
it,
that.
even though, okay, I don't want to go there. I've debated him, and part I agree with you. But who decides what's reasonable? I think the international community, in its political incarnation, the General Assembly, the Security Council, all those UN Security Council resolutions saying the settlements are illegal, annexation of East Jerusalem is null and void, and the International Court of Justice. That, to me, is a reasonable standard. And by that standard, the Palestinians were asked to make concessions, which I consider unreasonable, or the international community considers unreasonable.
I think that the issue is when you apply international law or international standards, I wouldn't say what Benny Moore says, that they're irrelevant, but I think that these have to be seen as informing the conversation. I don't think these are the final shape of the conversation. I don't think historically Israel has ever negotiated within the strict bounds of whether we're talking Resolution 242, whether we're talking about any General Assembly resolutions. That's just not how these negotiations tend to go. You might consider international opinion on things, but at the end of the day, it's the bilateral negotiations, oftentimes historically started in secret, independent of the international community, that end up shaping what the final agreements look like. I think the issue with this broad appeal to international law is, again, going back to my earlier point about all of the euphemistic words, all it simply does is drive Palestinian expectations up to a level that is never going to be satisfied. For instance, you can throw that ICJ opinion all you want. It was an advisory opinion. That came in 2004. Have Palestinians gained more or less land since that 2004 advisory opinion was issued?
So what would your standard be then?
both sides have to have a delegation that confronts each other and they assess the realistic conditions on the ground and they try to figure out within the confines of international
The
law and within
problem
what both
with
sides
that-
are reasonable for. But like, for instance, this statement of like full retreat from the West Bank, what is it, 400,000 settlers? How many settlers live in the West Bank now?
Probably half a
600.
million.
Yeah, you're gonna- you
Depends
think
if you
they-
include the
yeah.
Jerusalem suburbs or
Yeah,
not.
400,000 or
I
500,000
think it's
people are never.
700,000.
With the Jerusalem suburbs, perhaps.
Yeah,
But
this is
Israel calls
half
that
a million people
Jerusalem, not settlements.
I know that, but that's not what the law calls it null and void.
Let me
We
just-
can say whatever we
laws
want
are
until we're
relevant.
blue in the face, but like there's half a
well,
million
let me-
Israeli people are not being expelled from the West.
My
It's not going to
response,
happen.
you're basically saying, if I understand correctly, there's only one way to resolve this, and that is through direct bilateral negotiation.
Probably, yeah,
Okay. So
or ideally, but
I've taken over your house. Okay. You're not going to go to the police because, the law is only of limited value. So you come over and sit in what is now my living room that used to be your living room, and we negotiate. The problem there is that you're not going to get anything unless I agree to it. And standards and norms and law and all the rest of it be damned. So you need to take into account that when you're advocating bilateral negotiations, that effectively that gives each of the parties veto power. And in the current circumstances, the Palestinians have already recognized Israel. They have.
wait, what? You keep bringing that up like it's a significant
not true.
concession,
It's not
and I don't.
true.
And even if
It's
it,
called
It's not
the
even
law.
true.
it
Even
doesn't,
though
but
they
it doesn't. The
signed a
recognition
piece
from
of paper.
Palestine isn't doing anything for.
You're
Hamas totally rejects.
I'm not talking about Hamas.
Hamas is the majority among the Palestinian people. They won the elections in 2006.
They won a majority of the seats.
Yes, exactly.
They didn't win a majority of
every
the votes.
opinion poll today says the majority of Palestinians
that sounds
support
right.
the Hamas.
That sounds
and the
right.
Hamas absolutely rejects Israel.
But-
so if Arafat in 2003, 1993 or whatever issued a sort of recognition,
It wasn't a
of Israel,
sort of recognition.
Okay, a
It was a-
recognition of Israel. It's meaningless. It's meaningless.
It's meaningless.
And anyhow, I don't believe that Arafat was sincere about it.
Does it matter what you or I think
Well,
about
most
what you
Israelis
felt?
do, and that does matter.
Okay,
That does matter. But Hamas says no, and Hamas is the majority
so
today.
for years,
So-
for years, the Israeli and U.S. demand was that the Palestinians recognize 242 and 338. They did, but you're saying, okay, we demanded that they do this, but it was meaningless when they did it.
'Cause it was,
Then the demand was
it was
that
a tactical thing, yes.
then the demand was the PLO recognize Israel.
Tactical.
Okay, we demanded that they
Yeah.
did this, and they did it,
Yeah.
but it's meaningless.
And they never changed their charter, the PLO. You may remember that.
in fact, in
They
19
supposedly abrogated the old charter, but never came up with a new one.
no,
So
but,
there was no new charter.
but in 1996,
And Farouk Kadumi said, of course, the old charter is still in force. Yes.
yes. But the point is, the Palestinians' demands are constantly made of them, and when
And
they
of Israel. No?
and when they accede to those demands, they're then told actually what you did is meaningless. So here's a new set of demands. I mean, it's like a hamster.
There's no new set of demands.
It's like a hamster.
It's
like a hamster
Let me tell you
stuck
what.
in a
No,
wheel
let me tell you what
that
the
will
bottom
be
line
told
is.
if you run
The bottom
fast
line-
enough, you'll get out of the cage.
No. The bottom line is that Israel would like a Palestinian Sadat. It wants the Palestinians. Listen.
This
Just
is
let me
really
finish.
a worst case scenario.
Okay,
you're
let me
talking
just
about
because
now.
they shot Sadat. But anyhow,
For
the
good reason.
the Israelis
For good reason?
want the Palestinians. Israelis want the Palestinians to actually accept the legitimacy of the state of Israel and the Zionist project, and then live side by side with them in two states. That's what the Israelis. I don't even know if
and
it's
what
true.
is a
I don't
formal
even know if
position?
that's true today.
And what is the
because there may
formal
be-
position of this Israeli government?
No, I'm saying I don't know if it exists.
Okay,
today,
it's
because I'm
predecessor
talking about
and its
previous-
predecessor
I'm talking
and its
about-
predecessor. Come on.
That's what Israelis want. They want
Professor
a
Morris,
change of,
Mouin has-
psyche among the Palestinians.
Mouin has an
and if that doesn't
interesting-
happen, there won't be a Palestinian state.
Mouin,
There just won't
Professor
be.
Morris, Mouin has an interesting point.
Forget international law
I
and all the UN
found
resolutions.
I know you want to I know you want to forget it just like you want to forget the genocide charge. But I know you want to forget that.
Well, the
And you
Palestinians want to forget it too, and it doesn't suit them as well, right?
But here's the problem, and it's exactly the problem that Mouin just brought up. Now, I read carefully your book, One State, Two States. With all due respect, absolutely a disgrace. Coming from you.
Most reviewers didn't agree with you. Though.
Yeah, coming from you was like you wrote it in your sleep. It's nothing compared to what you wrote before. I don't know why you did it. In my opinion, you ruined your reputation. Not totally, but you undermined it with that book. But let's get to the issue that Mouin wrote. Here's what you said. You said, formally, you said, yes, it's true. The Palestinians recognize Israel. But then you said, viscerally, in their hearts, they didn't really recognize Israel. So I thought to myself, how does Professor Morris know? No, what's in the hearts of Palestinians? I don't know. I was surprised as a historian you would be talking about what's lurking in the hearts of Palestinians. But then you said something which was really interesting. You said, even if in their hearts they accepted Israel, you said, quote, rationally, they could never accept Israel because they got nothing. They had this beautiful Palestine, and now they're reduced to just a few parcels of land.
So they will never accept it.
So, yes. So you said, there's no way they can accept
no,
it.
I would say that as well.
Yeah.
The two-state solution, as proposed, doesn't make any sense.
Exactly as Mouin said, you keep moving the goalposts
No.
until we reach the point where we realize, according to Benny Morris, there can't be a solution. So why don't you just say that outright? Why don't you say it outright? That according to you, the Palestinians can never be reasonable because according to you,
they want all of Palestine.
According to you, they couldn't possibly agree to a two-state settlement because it's such a lousy settlement. That's what you say.
Palestine.
But you said rationally they couldn't accept it, not their feelings.
It's both.
You said rational. You went from formally, viscerally, rationally. So now we're reaching the point where, according to Benny Morris, the Palestinians can't be reasonable because reasonably they have to reject two states.
They want all of Palestine.
Mouin is absolutely correct. There's no way to resolve the problem according to your
all
logic.
Of Palestine. He said that himself. He said they should dismantle Israel. That's what he's saying.
What I said.
He didn't say
dismantle
that.
Israel.
What I said, and I've written.
I'm glad you didn't deny it.
I've written extensively on this issue on why a two-state settlement is still feasible, and I came out in support of that proposition. Perhaps in my heart, you can see that I was just bullshitting, but that's what I actually wrote. That was a number of years ago, and just as a matter of historical record, beginning in the early 1970s. There was fierce debate within the Palestinian national movement about whether to accept or reject. And there were three schools of thought. There was one that would accept nothing less than the total liberation of Palestine. There was a second that accepted what was called the establishment of a fighting national authority on Palestinian soil, which they saw as a springboard for the total liberation of Palestine. And there was a third school that believed that under current dynamics and so on, that they should go for a two-state settlement. And our friend and correspondent, Kauter Loerse, has written a very perceptive article on when the PLO, already in 1976, came out in open support of a two-state resolution at the Security Council. PLO accepted it. Israel, of course, rejected it. But the resolution didn't pass because the U.S. and the U.K. vetoed it. It was both of them.
I think it was 9-5.
Okay. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is that the PLO came to accept a two-state settlement. Why they did it, I think, is irrelevant. And subsequently, the PLO acted on the basis of seeking to achieve a two-state settlement. The reason, I think, and I think, Norm, you've written about this, the reason that Arafat was so insistent on getting the minimally acceptable terms for a two-state settlement at Camp David and afterwards was precisely because he knew that once he signed, that was all the Palestinians were going to get. If his intention had been, I'm not accepting Israel, I simply want to springboard, he would have accepted a Palestinian state in Jericho. But he didn't. He
That's
insisted.
something I've never understood. He should have logically accepted the springboard and then from there launched his next stage.
What you don't understand.
He should have done that.
International
you're
law would put a real constraint on him.
No, but also
once he accepted, it was over.
Constitutionally, he was incapable of signing.
Well,
That's
I don't know that.
If that's,
you're right that he
I'm not his analyst.
should have accepted it.
But if you're correct,
Yeah.
okay, that he was really out to
For all of
eliminate
Palestine,
Israel, then he wouldn't have cared about the borders. He wouldn't have cared about what the thing said about refugees. He would have gotten a sovereign state and used that to achieve that
The
purpose.
springboard.
But I think it was precisely because he recognized that he was not negotiating for a springboard. He was negotiating permanent status, that he was such a stickler about
he
the
wasn't-
details. The second this
Just
yeah.
as a factual matter, he wasn't such a stickler. When they asked him how many refugees, the numbers.
It was a principle rather than the numbers.
principle.
He said I would be pragmatic about it.
Yes,
New York
and the
Times.
numbers that were used at Annapolis were between 100 and 250,000 refugees over 10 years. That was the number. Arafat, when he was asked at Camp David, he kept saying, I care about the Lebanese, the Palestinian refugees in Lebanon, which came to about
Those were his
300,000,
priority.
which was a large concession from whether you accept the number or not. That he wasn't talking about 6 million. He was talking about between 100 and 250,000 over 10 years. Now, the best offer that came from the Palestinians, the best offer that came from Israel was the Olmert offer.
Can we just pretend like we didn't all lay out the exceptionally pessimistic view of a two-state? Hold on a second. Two-state solution. Let's pretend that in 5 years and 10 years, a two-state peace settlement is reached. And as historians, you'll still be here and writing about it 20 years from now. How would it have happened?
I think that historically, I think that the big issue is, I think that both sides have had their own internal motivations to fight because they feel like they have something to gain from it. But I think as time has gone on, unfortunately, the record proves that the Palestinian side is delusional. The longer that the conflict endures, the worse position they'll be in. But for some reason, they've never had a leader that convinced them of that as much. That Arafat thought that if he held on, there was always a better deal around the corner. Abbas is more concerned with trying to maintain any legitimacy amongst Palestinians than actually trying to negotiate anything realistic with Israel. That Palestinians are always incentivized to feel like as long as they keep fighting, either the international community is going to save them with the 5 millionth UN resolution condemning whatever, that another ICJ advisory opinion is finally going to lead to the expulsion of 500,000 Jews from the West Bank, or that some other international body, the ICJ and the genocide charge, is going to come and save the Palestinians. As long as they, in their mind, feel like somebody is coming to save them, then they feel like they're going to have the ability to get something better in the future. But the reality is all of the good partners for peace that the Palestinians had have completely and utterly abandoned them. Egypt, Jordan, the Gulf states, whether you're talking bilateral peace or the Abraham Accords, most of the Arab leaders in negotiating peace with Israel have just not had as much of an interest in maintaining the rights and the representations of what the Palestinian people want. And the only people they have today to draw legitimacy from or to have on their side to argue with them are people that, I guess, write books or tweet, or people in the international community that do resolutions or Amnesty International reports. And the reality is, we can scream until we're blue in the face on these things. None of it has gotten any closer to helping the Palestinians in any sense of the word. The condition has only gotten worse. The settlements only continue to expand. The military operations are only to get more brutal. The blockade is going to continue to have worse effects. As long as we use international law as the basis, and there isn't a Sadat-like Palestinian leader that's willing to come up and confront Israel with the brave, peaceful negotiations to force them to acquiesce, nothing is going to happen. And I think that the issue you come up with is, whether it's people like Norm that talk about how brave the October 7th attacks were or how much respect they have for those fighters, the Israel, in a way, and I think people have said as much about Netanyahu, the right wants violence from the Palestinians because it always gives them a perpetual excuse to further the conflict. Well, we have to go in October 7th, and we've got to remove Hamas. Well, we can't trust these people in the West. We have to do the night raids because of, the second Intifada, it made us feel like the Palestinian people didn't want trust with us. I feel like the the biggest thing that would force Israel to change its path would be a real, not for like 2 weeks, but an actual peaceful Palestinian leader, somebody committed to peace that is able to apply those standards and hold the entire region of Palestine to those standards. Because I think over time, the mounting pressure from without the international community and the mounting pressure from within, because Israel hosts a lot of its own criticism. If we talk about B'Tselem, we talk about Haaretz, like Israel will host a lot of its own criticism. I think that pressure would force Israel towards an actual peace agreement, but it's never going to come through violence. Historically, it hasn't. And in the modern day, violence has just hurt the Palestinians more and more.
If you paint a picture of the future, now is a good moment for both Palestine and Israel to get new leadership. Netanyahu's on the way out. Hamas possibly is on the way out. Who should rise to the top such that a peaceful settlement can be reached?
The problem is, like Benny said, it's difficult because Hamas enjoys so much widespread support amongst the Palestinian people. I think that I don't know. There's opinions on whether democracy or pushing them towards elections was the right or wrong idea. But with like an Islamic fundamentalist government for Hamas, I don't know if a negotiation with Israel ever happens there. And then when the international pressure is always, 67 borders, infinite right of return for refugees, and a total withdrawal of Israel from all these lands to even start negotiations, I just don't see realistically that on the Palestinian side, no negotiations are ever going to start in a place that Israel is willing to accept.
If you want to dismiss international law, that's fine, but then you have to do it consistently. You can't set standards for the Palestinians, but reject applying those standards to Israel. If we're going to have the law of the jungle, then we can all be beasts, and not only some of us. And I think, so it's either that or you have certain agreed standards that are intended to regulate our conduct, all of our conduct, not just some of us.
Well, what
so
are the
that's a
standards you think
fundamental.
I'm saying to abandon?
Well, you're saying, international law and the millionth UN resolution. You're being very dismissive about all
Well,
these
I'm
things,
saying,
and that's fine.
I'm not
But
being
then you have to
dismissive.
be
I'm just
dismissive.
saying, like, for instance, like
across the
242,
board.
that was a Chapter 6 resolution. That's non-binding. But 242
Of
is
course
the
it's
thing.
binding.
What
Of
is-
course it's
absolutely
binding.
not.
What is binding? Do you know anything about how the UN system
Binding,
works?
if you read the language of the resolution, binding is
Okay.
typically if it commits you to
Yeah,
upholding
okay.
a particular international law or if it
What
establishes
is
a new
Chapter
law.
6? You
Every-
just throw out words. You hear binding,
Does
not
242
binding.
does 242
Chapter-
mention a Palestinian state?
No.
Norm.
Of course
That's
not.
part of
Okay,
the problem.
then-
That
Yes,
was the
exactly.
reason why the
So-
Palestinians didn't want to recognize 242 because it only referred at the very end
Sure,
to
but
a
the PLO
refugee
recognized
problem.
181 and 242. When they
Yeah,
made
but
their
hold
original-
on, hold on. Every United Nations Security Council resolution, irrespective of under which chapter it was adopted, is by definition binding. Binding not only on the members of the Security Council, but on every member state of the UN. Read the UN Charter. It's black and white.
Sure, people
Okay,
can look that
now
up if they want,
regarding-
but
yes.
the language even of 242 is kept intentionally vague, such that it doesn't actually provide again the
It's
final
actually not
contours.
that vague
It's
because the
incredibly vague.
term land for peace originates in 242.
Sure,
the
but
idea
part about
is
territorial acquisition and Israel's need to give it
Okay.
up was kept vague.
Okay,
That's why in
But- but-
70.
but
That's why
I
in
just-
79
you
Israel
asked-
thought that
you
they
asked a
fulfilled their
separate question.
obligations under
Allow me
242 in
points
terms
of
of withdraw.
information. Allow me points of information.
Yeah.
The first principle in UN Resolution 242 is that the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by force.
Which is
That
meaningless.
It may be meaningless to you, Mr.
It was
Bennell.
meaningless to everyone in
okay,
the region.
Mr. Bennell, that principle was adopted by the Friendly Nations Resolution, the UN General Assembly in 1970. That resolution was then reiterated in the International Court of Justice ruling advisory opinion in 2004. That was the basis of the coalition against Iraq when it acquired Kuwait and then declared it a province of Kuwait.
Yep, which
That
Arafat
is-
supported.
That's what's called. That's what's
That's
called
true, Arafat-
under.
Arafat did support it.
Arafat did support
why
it.
he
I'm
made
not.
such a
It's
shitty
not
deal with the
technically-
Oslo
It's not
Accords.
accurate. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there.
It's not
Okay.
accurate that Arafat
Uh,
endorsed.
Okay, I'm not going to go there.
Okay.
Uh,
The whole
it's
Palestinian
called
world,
under
I think,
international
felt that
law use Kogan's or peremptory norms of international law, the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war. That is not controversial. It's not vague. You couldn't put it more succinctly. You cannot acquire territory by force under international law.
Who owned the West
That
Bank
is-
before
that is-
67? Who owned
that
the Gaza
is-
Strip before 67?
Mr. Bennell, don't change the subject. If you don't know what you're talking
It's not about change.
at least
You can say-
have the
I'm curious,
at
hold on.
least
How
have the
close is
humility.
242?
You talk
How
about
close
chapter
has
6.
242
You
gotten?
don't know
How
chapter
close
6.
has 242
You don't
gotten
know
to the
chapter
Palestinians
6
to peace?
from tweet 5. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility. Between us, we've read maybe 10,000 books on the topic, and you've read 2 Wikipedia entries, and you start talking about chapter 6. Do you know what chapter 7 is?
Answer me.
Do you know what chapter 7
Answer me a
is?
question. How close has 242 gotten the Palestinians to a state?
You know,
How
let me
close has
answer
the
this.
2004 advisory opinion gotten the West Bank settlement?
What's your
agreement?
alternative?
The alternative is,
You
is,
just-
is,
you
is
just-
not this, whatever this making money off the conflict is. The actual
making
alternative,
money.
the actual
Destiny
alternative.
should
yes,
talk about
you're,
making
you're a
money
media,
off
yeah, you're a
of
media blitz where
idiocy.
you go
Yeah.
and talk to 50 million
Yeah.
different people
Your
about your
earlier
awesome
point.
But he
solutions.
has a
right?
point
The,
there.
the
What
issue is you
point?
have
All
to
these
negotiate.
resolutions have gotten the Palestinians no
Nothing.
closer
Yeah, but hold on
to
a
a
second.
state.
Because they
Your-
haven't
your
been
earlier-
enforced because of the U.S. veto.
They're not going to be enforced.
Well,
wait.
Okay.
Nowhere.
If I may,
you know,
may.
How can enforce the ICJ
you
doesn't
know
even have an
what?
enforcement
You know what,
mechanism.
Professor
We're
Morris?
talking about the case for genocide.
Professor Morris, because of your logic, and I'm not disputing it, that's why October 7th happened.
Oh my God.
Because there was no options left for those people. Exactly what
And
Moeen
now what
said.
options are left?
Uh,
After
You know,
October
This has
7th,
been the
I-
Palestinian
what's-
mentality
what's-
for 60
what's
years.
the
The
options
only
left?
option is
listen,
conflict.
listen to this.
The only option is
Mr. Burnell
combat.
is
Hold
now
on.
an expert on Palestinian
Hold on.
mentality.
You're
You know about-
contradicting
you know
yourself.
about
I only deal in
Palestinian mentality
facts.
as
I
you
only
know
deal
about
in facts.
chapter
But you're
5.
con-
Egypt didn't find it
Tell me about
necessary.
chapter 5.
Egypt
Tell
didn't
me
find
about
it
chapter
necessary
5.
to negotiate
But you're
peace with the
con- hold on a
Palestinians.
second.
Jordan didn't find it necessary
Hey,
to negotiate peace with the Palestinians.
if I
The
may,
Abraham Accords didn't,
you're
include
you're
the
contradicting-
Palestinians.
Talk faster,
Despite all of
faster,
the international law.
Everybody,
Wait, you're
Faster.
you're contradicting yourself. On the one hand, you're saying all the Palestinians do is fight and violence and terrorism and all the rest of it. But on the other hand, you're saying they're expecting salvation from UN resolutions and international court. Those aren't violent.
No, but
they're-
it's part of
It's the
maintaining.
law.
It's the continual putting off of negotiating
They've
any
neg-
solution.
They've
I think he said
negotiated.
As in when Arafat
I think
takes
he
10
said
days to
1970
respond,
I
when
think he
Arafat takes
said-
10 days to respond
I
and
think
hops on a jet
Moeen-
all over the
I think
world to go
Moeen
and visit
said-
his friends, yes.
I think
That's
Moeen
putting the
said
conflict off
they
indefinitely.
accepted 2 states in 1975. Brace
They did.
Why
yourself.
didn't they accept the
they
Taba
did.
Summit
Brace
then?
yourself.
No, this
That's
is-
50
this is-
years ago.
this is a
That's
legend.
a half century
There's
ago.
a
No,
very-
no, they
there's
didn't
a ver-
accept the two-state
He
solution.
quoted
Just
a
a moment,
very good
please.
article.
There's-
He's
You
quite
can quote
right.
Arafat talking about how he's lying and he's just going to use in 94 and in 95 when he's
But-
making
but-
trips around the
but
world, how he
there's
just
a
wanted to
very
use this as the
rich-
Faster,
starting
talk
ground.
faster,
I'm
talk
sorry, I can
faster.
talk slow. You can watch YouTube video and
There's
slow
a
it down to
very-
0.5 speed if you don't understand what I'm
Faster.
saying.
Let me.
Faster.
There's a very lengthy history
Mhm.
of Israeli-Palestinian negotiations. You want to deny that those negotiations took place?
Where it feels like there was a good
What
faith
feels
effort,
like?
where there was a good faith
Feels
effort,
like?
where it was a good
We
faith
have a
effort.
written record.
With all due respect,
We have a written
Mr.
record,
Pop
Mr.
Historian,
Burrell.
you can't even read the written records. I don't know why you're referring to it.
Excuse
okay?
me? I
There's-
just said there
there's-
are 15,000 pages on Annapolis.
And I'm sure you cherry picked your favorite quotes
I
from
don't
all of
cherry
them.
pick.
Okay,
Hey,
that's
at
great.
least,
That's
Mr.
great.
Burrell, at
Yeah.
least I had a quote to cherry
That's
pick.
great.
All you
Twinkleteen.
have
and
is
I can,
Wikipedia.
Do you want me? I gave you quotes.
you
I
have
can give
is
you Do you want
Wikipedia.
quotes? Find me the information
I
that shows
think-
the Palestinian cause has been furthered by any international
think the
law. You
prob-
can't do it.
I think the problem is different. Okay, you want to say the Palestinians were only fighting, and then when I point out they've also gone to the court and the UN and say, well, all they do then is these things, and you say they should be negotiating, and I demonstrate that there was a lengthy record of negotiations. Said, yeah, but they didn't go in good faith. Again, you're placing the hamster in the wheel and telling him if he runs fast enough, maybe one day he'll get out of the cage.
What was the best good
Okay,
faith
and please,
negotiations on the
if
side
I
of the?
could just finish, I think the fundamental problem here is not what the Palestinians have and haven't done, and it's perfectly legitimate to have a discussion about whether they could have been more effective. Of course, they could have been more effective. Everyone could have always been more effective. The fundamental issue here is that Israel has never been prepared to concede the legitimacy of Palestinian national rights in the land of the former British
not
Mandate
true.
of Palestine.
Then what? How do you explain Taba Summit? How do you explain the
No,
Camp
Barak
David?
and Olmert did.
How do you
did
explain
accept
Olbert's
the
offer to
legitimacy
Abbas? Yeah.
of Palestinian demands? This is.
Well,
But they
those-
just didn't want to give the Palestinians all of Palestine. That's all.
No, all of Palestine.
All of Palestine.
you mean all of the
No,
occupied
no,
territories?
no.
You're talking about all of Palestine.
Well,
being
wait, what is the occupied?
territory.
What is
I'm
the
talking-
occupied
Professor
territories?
Morris.
The occupied
Is
territories.
that all of Israel?
The
Professor
occupied
Morris, could you
territories
show
are
me-
those territories that Israel occupied in June of
Could you
1967.
show
Palestinians
me-
often
could
use
you show
that
me-
term to define
Okay.
the whole of
Could you
Palestine,
show me-
not just the West Bank.
Could you
Yes,
show me,
those-
Professor Morris, in all the negotiations, and all the accounts that have been written, can you show me one where the Palestinians in the negotiations, because that's what we were talking about, wanted all of Israel? The maximum
They can't say that because the international community won't accept it.
So they didn't say it, they didn't ask
but you
for
know
it.
what
No,
lurks
the
in their heart.
Hamas did.
Yeah.
The Hamas always said all of it.
Hamas only negotiated with Israel about prisoner exchanges. And
Yeah,
the
no, I know,
blockade.
So
but
we
they
were talking
represent
about
a lot of the Palestinian people, you will agree.
The only place I saw pieces of Israel were the land swaps. And the land swaps accounted for about 2 to 5% of Israel. Nobody asked for all of Israel. Why
Hey,
do
what do you
say
mean? They
things like
asked for
that?
all of Israel in 48. They asked for all of Israel in 67.
Okay,
What do you
Mr.
think those
Brunel,
wars were about?
you talk
You're not
so-
going to respond
you
to
talk
anything
so-
I'm saying because you have no
I'll
answer.
respond to you.
That's correct.
Okay,
yeah.
Mr. Bennell, we were talking about the diplomatic negotiations beginning with 2000,
Yes, I'm saying, but
2001.
you can't pretend that
He
the
went
first
back-
ask for
he
Israel
went
was in
to-
diplomacy.
Okay.
It was through war.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Is the international law argument ever going to get the Palestinians closer to state? Is the Israeli state ever going to be dismantled? Do you think that's like realistic coming up ever in the next 20 years?
Again, I'm posing a question, and the question is, regardless of what's feasible or realistic today, the question I'm posing is: can you have peace in the Middle East with this militant, irrational, genocidal, apartheid state in power?
Hamas? I don't think so, no.
Okay, and the question I'm asking is, can you have peace with this regime, or does this regime and its institutions need to be dismantled, similar to what the examples I gave of,
Yeah.
of Europe and Southern Africa?
How do you contend with the fact that most of the surrounding Arab states seem to agree that you can?
Yeah, you're correct. Several of them, most importantly Egypt, Jordan, have made their peace with Israel. I should add that Israel's conduct since then has placed these relations under strain. I had very little. I didn't take the reports of a Saudi-Israeli rapprochement particularly seriously before October 7th. The reason being that it was really a Saudi-Israeli-U.S. deal, which committed the U.S. To make certain commitments to Saudi Arabia that would probably never get through Congress.
Do you not consider the Egypt-Israeli peace deal legitimate then, since the United States made a great financial contribution to Egypt?
I don't think the question is whether that deal is legitimate or not. I think that deal exists, but the point is whether the core of this conflict is not between Israel and Egypt. The core of this conflict is between Israel and the Palestinian people. And the reason that Israel agreed to relinquish the occupied Egyptian Sinai, and the reason that Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty was signed in 1979 is because Israel in 1973 recognized that its military superiority was ultimately no match for Egypt's determination to recover its occupied territories, and that there would come a point when Egypt would find a way to extract an unbearable
Maybe
price.
just the Israelis wanted peace.
Well, the Israelis
Not
wanted,
just because they were afraid of
I'm-
what Egypt might do at some
if you're
point.
talking about the average Israeli citizen, I think that's a fair characterization. If you're talking about the Israeli leadership,
At
I
the
think they
time-
looked at it in more strategic terms.
I-
of how do
I
you
think
remove
it's
the
both.
most
Okay.
powerful
2
Arab
points.
military
2 points.
state from
Simple
the
points.
equation?
What was the terms of that Egypt-Israel peace treaty? International law. Egypt demanded every...
Nobody cared about
ev-
international law.
allow me to finish. Every single inch
Nobody
of
there
Egyptian.
talked about international law. Begin and Carter and Sadat talked about the reality.
No,
of Israel occupying territory. and
Professor
wanting peace.
Professor Morris, I know the record. They demanded, as you know, because you've written about it, they demanded every square inch, as you know. They demanded the oil fields be
No,
dismantled.
that's in
the
the
airfields
no, not
be
dismantled. They wanted the oil
and they
fields.
wanted the settlements dismantled.
They
that
wanted
was
the settlements dismantled.
the settlements, the oil fields, and the airfield. They demanded all three back. You can't have.
What do you mean back? The airfields weren't there when the Egyptians were there.
That's incorrect.
What's
You're incorrect.
The
They
airfields
built
were
an
built after
airfield. The Israelis built an airfield in the occupied Sinai,
Yes.
and they wanted it back.
They didn't want it back. It wasn't theirs.
No, okay.
They wanted the territory in which the airfield Israel had built back.
The oil fields, the airfields, the settlements had to be dismantled.
Yes.
Begin said, "I don't want to be the first prime minister to dismantle
did.
a settlement," but
he
he
did.
did. Why? Because of the law.
No,
No,
Yeah.
it was because of peace.
Okay.
It was
Nobody cared
normalization.
about
With
the law. The law had nothing to do with anything. It was a negotiation
Mr.
between
Morris,
two
Mr.
states,
Mr.
each of which
Morris,
wanted certain
Palestinians
things. Not,
wanted,
the law had nothing to
as
do with
they
anything.
said repeatedly in the
You're not listening.
negotiations.
You're not listening.
I know.
You're missing the whole
I've
point.
read the negotiations.
The law
There are
has nothing to do with
There are
anything.
two foreign relations of U.S. volumes on
Nobody
it.
cares about the law.
The Palestinians kept saying, "We want
Forget
exactly."
the Palestinians. They weren't there.
Allow me to finish. The Palestinians kept saying, "We want what Egypt got. We want what Egypt got."
Yeah.
Egypt got everything
But
back.
nothing to do with the law.
Okay.
Nothing to do with
And
the law.
number two, I'm not saying it's the whole picture, but as Foreign Minister Moshe Dayan said at the time, he said, if a car has four wheels and you remove one wheel, the car can't move. And for them, removing Egypt from the Arab front would then remove any Arab military
okay.
threat to
Yeah,
Israel.
it's got
So
nothing to do with international law.
Moeen was, no, the first part did. And that's what the Palestinians kept saying.
what the
We
first
want
part is.
what
That-
Egypt got from the
that's
settlement.
true. But forget international law.
And by the
Had
way,
nothing to do
one
with
last
the
thing,
negotiation.
one last, on a personal note. The quote about Sharm el-Sheikh without peace,
Yeah.
okay. That's the only thing you ever cited from a book of mine.
I cited from your book.
Yes. I was absolutely shocked at your betrayal of your people. That was pure treason. It was
I apologize for that.
Yes.
I apologize.
Okay,
I apologize.
I accept.
All right. Well, let me try once again. For the region and for just the entirety of humanity, what gives you hope? We just heard a lot of pessimistic, cynical takes. What gives you
People
hope?
don't like war. That's a good reason. That's hope. In other words, the fear of war, the disaster of war, should give people an impetus to try and seek peace.
When you look at people in Gaza and people in the West Bank, people in Israel,
They should want.
fundamentally they hate war.
Yes, I think so.
What gives you hope?
There is no hope, no. It's an extreme. No, I'm not happy to say that.
Of course you are.
It's a very bleak moment right now because
That I agree with.
Israel believes it has to restore what it calls its deterrence capability. I think you've written about it, actually. I just realized. Israel has to restore its deterrence capability. And after the catastrophe of October 7th, restoring its deterrence capacity means this part you didn't write about, the annihilation of Gaza and then moving on to the Hezbollah.
No.
So the Israelis are dead set on restoring that deterrence capability. On the Arab side, and I know Moeen and I have disagreed on it, and we're allowed to disagree. I think the Arab side, the lesson they learned from October 7th is Israelis aren't as strong as we thought they were. And
that will be an unfortunate message if that's really what the Arabs come to believe.
And they think that there is a military option now. And I think it's
nasty.
a zero-sum game at this point, and it's very, very bleak. And I'm not going to lie about that. Now, I will admit my predictive capacities are not
limited.
perfect, are limited.
Yes.
But for the moment, it's a very bleak situation.
That I agree with.
And I don't see right now a way out. However, at the very minimum, permanent ceasefire end the inhuman and illegal blockade of Gaza and
Why is
free-
it
free the
illegal? They were
hostages.
shooting rockets at Israel for 20 years.
Okay,
Why is that illegal
I
to
think-
blockade Gaza?
He thinks they're bottle rockets.
Why,
That's what he calls them on Facebook
why
multiple
is it
times.
illegal? I'll tell you why.
You don't rocket your
Okay,
neighbor. You
I'll tell-
rocket
I'll
your
tell you-
neighbor.
I'll-
Expect
I'll
consequences.
tell you why.
Expect consequences.
But that works both ways.
Yes.
I know, I expect that.
Professor
Professor
Morris,
both ways.
I'll tell you why. Because every human rights, humanitarian, and UN organization
They're
in the
all
world
irrelevant.
has said
You're
have
not
said
making- you keep
that the
quoting them.
blockade
Nobody cares
is a
about
form of
amnesty.
is a form of collective punishment,
Nobody cares
which is
about amnesty.
illegal under international
Forget
law.
illegal. The word
you
illegal is-
think you think a blockade?
You
which-
don't understand the way
okay,
the world works.
Yeah, and
These
and
things
you
are
think
irrelevant.
and you think confining, because that's the blockade.
Yes, you don't shoot
Confining
rockets at your
confining
neighbor.
a million children, combining
That's the choice
combining
of Hamas.
combining
That's
a
Hamas's
million
choice.
children in what the Economist called
Okay.
a human rubbish sheep.
The Economist supported Israel in this war
Yeah.
and continues
Okay.
to support Israel.
What International Committee of the Red Cross called a sinking ship, what the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights called a toxic slum. You think
It is a slum, of course it's a slum.
you think
But it's caused by
under
the Hamas.
international law, you think it's legitimate
Forget
to
law.
hey, I know you want to forget the law.
What about
it's the one
morality?
thing that
Forget
every
law.
is
What about
it's what
morality?
every Israeli fears the most.
What?
The law.
No,
as
no.
Zippy
I don't-
Livni said, I studied international law. I oppose international law. Of course, you don't want to hear about the law.
Then it's got nothing
So,
to do
hey,
with anything.
okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
Then don't complain about October 7th. If you don't want
Did you hear me
if you
complaining?
want to say,
I
forget
didn't
about the
complain.
law,
All I said was they acted like
then
barbarians.
there is no international humanitarian law. There's no distinction between civilians and combatants.
There should be.
And so
There should be, but it's got nothing to do with the
now
law.
you're doing what Moeen said. You're becoming very selective about the law. If you want to forget about the law, Hamas had
People
every
should
right
be-
to
Across
do
the
what it
board.
did. It had every right to do what it did, according to you, not to me, because you want to forget the law.
Do you still support the Houthis shooting random ships?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's a violation of international law. So you play the same game.
Absolutely. And were there a power during World War II who had the courage of the Houthis? Were there a power that had that kind
So
of courage?
courageous to
step-
be bombing
Yeah.
merchant ships while
Oh,
tens of thousands of
oh,
people
yeah.
die of actual starvation.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
the starvation that exists in the
Oh,
Gaza Strip, where
okay.
people before October 7th
Oh,
don't die of starvation.
What
not,
about
that, not
star-
the concentration camps of the Gaza
What
Strip.
about
The
starvation?
Houthis,
What
where
about starvation in
according-
Yemen? Don't they have something
Hey,
better
that
to
was
do?
the Houthis.
Yes, I know.
That
Don't
was
they have?
the Houthis.
Don't they have anything
And you
better
know,
to
in
do?
3 years, they
Shouldn't
lost
they be feeding?
180,000
Shouldn't
people.
they be feeding
You
the
know,
Yemenis?
60,000
Why
Yemenis
fight?
died
Why
in
fight?
starvation.
Why fight the Western powers and Israel when you should be taking care of your problems at home? The Houthis.
Often, the only allies of the dispossessed are those who experience similar circumstances.
Don't you think that they should take care of the Yemeni problems?
As
I'm
I
very
said,
happy. I'm
it's-
very happy they're helping out the Palestinians. Anyone who helps
It's at
the
the
people,
expense of the Yemenis.
Anybody,
pay for it.
anybody who comes to the
They're-
aid of those suffering a genocide, half
no
of whom
genocide.
are half
There's
of
no
whom are
genocide.
children. Yeah, according to the most current UN reports, as
no
of
genocide.
today, 1/4 of the population of Gaza.
Is starving.
That means 500,000 children
Are starving.
are on the verge of famine.
They keep saying on the verge of.
On the verge of-
I
I
have
thought-
not.
didn't you
I have
quote
not
that they said it
seen.
was unlivable
I have
like
not
15
seen one
years ago?
Palestinian die of starvation in these last 4 months.
Well,
not one.
there have
They're
been
always on the
documented
verge.
cases.
They're on the verge.
there have been documented cases.
I haven't seen it.
Yesterday, Al
in-
Jazeera said 6, and the day before that, they said 2. So those are
Okay.
the two.
That number probably dies in
You're-
Israel of
you're-
starvation also.
You're so
I don't
laid-
think there's
you're
famine
so
in
laid
Israel.
back.
There isn't. There isn't in the Gaza Strip
You're
either.
so laid back,
It's something
so
which is
blasé.
produced for the
I
Western.
haven't seen
Western
these
there are
starving children
infants
yet.
dying due to a engineered lack of access to food and
I don't think
nutrition.
it's engineered. I think if the Hamas stopped shooting, perhaps, or
Unfortunately,
As you
most-
said, engineered.
I think Amnesty, Human Rights Watch called it using starvation as a weapon. That's called engineering.
Okay.
That's what they did, but you were pushed on this by Coleman Hughes to bring up like an example of why is the Gaza Strip like by what metric are they starving? By what metric is it so behind the rest of the
Okay.
world?
If we're going to bring up
Well, I want to hear an answer to that because he didn't answer
Okay,
it before.
I'm
when he
happy
was
to
given.
answer it.
Yeah.
I just quoted you from the humanitarian organizations. They said 1/4 of the population of Gaza is now verging on famine.
Before October 7th.
Okay,
Before October
I'm not
7th.
going before October.
That's what you use that
7th.
as justification for Hamas fighting. You say the conditions were unlivable. They
Yeah,
had to fight.
I said to him.
So my question is, what made it unlivable prior to
What made
October
it
7th? What are the
Okay,
metrics that you're
okay.
using?
There were about 5, 6, or 7 reports issued by UNCTAD, issued by the World Bank, issued by the International Monetary Fund, and they all said that's why. That's
Why did they say why?
Okay,
Why did they say
that's
that?
why The Economist, not a radical periodical, described Gaza as a human rubbish.
So tell me by what metrics? If
There-
you're a
hey,
historian, if you
okay,
do all this work to
okay,
get to things,
here-
tell me what they
here's
said. Don't
something,
just tell me a
Mr.
sentence.
Bennell.
Tell me by what
Mr.
metric.
Bennell,
He's not going to answer again.
I don't think I've avoided any of your questions
course you have. You
except
avoided almost
except
every
when they
question.
breached the threshold of complete imbecility.
you're about to tell me
I've
by what
answered.
metric the Gaza Strip is a
I'm going to
humanitarian
answer
crisis.
you.
Okay.
You remember what I said a moment ago? I said to Professor Morris, I defer to expertise. I look at what the organizations say. I look at what the United Nations High Commissioner
Just
for
say in
Human
more
Rights
words
said.
that you don't know. You don't
And
know or
I
you don't
know.
care. Okay,
I don't
that's
know.
fine. then
Do you
just
know
say
how
that.
complicated? Have you ever investigated how complicated is the metric for hunger, starvation, and famine? It is such a complicated metric they figured out. If you asked me to repeat it now, I couldn't do it.
And yet we have a human development index where we rank countries, yet we can still measure infant mortality, life expectancy. We can measure all of these things.
Muin, I'm holding out for you here. You still didn't answer the hope question. What gives you a source of hope about the region?
Well, first of all, I would agree with Benny Morris and Norman Finkelstein that the current situation is bleak, and I think it would be unreasonable to expect it to not get even bleaker in the coming weeks and months. And this conflict really, it originated in the late 19th century. It's been a more or less active conflict since the 1920s, 1930s, and it has produced a tremendous amount of suffering and regional conflict and geopolitical complications and all of that. But what gives me hope is that throughout their entire ordeal, the Palestinian people have never surrendered. And I believe they never will surrender to overwhelming force and violence. They have taken everything that Israel has thrown at them. They have taken everything that the West has thrown at them. They have taken everything that those who are supposed to be their natural allies have, on occasion, thrown at them. But this is a people that never has, and I believe never will surrender. And at a certain point, I think Israel and its leaders will have to come to the realization that by hook or by crook, these people are going to achieve their inalienable and legitimate national rights, and that is going to be a reality.
What do you mean by that? You mean all of Palestine? Is that what you mean?
No, and
From the river to the sea.
well, ideally, of course, yes. And what I was
Those are the inalienable rights.
No, what I was saying earlier, and then the discussion got sidetracked, is that I did believe that a two-state settlement, a partition of Palestine along the 1967 boundaries, would have been a reasonable solution, because I think it also would have opened pathways to further
But now you believe what?
further nonviolent engagement between Israel and the Palestinians that could create other forms of coexistence in a federal or binational or
What do you think
other-
about refugees in regards to that? Do you think there has to be a resettlement of the 5 or 6 million, whoever wants to lay claim to being descendants of?
I
A return.
think there has to be an explicit acknowledgement of
Responsibility.
of a responsibility
And the return.
and of their rights. I think that in the framework of a two-state settlement, I think a formula would need to be found that does not undermine the foundations of a two-state settlement. And I don't think it would be that difficult, because I suspect that there are probably large numbers of Palestinian refugees who, once their rights are acknowledged, will find it exceptionally distasteful,
Canada.
exceptionally distasteful to have to live among the kind of sentiments that we've heard around this table today, to be quite frank. I mean, I was previously unfamiliar with you, and I watched one of your preparation videos. Very disconcerting stuff, I have to say. You were explaining 2 days ago in the discussion about apartheid and how absurd it was, that in your view, Jim Crow was not apartheid. Jim Crow was not apartheid. But Arab states not giving citizenship to Palestinian refugees is apartheid. That's what I meant with my earlier comments about white supremacy.
So my issue, that's great, the white supremacy comment.
And if
hold on, let me respond, okay? My issue is that I feel like we have jumped on this euphemistic treadmill, and I think that's part of the reason why this conflict will never get solved. Is because on one end, you've got a people who are now convinced internationally that they're victims of apartheid, genocide, concentration camp conditions, ethnic cleansing. They're forced to live in an open-air prison with all of these things that are stacked against them, all of these terms that are highly specific, that refer to very precise things. And then when people like you saying that they should...
I would expect nothing less from someone who doesn't think Jim Crow is apartheid.
I don't know if Jim...
But who does
because
think that Arab states
the problem
not
is you're
giving
morally
Palestinian-
loading. For you, apartheid is when racists do bad things.
No,
Right?
no. There's a definition of apartheid.
That's great. But
There's a very clear
specific
definition of
top-down
apartheid.
racial domination enacted through top-down, like federal legislative policies or whatever, means that I don't know if Jim Crow would have qualified for
Have you
apartheid.
ever
That doesn't
heard
make
of
it any
Plessy
less.
versus
Excuse me,
Ferguson?
Finkelstein.
Have
I'm
you ever
talking
heard
right
of
now.
Plessy versus
Excuse me, Finkelstein. I'm talking to your friend over here. I don't know if it would have qualified as the crime of apartheid. Just like if Israel were to literally nuke the Gaza Strip and kill 2 million people, I don't know if that would qualify for the crime of
In
genocide.
your eyes, probably not.
I don't. Well, yeah, but because genocide requires a special intent. I think the issue
Yeah,
is
and
instead of, and I think this conversation actually is emblematic of the entire conversation. I don't
Good,
think anything.
then let me
I don't
finish
think,
answering
well,
Benny
sure, but you
Morris's
accused me of
question.
supporting racism. So yeah,
Well,
I
you
think
did.
I
you are.
I did it. Do you think I support Jim Crow laws?
Look, when
The fact that you can't even answer that honestly,
It doesn't
right?
matter
You wouldn't
what-
say that 800 civilians
know
were
what?
killed by Hamas. You said, well, maybe 400 were killed by Israel.
No,
I don't
I
know the
didn't say
number.
that.
Maybe
No, I didn't
you
say
said
that.
you said 400.
No, I didn't
You
say that.
co-signed the opinion.
No, I didn't.
He said
No, I didn't.
Oh,
majority.
well,
I
wait.
was
How many?
carefully-
What
I was
do you?
carefully
I think the
listening.
word was some. That's what I heard.
No, I
Well,
think
you weren't
your
listening.
memory
How many
is-
people do you think
your memory is
approximately,
as
if you had to
sharp as your
ballpark it, how many do you think were killed by Hamas on October 7th?
I think it's pretty clear that the majority of civilians that
That's
were
what you
killed
said.
51% or 90%?
Don't ask me to put a number
I just
on
want a ballpark.
something
Those are
I
two
don't
very
know.
different intuitions.
First of all, when you say Hamas, do you mean Palestinians or do you mean
I
Hamas
mean the invading
specifically?
Palestinian force. I don't like
Well-
to say Palestinians because I don't think all Palestinian civilians were involved
No.
in attacks. I'll say Hamas, Islamic
You
Jihad,
mean
whatever, Al-Quds,
but
whatever other
that's how this discussion started. You said Hamas, and I began to answer that, and then Benny Morris said actually he means Hamas in addition to Jihad and the others. So
So of the invading Palestinian force, how many do you think killed civilians versus the IDF? What do you think of the ballpark, the percentage?
well, the figures we have are that about a third of the casualties on October 7th were military.
That's
and
not
about
what I asked at
2/3
all.
were. What's your question?
Yes.
how
asking
many?
about the
What
two-thirds.
percentage of civilians do
How
you think
many
were
of the
killed by the
two-thirds?
invading force? A
I
ballpark.
think a clear majority, but I can't give
You-
you a specific figure.
If you thought it was closer to 51% or 99%
Why
were
would
killed
he-
by.
Why would
How-
he
how-
know that? How would
It's
he know
because
that?
it's interesting
No,
to actually stake out a position.
Yeah, it's interesting.
If you want to be completely totally agnostic on it, that's
based on
fine.
complete ignorance, because we don't know. Professor Morris doesn't know. Muin
And
Rabbani
yet you
doesn't
can
know.
speak with absolute
complete-
certainty that the IDF is targeting and murdering Palestinian children intentionally.
Oh,
You see the
actually-
double standard?
No, I don't. You see,
I know you don't.
I know.
It was a
I
rhetorical
don't see
question.
it.
Obviously,
you know
you don't.
why? Because
Because you're
I looked
uneducated
at
on the matter.
I looked at the UN report.
Uh-huh.
I looked at
The
UN
Goldstone report?
No, the UN report on the Great March of Return in 2018, and they said that the snipers were targeting children, medics, journalists, and disabled people.
Just as
We
they
don't-
are now in this conflict.
Exactly.
No, more journalists have been killed in the last several months in Gaza than in any other
Do you
conflict.
acknowledge
And
that
then in all
Hamas?
of World
Do you
War
acknowledge?
II.
Do you acknowledge
Then in
that
all of
Hamas?
World War
That's
II.
great. The comparison.
Hamas is not
Yeah,
killing
you-
journalists in the
Does,
Gaza
do you
Strip.
agree that they
More-
operate in civilian uniforms? That their goal is to induce that confusion? That that's the way that they conduct themselves militarily?
Let me finish my point. More journalists
I understand.
have been more
children in the.
He doesn't want to hear it. So
No,
boring.
because it's
Fine.
virtue.
It's so
You're not having
boring.
a material, a
Virtue
substantial.
signaling.
It is virtue
Virtue
signaling.
sig- yeah.
Yes, like when you
I
say
know,
children over
but-
and over again. That's
but
virtue
talking
signaling.
about,
You know, you
talking
have-
about
you have
how
this-
many,
you have
talking
this
about
habit
how
of
many
mocking the
Israelis were
dead.
killed. That's not virtue signaling, because that's human
I
life.
don't care about. I don't care if
You
100
just
are killed or
inter-
1,000.
You
I'm
just
curious who you're assigning
interrogated
blame
him.
to.
51%,
I'm curious who you're
90%.
assigning the
and
question.
Then,
Yes,
and then
that's not the
Mouin-
number.
and
That's
then-
the responsibility, Norm.
And then Mouin mentions that more journalists were killed in Gaza than in all of World War II.
That doesn't get it. That doesn't
and,
further any
and
part of the
more
conversation.
medics were killed.
No,
in
that's
Gaza.
that's silly.
And then he
Journalists
says it's
weren't
virtue
in the
signaling.
area.
But when Israelis get killed, that's serious.
I never said
So-
it's serious
yeah,
on both
but-
sides.
yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't
Tears
say
you
it
call it
federally.
virtue
No,
signaling.
I'm not virtue
Virtue
signaling.
signaling.
I'm asking a substantive question of who do you assign blame to, or do you play into Norm Finkelstein's conspiracies
I
that the
think
ambulances should have known immediately who was dead, that the numbers were changed because they were
Mr.
fake, or
Burrell,
that maybe
Mr. Burrell,
51% of the
Mr.
people were
Burrell,
killed
look,
by Hamas and Islamic Jihad, but
Mouin
49% were killed by
you
IDF
asked me-
helicopters.
You asked me a direct question, and you got a direct answer.
I didn't. I got majority, which could be
I
anywhere from
said a
51
clear. I
to
said
99.
a clear majority.
What
were my
percent is a
exact
clear
words.
majority? As opposed
It's
to a
always, they
majority?
live in
A clear
ambiguity. of
majority,
course.
in my view, is well over 50%. Please don't ask me to be more precise, because I
you know-
You could say 80, 90, 95%.
I don't. If I knew that, I would say it.
I think it's a
Professor
reasonable.
Mar-
It's a reasonable.
Perhaps it
Professor
is, but
Morris,
I.
You're not the best person to be asking that question. You know, I read when you wrote described Operation Defensive Shield, and you said a few dozen homes were destroyed.
You're talking about what happened in Jenin
Yeah,
refugee
right.
camp.
And you said
No, the
you
Arabs
a
said
few-
500. You guys
a
said
few guys-
500
you said a few-
Palestinians were killed in
No, no,
Jenin.
no.
I never said
And
that.
then
No,
the
no.
I
no,
never said
but
that.
that was the statement of the PLO,
Professor Morris, I'm
the
quoting
Palestinian
you.
Authority.
You said a few dozen
And that there were
homes
massacres there.
There were a few dozen
Yes,
homes.
a
were
few
killed.
dozen homes.
Yeah. Well, it
That's
turned
right.
out 140 buildings were destroyed.
That's a few dozen.
5,000 people were left homeless.
How many
You
were
just
killed?
5,000.
How many
You
were killed?
described it. No, I'm talking about homes destroyed. So you're not the best person to be criticizing what Mouin says when he says clear majority, but he can't say more. You know why he can't say more?
He doesn't.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, I understand that.
I
understood
hope
that
as a
point.
historian.
But what
If I was
understand
trying
that.
to belittle, I would give you a very different answer. I would just say I don't know. I do
the
know that
right
some were
phrase, you
shot
know what
up.
the right phrase there would be? The overwhelming majority were killed by Arab gunmen. And very small number were killed by Israelis by accident or whatever.
You're not
That's
speaking as a
probably
historian,
true. That's
though.
probably
That
true.
that
You
may
don't
be
know
that
that.
I can state with confidence a clear majority, overwhelming majority. You may be correct, but I can't state that with certainty. I think there's a very easy way to find out is to have a independent.
Forget independent.
I know you
Exactly.
don't
Well,
want
of
it.
course you forget
Forget the law.
independence.
No, forget that doesn't mean
Forget
anything.
the law.
Independence,
Forget international
UN
law.
High Commission
Forget
for
independent
Not
human
commissions.
rights,
No,
whatever it's called.
necessarily.
just repeat
They're
the numbers.
all
just
from
repeat the
barbaric
Israeli numbers.
countries.
You know-
a Syrian was the head of the UN Commission for Human Rights.
But if it
A
was an
Libyan-
Israeli, it would have been okay.
he certainly would have been more honest than a
Of
Syrian.
course. Oh yeah, from your perspective.
Well, to disagree with Stephen, I thought this was extremely valuable. And at times, really like the view of history, the passion. I'm really grateful that you would spend your really valuable time. And just one more question, since we have two historians here. Well, just briefly, from a history perspective, what do you hope your legacy as historians, Benny and Norm, will be of the work that you've put out there? Maybe Norm, you can go first and try to just say briefly.
I think there's a value to preserving the record. I'm not optimistic about where things are going to end up. There was a very nice book written by a woman named Helen Hunt Jackson at the end of the 19th century, describing what was done to the Native Americans. She called it a century of dishonor, and she described in vivid, poignant detail what was done to the Native Americans. Did it save them? No. Did it help them? Probably not. Did it preserve their memory? Yes, and I think there's a value to that. You know, there was a famous film by Eisenstein, Sergei Eisenstein. It was either Battleship Potemkin or Mother. I can't remember which one. The last scene was the Tsar's troops mowing down all the Russian people. And he pans the scene.
Not all the Russian people, just a few.
Yeah. Well, he pans the massacre. He pans the massacre.
But he could have killed a lot more.
And the last words of the movie were, proletarians, exclamation point, remember, exclamation point. And I've seen it as my life's work to preserve the memory and to remember. I didn't expect that anyone would read my book on Gaza. It's very dense. It gives me even a bit of a headache to read at least one of the chapters.
You wrote a book on Gaza.
And but I thought that the memory deserves to be preserved.
Amen.
Well, I would just say very briefly, unlike my colleague, I think writing the truth about what happened in history, in various periods of history, if I've done a little bit of that, I'm happy.
Thank you, Norm. Thank you, Benny. Thank you, Steven. Thank you, Muin. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Norman Finkelstein, Benny Morris, Muin Rabbani, and Steven Bunnell. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Lyndon B. Johnson. Peace is a journey of 1,000 miles, and it must be taken one step at a time. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.